Shanfara, the reason why he's angry and he's very upset is because he has now just been informed of and he's being told about his reality. Family that he was staying with, he found out that he's not a member of the family. He's actually not just adopted. The man who's married to his mum, the man who's married to her, is the man who killed his father. So he made a promise that he's going to kill 100 of this family for his father. So my father's worth 100. Kill 100 men of you guys for what you guys did to my father. The night was dark. There was a little sprinkle rain. It's raining a little bit. That's what he's trying to say. And I was extremely hungry. The hunger was burning me inside. And it was very cold where my jaw was moving. But when I'm hungry now, I don't become humiliated just because of it. Just because I'm in need. No one's going to find Shanfara in a state of humility and try to say, oh, one day, do you know what I did? I gave this cup of water to Shanfara. No. Or I gave him food. Rather than me asking you for food, I'll grab the earth and I'll eat that sand. That's what I do. I won't ask you for food. Wallahi, this is non-Muslim. But he realized something. He said self-sufficientness is achieved by who? Someone who has high aspiration, smart, clever, uses his mind, and he does his own actions. That person's going to get somewhere. Shanfara is very, very savage. Very savage. This man has no limits. He did take these animals as friends. He actually lived with them. He went to the jungle and lived there. And even I told you before, when the killers grabbed him to kill him, they said to him, "We will give you one thing if you ask for it. Say it." He said, "My request is, don't bury me. Leave me out. So my family, who are they? The tigers and the hyenas, so they can eat me, so they can enjoy."
وأنزل الله عليك الكتاب والحكمة وعلمك ما لم تكن تعلم وكان فضل الله عليك عظيما.
الحمد لله رب العالمين له الحمد الحسن والثناء الجميل وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له يقول الحق وهو يهدي السبيل وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه والتابعين لهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين أما بعد. Inshallah ta'ala, today we're going to be starting the explanation of the book Laamiyah al-Arab, written by Shanfara. This book, inshallah ta'ala, is related to Arabic poetry, adab al-lugha, and etc. As for the issue of adab al-lugha, which is Arabic literature, which is one of the sciences of the Arabic language, one of the sciences of what? The Arabic language. It's a science that you need to understand the Qur'an. Those scholars, they call it matnul lugha. It's like a dictionary for you. You know terminologies and what they mean, and you're going to see that inshallah ta'ala. Before we go into the poetry, inshallah ta'ala, I want to inshallah ta'ala speak about the issue of poetry. Is it permissible? What's the ruling related to it? A little bit about that. And what it means, shi'r, lughatan wa istilaha, and also the hukm al-shi'ri, the ruling of poetry. So the word shi'r, which is poetry, comes from the root word sheen, ayn, and ra. Okay? Shi'r comes from the three-letter word. Sheen, sheen, ayn, ra. And these are the original root word of the word shi'r, the root word it comes from. Which shows, as they say, two meanings. Number one is ala thabatin, when something is firm, the word, the sheen, ayn, ra shows it. Wal akharu, the second meaning it shows is ala ilmin wa alam. It shows the name or knowledge of something. Like when we say the word shi'r, it just means kalamun mawzulun muqaffa. Kalamun mawzulun muqaffa. It's words that are according to a rhythm and a flow. Now, what are these wazn? It's a word that goes according to a flow, a rhythm. Okay? Now, the question here is, this wazn or this qafiyya in which the poetry goes according to is called buhur. And inshallah ta'ala, that's another subject that you study called علم العروض والقوافي. Arud, where you study the Arabic poetry and etc. Inshallah ta'ala. We're going to talk about what type of bahar this poetry is, inshallah ta'ala. What about the issue of shi'r? What's the ruling of shi'r? Scholars, they differed between themselves when it comes to poetry. Some permitted it, some prohibited it. The ones who said it's not allowed, the first group I'm talking about is those who said you can't do poetry, nor can you listen to poetry. They use the ayah where Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala, He said, وَالشُّعَرَاءُ يَتَّبِعُهُمُ الْغَاوُونَ أَلَمْ تَرَ أَنَّهُمْ فِي كُلِّ وَادٍ يَهِيمُونَ وَأَنَّهُمْ يَقُولُونَ مَا لَا يَفْعَلُونَ إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ وَذَكَرُوا اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا وَانْتَصَرُوا مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا ظُلِمُوا وَسَيَعْلَمُ الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا أَيَّ مُنْقَلَبٍ يَنْقَلِبُونَ. They use the ayah. The ayah translates as وَالشُّعَرَاءُ يَتَّبِعُهُمُ الْغَاوُونَ. The poets, they follow their own whims and desires, and they go because they're extremists in the things that they say. As you're going to see in these poetries, they're extremists in their praise, their criticism, their tashbih that they use when they compare things. Limits are not there. They slip into غلو في الألفاظ. So they took this ayah and they used it as a general rule to say that's not allowed. Also, they used the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, which Bukhari and Muslim both narrated, where the Prophet ﷺ, he said, لَأَنْ يَمْتَلِئَ جَوْفُ أَحَدِكُمْ قَيْحًا خَيْرٌ لَهُ مِنْ أَنْ يَمْتَلِئَ شِعْرًا. For a person's internally to be filled with pus, fill you inside with pus, is better for you than to what? لأن يمتلئ جوف أحدكم قيحا. For your internally to be filled with pus is better than to be filled with poetry. You need to keep a lot of poetry. So they use those kind of evidences. And the other group, they used evidences to say that no, it's permissible. Other party, they said poetry is allowed as long as there's no vulgar speech or evil things in there. And this is the view of the majority of the scholars. Okay? This is the view of Jumhur al-Ulama. And they use the Prophet ﷺ's own speech and actions and his approvals to say that it's allowed. As for the Prophet ﷺ's speech, alayhi salatu wassalam, the Prophet, he praised certain poetries, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and he even encouraged poetry, that especially those which call to Islam and those which defend the borders of Islam. For example, when the Prophet ﷺ said in the hadith, Inna min ash-shi'ri hikmah. From poetry is wisdom. And the scholars, they explain hikmah to mean what? Al-qawlu as-sadiq al-mutabiq lil-waqi'. Al-mutabiq lil-haqq. The speech that is in line with the truth. Mimma yantafa'u bihi, that which people benefit from. So any kalima where the person says and it's in line with the truth, whether it's poetry or not poetry, is of great benefit. Are we all together? Ka'b ibn Malik radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, when he spoke about the Prophet, Imam Ahmad narrated this, and Sheikh Shu'aib al-Na'ut graded this hadith to be sahih, and he said it's sahih li-ghayrihi, where the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, وَالَّذِي نَفْسِي بِيَدِهِ لَكَأَنَّمَا تَنْضَحُونَهُمْ بِالنَّبْلِ فِيمَا تَقُولُونَ لَهُمْ مِنَ الشِّعْرِ. The Prophet, he said, it is like you are, وَالَّذِي نَفْسِي بِيَدِهِ, I swear by the Lord, my soul is in his hand. لَكَأَنَّمَا تَنْضَحُونَهُمْ بِالنَّبْلِ, it is like you're throwing them with an arrow every time that you say poetry. That's his speech, alayhi salatu wasalam, and also the fact that he said to Hassan ibn Thabit, أُغْزُ وَرُوحُ الْقُدُسِ مَعَكَ, go and speak, Jibreel is with you. As for the Prophet's actions, then he sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he sometimes read certain poetries. He did. The day of Ahzab, when the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam was carrying the rocks, he was saying, لولا أنت ما اهتدينا يعني الله لولا أنت ما اهتدينا ولا تصدقنا ولا صلينا. Oh Allah, if it wasn't for you, we would not have been guided. ولا صلينا, we would not have prayed. ولا تصدقنا, and we would not have given sadaqah. فأنزل سكينة علينا, oh Allah, send tranquility on us. وثبت الأقدام إلا قينا, and make our legs firm when we meet the enemy. That's what the Prophet was saying. إن أولى قد بغوا علينا إذا أرادوا فتنة أبينا. And this army, those people who've come together today, have transgressed on us. إذا أرادوا فتنة, if what they've come for is trying to cause fitna and fasad, corruption, we refuse. As for his taqreer, his approvals, then the Prophet ﷺ, Amr ibn Sharid, he said, رَدِفْتُ رَسُولَ اللَّهِ يَوْمًا, I was in the companionship of the Prophet ﷺ. I was with him, alayhi salatu wasalam, and we were mounted on the same riding beast. He said to me, هَلْ مَعَكَ مِنَ الشِّعْرِ, do you have poetry with you? Those of Umayyah ibn Abi Salt, do you have any of his poetries? I said, Na'am, O Messenger of Allah, I do. Do you know my memory, any of the poetry of Amr ibn Salt, Umayyah ibn Abi Salt, sorry. He said, the Sahabi said, Na'am, O Messenger of Allah, I do have some poetries of his. And the Prophet ﷺ said, read it, let's hear it. And he said, I kept reading it, and every time I finish and I read things, he goes, hey, carry on. Encourage me to carry on. فَأَنْشَدْتُ بَيْتًا, when I read it, he said, hey, give it to us. ثُمَّ أَنْشَدْتُ بَيْتًا, then I read another line, and he said, hey, حَتَّى أَنْشَدْتُ مِئَةَ بَيْتٍ, until I read on him 100 lines of poetry. He kept saying to me, come, again, give it to us. The Prophet ﷺ. And Nawawi mentioned the reason why he specifically asked the poetry of Umayyah ibn Abi Salt was that Umayyah's poetry is good, but in terms of poetry, he's not the best of the poets. But his poetry was very good. They say the king of poets was Imrul Qais. No one liked him in poetry. Called him the father of poetry. He's the leader when it comes to poetry. Nothing like Imrul Qais. Qawlan wahidan. There are those who say otherwise, but Imrul Qais he's in a league of his own. Lakin, why Umayyah ibn Abi Salt, the Prophet specifically asked for? Because لما فيه إقرار الربوبية. That's what we mentioned. He affirms rububiyyah. Okay? And لما فيه من الإقرار بالوحدانية, sorry. He affirms Allah's oneness. والبعث, resurrection. And his speech is not like the speech of the other poets where there's fuhsh in it. And like bad things in it. So the Prophet specifically wanted it from that perspective. So the group that said that it's not allowed, the evidence is that they used and the proof that they brought forward is not as they made it look like, where they made it look like as though it's a general. Allah here subhanahu wa ta'ala, he is referring to the poetry of a group of people. Because look at the ayah, وَالشُّعَرَاءُ يَتَّبِعُهُمُ الْغَاوُونَ, and then after it he said, إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ. As for those believers who believe in Allah and come with righteous actions, وَذَكَرُوا اللَّهَ, and they remember Allah. In that's general rule, which was then specified, it was taken out of it. As for the hadith of, it is best for one of you to be filled with pus inside than poetry. This means when a person becomes excessive in poetry, on the expense of the Qur'an and the hadith and all of that, these things don't have any importance to him. And it's all about poetry for him, all day poetry, and he's memorizing it with the Qur'an not there. Then this situation is al-iktharu min al-shi'ri, to increase in shi'r. Are we all together? Like in my brothers and sisters, poetry, and the Salaf هذه الأمة, they loved poetry. They would use poetry, shawahid from the poets. An example is how the poetry affected them, and they used it in the way that they were. Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan, check this out. They would use lines of poetry in order to encourage them. The day of Siffin, Muawiyah said, I questioned whether I should go forward and carry on the fighting. And what kept me firm that day was lines of poetry by Amr ibn al-Itlaba. Amr ibn al-Itlaba's poetry was what kept me firm, where he said, أبت لي عفتي وأبى بلائي وأخذ الحمد بالثمن الربيح وإقحامي على المكروه نفسي وضرب هامة البطل المشيح وقولي لما جشأت وجاشت مكانك تحمدي أو تستريحي لأدفع عن مآثل صالحات وأحمي بعد عن عرض صحيح. He said, this line of poetry, when I read it, it was what ignited me, and I went forward for it. And so the poetry, my brothers and sisters, some of them are zuhd, like دع الأيام تفعل ما تشاء وطب نفسا إذا حكم القضاء ولا تجزع لحادثة الليالي فما لحوادث الدنيا بقاء. And the ending, Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah, where he talks about the dunya and the realities of the dunya, zuhd, ibadah, about the dunya. Some of the poetries, my brothers and sisters, is about repentance and coming back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Some of the poetries, there is wa'ab. So the poetries are not one genre. Is it genre, right? Genre, yeah. It's not one. It goes into so many different. So some of them are hijaz, some of them are tashbib, some of them are ghazal, some of them are nasib. Different majalat it enters. It's not just one blanket. Like in this poetry that we inshallah ta'ala are going to do, it's Laamiyah al-Arab. And brothers, as I said to you before, what is the aim for poetry? Why do we read poetry? The reason we're doing these poetry, even though the things he's going to talk about, some of it's just like, what? Why is this so important for him? He's going to talk about a wolf. He's going to talk about birds. He doesn't do it, but like in other poets, they talk about women and they describe the woman's body. The idea isn't that there's ahkam shar'iyya that's going to be taken from it. It's not like your iman is going to increase when you read these poetries. Maybe the opposite. But the benefit in it is the language, the lughah, is nothing else. And as I explained, inshallah, what I want to do is, in the sharah, I want to connect the word that's used, if it's found in the Qur'an, okay, how the Qur'an used it. And that when this word comes to you and somebody says to you, what does it mean? You can use a shahid, as Shanfara said, as Laamiyah al-Arab. And if you open any books of tafsir, any books of tafsir al-Qur'an, you will find they use what? The meaning of the verses, they use shawahid, shi'riyya, sah, from the poets. Are we all together, brothers? This man, his name is disputed. Some scholars, they say his name is called Shumus ibn Malik. Others have given other names for him. His story is detailed. I'm not going to go through all because we won't be able to finish the book in one day. We have to finish it all today. Like in Shanfara, long story short, he's angry. This poetry is very angry. The theme of it is very, very angry. And he's taken a very vicious position in his dealings. As you're going to see at the beginning when he starts, أَقِيمُوا بَنِي صُدُورَ مَطِيِّكُمْ فَإِنِّي إِلَىٰ قَوْمٍ سِوَاكُمْ لَأَمْيَلُ. He's not starting his poetry like the other poets, the way they start about women. The majority of the other poets, they start their poetry with tashbib, where they speak about a woman. بانت سعاد فقلب اليوم متبول متيم إثرها لم يفت مقبول وما سعاد غداة البين إذ رحلوا. Even مرور القيس قفا نبكي من ذكرى حبيب ومنزل بسقط اللوى بين الدخول فحومله. Come on, let's think about someone we love. Because people love talking about women and marriages and things like that. The lectures of marriage, is it going to pack out? Yeah, people love it. They come to this kind of, the concept of the opposite gender attracts both parties. Okay? So that's why they do it. The poetry it was their way of marketing it and making it loved by everybody else. So Shanfara basically is angry. He doesn't do that. He straight away gets to the point, and he says, "Aqimu bani sudura matiyukum." He's addressing them straight away. Shanfara, the reason why he's angry and he's very upset is because he has now just been informed of, and he's being told about his reality. He always thought that he was from the family that he was with. Family that he was staying with, he found out that he's not a member of the family. So what is he? He's actually not just adopted. The man who's married to his mum, so his mum, the man who's married to her is the man who killed his father. So one day he comes to his sister and he says to her, "Listen, I need water." Or he said, some of the riwayat mentions, he asked, "Can you wash my hair for me, sister?" He said to him, "I'm not your sister." "What do you mean?" "Yeah, sister." "How?" So she was older than him, so she knew his situation. He said, "Listen, you're not from our family. You've been fooled." So he went to his mother and he took his sword with him. He went to his mom and he said, "Listen, I'm going to ask you one time and one time only." But first he asked her, "Where am I? Who am I? Where have I come from?" She said, "Listen, she tried to hide it from him. You're one of us who's been whispering to you." He got his sword out and he said, "I'm going to ask you one more time. If you don't, your head's going to be there." So she said, "Okay, what is the question?" He said, "The question is, where am I? Who am I? Tell me my story. What is this my sister saying?" So she said to him, "Your father, who I was married to, was killed. And your whole tribe will fight happened between the man I'm married to, his tribe, and your father's tribe. They fought. Of course, when fights happened, spoils of war, blood money, spoils of war, children are taken and adopted. The men will claim those children as their own. Because the idea is, if it's a boy, it's like you being given a machine gun. The lifestyle there is, the more boys you have, the more you've got army. You basically got soldiers now. So they adopted those children, claimed those children. So all together. Even back then, if they found children just walking around, they'll take those children. And the reason why they will take it is not to physically harm the child, but to create a soldier, an army out of him. Fight, because it was all survival mode. He had to survive. So Shanfara, what Shanfara did was, as soon as he was told this, he left. And he told the people that he was his father, the man who was claiming to be his father and everything, he said, "Prepare for what's coming now." And so he made a promise that he's going to kill 100 of this family for his father. So my father's worth 100. There are 100 men of you guys for what you guys did to my father. So they said he killed 99 people from them. And he got killed after that. So what he did was, where did he go? He went and he started to stay in the jungles. He started to stay in the Hut, in the jungles, living with wolves and hyenas and all this stuff. Started living with that. And he became a monster. Inshallah, Sheikh Tim today, inshallah ta'ala, is going to be talking about masculinity and femininity. You guys should be there for the topic. But Imrul Qais, Shanfara, he's going to really describe for us what a man is. What the description of how a man should be. Rahman, they're going to see it. How the qualities of a man was. Some things, of course, he's going to go overboard with, but you're going to realize how the survival mode that they had. So, yeah, he explains his friends who they are: hyenas, wolves, lions, tigers. These are my friends. These are the people I'm going to hang around with. And he describes them and the trait that they have, you guys don't have. He goes into that, inshallah ta'ala, and he talks about it. So he killed 99, and they got him and they killed him. When they killed him, one of the things that he requested for the people who got him, they grabbed him, and just before they were about to kill him, he requested for one thing. He said, listen, don't bury me. Leave my body out in the open. Leave it in the open. Let the hyenas and the wolves that I was friends with, at least let them enjoy my body. So they left his body out in the open. What happened was, one day a man was walking by from the people who he was trying to kill 100 from, saw him, his body, and he got angry because he recognized who this guy was that got killed here. It's Shanfara, the guy who killed 99 of his people. What he did was he threw a rock at his Shanfara, they say, and that rock came back and it hit him and he died. And so Shanfara basically killed 100. Allahu Alam, stories are, no one knows, there's no asanid or chains for it. But that's the context of the story of Shanfara and this whole issue of his. This book, inshallah ta'ala, is going to be, by the way, he's at the time of Ta'abbat, Sharran, all of these, they were contemporaries, they were at the same time. And this is a Laamiyah, that's why it's called Laamiyah, li'anna, the poetry finishes with, every bayt will finish with a lam. So that's called a Laamiyah. And it is 68 lines. That's how many? 68 lines. Now, in this majlis, inshallah ta'ala, we're going to take 48, inshallah ta'ala. BarakAllahu. We'll take 48. And the other remaining 20, how many remaining? Yeah, the other remaining 20, we're going to take what? 4 o'clock, inshallah ta'ala. What I want to do, inshallah ta'ala, is I want to connect it with what? The Arab Qur'an. When I explain the word, so I'm going to do 3 things, inshallah. I'm going to give you each word what it means. And then I'm going to do the overall meaning of what he's trying to say. And if there's some of the words that he used here, if it's found in the Qur'an, where is it in the Qur'an, and etc. inshallah ta'ala. The kitab is, according to the Arabic poetry, it is Bahr al-Tawil. Bahr al-Tawil. The buhur in the Arabic language are 16. 8 are the most common. 8 are the most common buhur that are used. And Bahr al-Tawil is a lot. So Bahr al-Tawil, ajza'uhu thamaniyah. Its forms are 8. And that's what the Shaykh rahimahullah ta'ala, fa'ulun mafa'ilun, fa'ulun mafa'ilun, fa'ulun mafa'ilun, fa'ulun mafa'ilun. Next time I come, inshallah ta'ala, I promise, the UK, we're going to study ilm al-arud. I'm going to write on the board, show you how the structure of the Arabic poetry is done. Inshallah ta'ala, so that you can have knowledge of it. Akhuna al-Fadil, Hamza Baik, hafidhakallah wa ra'ak. Sheikh Hamza Baik is going to read for us, inshallah ta'ala, and then Sheikh Muhammad will take over. Bayt, we're going to do line by line, inshallah ta'ala. The thing I want from you guys is, the whole thing is, so, it's a class for like smart people or clever people. It's gibberish what he talks about. But the language he uses is rich. The content is nonsense. Are we all together? The content is what? Nonsense. Like in the language is rich. For a Muslim who wants to get closer to Allah and nearness to Allah, the content is nonsense in these poetries. There are some things that they say which are hikam, wisdom. There are. In the bulk of it is nonsense. Are we all together, brothers? There are some benefits in it, like when describing the camels and how the camels look and things like that. Like in the, it's not like your iman is going to increase when you read these poetries. The benefit is, what does this lafz mean? Has it come in the Qur'an? Where is it come in the Qur'an? So when you read the Qur'an, you're like, I know this word. Because the poet said, and you can read a line of poetry for it in order to explain the verse. Why is it important to do the shi'r al-jahili? And like, for example, al-mutanabbi will not be considered as al-mutanabbi will not be considered as what? As an evidence. It won't be considered as a what? Al-mutanabbi is not an evidence. Why? Because he's part of Islam. He's a Muslim. He came after the Qur'an came down, after the Prophet ﷺ. The poetry that will be relied on to define what this word means has to be before Islam. It's called Adab al-Jahili. Adab al-Jahili is a dalil for the meaning of the word. Why? Because the Qur'an came into that context. The Qur'an came into that meaning. So when you say, for example, this ayah means this, according to the Arabs, then where? Then you have to bring a shahid from the Arabs. So Imru al-Qais would be a good shahid. Tarafa would be a good shahid. A'sha would be a good shahid. Antara would be a good shahid. Halaqah, these guys would be good, and Shanfara would be. Shanfara is a su'luk min sa'alik al-Arab. Su'luk is, as you're going to see, is highway robber, savage, lives with animals. That's what he is. So he's got a lot of courage and strength and power. He doesn't and I'm tired. Where am I going to sleep today? Oh, my bed is not done. This is not Shanfara for you. Shanfara, as you're going to see later, he sleeps wherever he gets tired. He doesn't have a pillow. He hasn't got no mattress, nothing. Brothers. So he shows the strength and how he fights and what kind of strength he had and ability. He talks about his agility and his strength. And he doesn't admire the concept of creaming yourself and oiling yourself and things like that. For him, that's not. So you'll see some things, and inshallah ta'ala, what made him a rajul, a man. Yeah? And let's go.
الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم اغفر لشيخنا ولوالديه ولمشايخه وللمسلمين أجمعين. لامية العرب للشنفرة. أقيموا بني أمي صدور مطيكم فإني إلى قوم سواكم لأميل.
The author says أقيموا, or the poet says أقيموا. This is what he used. أقيموا is a fi'l amr. It's a fi'l amr. He's commanding. Who's he commanding? He's commanding his family. He's saying to them, Aqimu is when you do qiyam, stand up. So he's telling them, each word you have to write it down and what it means. He's saying, Aqimu. He's saying to them, Ij'al shay'a qa'iman muntasiba. Make this thing stand up. Make it upright. That's what he's saying. Okay? وَيَتَعَدَّ إِلَى مَفْعُولٍ وَاحِدٍ. So he's saying in other words, what he means here is prepare. And get ready, prepare and be alert from your heedlessness. That's what he's trying to say. He says, Ya Bani Ummi. Bani Ummi here is harfu nida, is mahdhuf. He's saying, my mother's children. The reason why he chose Bani Ummi is because that kind of bonds you. Yeah? That kind of bonds you with the people more. So he's trying to show them we're close, but get ready. Doesn't matter. Get ready. Akim sadra matiyikum. Get the chests of your riding beasts. Get it. Don't let your camels lie down and sit. Get it up. Get your horses up. Get up, all of you guys. Sudura matiyikum. Why? فَإِنِّي إِلَىٰ قَوْمٍ. For verily I, Shanfara, إِلَىٰ قَوْمٍ, a people, siwakum, other than you guys, لَأَمْيَلُ, I am what? لَمَائِلٌ, I am going towards. I am not going to be with you guys anymore. I'm telling you now, I'm notifying you all, I'm letting you guys know, get ready, prepare, what's to come. I, Shanfara, I'm no longer a member of you guys. I have now chosen a people other than you. That's what he's saying to them. So let's break what he just said. He said, Aqimu, we took what it means. It means, Ij'alu shay'a qa'iman muntasiba. Bani Ummi, Ya Bani Ummi, he's saying. That's what he's trying to say. Ya Bani Ummi, the children of my mother. That's what he said. What? Matiyikum, mati. The word matiyikum, by the way, the benefit is just the wordings. It's a dictionary for us. We're just basically taking terminologies. Matiyikum comes in, matiyah is what is referred to. Matiyah is what? The riding beast. Okay? It's actually الراكب يكون على مطاها, because actually the word matiyah is the dhahr of the riding beast, the back of the riding beast. That's what the person mounts on. That's what it means. So get ready the back of your riding beast. Get yourselves ready. That's what he's saying to them. فَإِنِّي, for verily I, إِلَىٰ قَوْمٍ, a people, سِوَاكُمْ, other than you guys, لَأَمْيَلُ. The word قَوْم is, when it's used, according to the Arabs, a lot of the times it's used as men. The Qibla is that direction, brothers. The word qawm in the Arabic language is used as what? Ar-rijal, men. Lakin it's like as Zuhair here did, وَمَا أَدْرِي وَلَسْتُ إِخَالُ أَدْرِي أَقْوَمٌ آلَ حِصْنٍ أَمْ نِسَاءُ. يعني the word qawm is used as men and is also used as women. The word qawm. It's used as it. And the Qur'an used it in that way. The Qur'an used the word qawm as men. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا لَا يَسْخَرْ قَوْمٌ مِّن قَوْمٍ. Men should not mock men. عَسَىٰ أَن يَكُونُوا خَيْرًا مِّنْهُمْ وَلَا نِسَاءٌ مِّن نِسَاءٍ عَسَىٰ أَن يَكُونَ خَيْرًا مِّنْهُنَّ. So now you learn a benefit there. صح? The Qur'an used it like that. صح? That's the fa'idah, that's the benefit of it. Also the word qawm is sometimes used as a jama'ah, ta'ifa min al-nas, men and women involved, included. It doesn't matter. Are we all together? So some of them, they said, some scholars, they said, يَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا لَا يَسْخَرْ قَوْمٌ مِّن قَوْمٍ. Here is what? It is مِن بَابِ عَطْفِ الْخَاصِ عَلَى الْعَامِّ. Some scholars, this is what they said. Are we all together? But generally, the asal is that it is خاص بالرجال. That's the asal. Are we all together? فَإِنِّي I إِلَىٰ قَوْمٍ, a people, سِوَاكُمْ, other than you guys, لَأَمْيَلُ. لَأَمْيَلُ here means أي مائل, is اسم تفضيل. أي لَأَمْيَلُ إِلَىٰ سِوَاكُمْ مِنْ مَيْلِي إِلَيْكُمْ. I am now going to lean towards, and I am going to be with a people other than you guys. I have chosen my friends now. I've selected my friends and the people I want to be with me. That's what he says. Ayah.
فقد همت الحاجات والليل مقمر وشدت لطيات المطايا وأرحل.
He says فقد همت. The word فقد here is للتحقيق, verily. فقد همت الحاجات. Here he says فقد همت. The word قد is للتحقيق مع الماضي. When it comes with a madi, the word qad is used with a past tense verb. It shows tahqiq, verily. But when it's put into a mudari', it shows taqleel, little. صح? And sometimes the mudari' can come as takthir or tahqiq. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He says, قَدْ يَعْلَمُ, Allah knows. مَا أَنْتُمْ عَلَيْهِ, that which you guys are upon. صح? The word hummat, it means تهيأت وحضرت. That can be one meaning. أمدنت وقدرت is when something is destined. فقد hummat, it has been destined, it has been destined. Or it has been prepared, or it has occurred or happened. يعني he's trying to say this is أمر دبر بالليل. This matter is going to happen. There's no way around it. فقد حمت الحاجات. The word حاجات is the plural of the word حاجة. حاجة is when it's needs. نعم. The word حاجات مفردها حاجة. Is singular is what? حاجة. وتجمع على حاج as well في لغة العرب. حاجات تجمع على حاج. So this plural can be حاج. As for the the jam' of hawa'ijna famuwalladun. That's not something the previous Arabs used to say. It does go according to the morphological usage. Like in Lugha al-Fasiha, it's not. It's hajat or hajid. Amma hawa'ij, that's muwallad, came about later. نعم. فقد حمت الحاجات. He's saying here, the needs have been cut. This decision has been made already. This decision has already been made. وَاللَّيْلُ, and the night, مُقْمِرٌ, it was made in a night where the moon was full. That's what he's saying. يعني, or the light was illuminating. مُقْمِرٌ أي أضاء. He's saying that the moon it's glowing and it is يعني showing. وَشُدَّتْ, and it has been tied. وَشُدَّتْ, شَدَّهُ, يَشُدُّهُ. You can say وَيَشِدُّهُ in the Arabic language, but all of those are, and it means رَبَطَ, عَقَدَ, أَحْكَمَ, all those meanings that you can have. It's when you tie something. وَشُدَّتْ, and it has been tied لِطِيَّاتٍ. طِيَّة in the Arabic language means النية, the intention. صح? This intention has been basically tied. This decision has been made. There's no way coming about it. So when he said أقيموا بني صدور مطيكم فإني إلى قوم سواكم لأميل, he's saying this decision of me taking a people other than you guys is a decision that has already been taken. I'm not going to be with you guys. This matter is what? It's فَقَدْ حُمَّتِ الْحَاجَاتُ وَاللَّيْلُ مُقْمِرٌ. This was a decision that I cut at night time. أَمْرُ دُبِّرَ بِاللَّيْلِ. It was a matter, night time I made this decision. وَشُدَّتْ لِطِيَّاتٍ, and this decision, this intention. So what you just want from it here is the word حُمَّتْ الْحَاجَاتُ, you learnt it. وَاللَّيْلُ, you know what layl means, right? Layl is from Maghrib until Isha, or till Fajr. Layl to the shu'ara, that's a lesson itself. They all have their meaning of the word layl. They have isti'mal haqiqi that they use for it, and there is usage which are not literal. وَاللَّيْلُ, the night, مُقْمِرٌ, it is glowing. وَشُدِّتْ لِطِيَّاتٍ مَطَايَا. I explained to you what the word mataya means. What did I say? Matiya is what? At the back of the riding beast. And he's saying here, وَشُدَّتْ لِطِيَّاتٍ مَطَايَا وَأَرْحُلُ. Here he's trying to say the word أرحل is جمع رحل. الرحل is what the stuff that you put on the riding beast. يعني the items. The hodaj is also the thing that the women go into when that little, what's it called, a hut? No? Where the woman goes in, a hodaj. She stays inside there. Also the belongings, the stuff, your belongings that you put in it, it's called a rahal. وهو ما يجعل على ظهر الراحلة. Also the chair, the saddle is part of rahal al-dabba. Allah used it in the Qur'an subhanahu wa ta'ala in Surah Yusuf. وَقَالَ لِفِتْيَانِهِ جَعَلُوا بِضَاعَتَهُمْ فِي رِحَالِهِمْ. So Yusuf alayhi salam, when he's saying this, is when he wants to take Binyamin, sah? He wants to take who? He wants to take Binyamin. Benjamin right now they call him, the name. Binyamin alayhi, they say he was a prophet. Wallahu a'lam, Allah knows. Like Yusuf alayhi salam wanted to take his brother Binyamin, who is the same mother as him, sah? Same mom and dad. So when it's taken from the rest of his siblings, so what he said was, take this, the thing that is scaled with, and put it fi rihalihim. The rihal is the saddle. On the sides there are pockets that you can put things inside of the course. Just put it inside. And it's on the back of the horse. Put it in there for them. Now you learn what the word means, huh? Now. So here he's saying, I made my decision. No one can make me change my mind. No one can what? Make me change my mind. I've made this decision and I'm ready to go forward with it. That makes sense?
أحسن الله إليكم. وفي الأرض منأى للكريم عن الأذى وفيها لمن خاف القلى متأزل.
The Shaykh said, وَفِي الْأَرْضِ, on this earth there is لِلْكَرِيمِ, for the honorable person. Here he's saying, this by the way, this line, they say is a baytu hikmah. It's a line which, يعني, nushan, ishara that he points out, what he points out here is hikmah, it's powerful. Where exactly the Qur'an mentions it, in ardi wasi'ah. Allah Tabaraka Ta'ala mentions that my land is vast, in ardi wasi'ah. My land is vast. إن الذين توفاهم الملائكة ظالمي أنفسهم قالوا فيما كنتم قالوا كنا مستضعفين في الأرض قالوا ألم تكن أرض الله واسعة فتهاجروا فيها فأولئك مأواهم جهنم. So the people don't migrate and don't do hijrah. What will be said to them the day of judgment when they say, oh Allah, I didn't migrate, I couldn't practice my deen in that land? It will be said to them what? ألم تكن أرض الله واسعة. Was the land of Allah not vast? فَتُهَاجِرُوا فِيهَا, where you can travel on it. So here he said, وَفِي الْأَرْضِ, because he's now explained to his family and his people that I'm leaving you guys, I've got nothing to do with you guys. I've made this decision, I'm going to go forward to do this decision, and there's consequences from it. Yep, there is a consequences. Here he's saying, وَفِي الْأَرْضِ, now he's talking to himself and he's explaining, and he said, not tasliyah for himself. He's reassuring himself that because he's left his family and he's left his house, and he's not going to be with them. He's saying, وَفِي الْأَرْضِ مَنْأَى لِلْكَرِيمِ عَنِ الْأَذَى. He's saying, وَفِي الْأَرْضِ, on this earth there is مَنْأً. On this earth there is a مَنْأً, a place of shelter. يعني, the word al-man'a is actually al-makan al-ba'id, it's the place which is far. So here he said, وَفِي الْأَرْضِ مَنْأً لِلْكَرِيمِ. So you just need to learn each word and I'll tell you what the overall meaning is, inshallah. وَفِي الْأَرْضِ, on this earth is مَنْأً. Man'an means what? A place of, يعني, in other words, he's saying it's vast. If something is ba'id, it means it's vast. Yani this earth is vast, that's what he's trying to say. Like in the word man'an, it means al-makan al-ba'id, far place. Lil-karimi, for who? Al-rajul al-kamil, a person who's what? A person who is kamil. For him what? The honorable person, this land is vast for him. Anil adha, he is kareemun anil adha. He is honorable from harm. The word wa fil ardi, this lafz ard, what's the plural for it? The mufrad is ard. They say the jama' of ard is aradun, sah? That's one jama'. And this jama' is known as jama', which is mulhaqum bi jam'i mudhakkar salim. Al-araduna is not jam'u mudhakkar salim. It's mulhaq bi jam'u mudhakkar salim. Why is it mulhaq bi jam'u mudhakkar salim? And why is it not a jam'u mudhakkar salim? لأن there are shurut for the mufrad. If it wants to be a jam'u mudhakkar salim, there's shurut that it has to meet. If it doesn't meet those shurut, it falls into, and it comes in the form of a jam'u mudhakkar salim. Okay, this. So there are two shurut that it's missing. There are what? Two shurut that is missing. The first shart that is missing is أن تسلم حروفه, its letters should be safe from that it's mu'annathah. The word ard, they say it's mu'annath. And that's the first condition. If the mufrad is a mu'annath, you cannot make a jam'u mudhakkar salim out of it. That's one ishkal. The second condition is, which is أن يكون عاقلا. Jam'u mudhakkar salim. Are we all together? So the two conditions is missing is أن يكون مذكرا عاقلا. It doesn't have those two conditions. So that's why it is it's a jam'un which is mulhaqun bil jam'u mudhakkar salim. صح? Sometimes they do it not as jam'u mudhakkar salim. They say araduna. They say aradin, صح? أراضي is a jama' that is used. Like أهل, كأهال. صح? أهل, أهال. And sometimes they even say, if you see it, أراضية with a ya with it. Anyways, the word ard is a basita. It's an open, flat place, a flat surface. That's what he's saying. The word here, Kareem, he used in the Qur'an, Allah used it in that same meaning, which is Rabbil Arshil Kareem, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala described himself. Yani, it means the one who is honorable. That's what he's trying to say. وفي الأرض منأ للكريم عن الأذى وفيها أي وفي الأرض. On this earth there is لمن خاف, the person who is scared and who is worried about al-qila al-bughd. Qila means anger. So, and if you're this, first of all, he mentioned two fa'idah of this, the earth. If you're an honorable person, you're kareem, you're going to find somewhere to go. If you're looking for, that's one. And there's also in it, وَفِيهَا, on this earth is لِمَنْ خَافَ, anyone who's scared of al-qila, enemies. There's the earth, there's places to hide. There's places where you can find مُتَعَزَّلُ مَكَانٌ يَعْتَزِلُ فِيهَا, a place where you can seclude yourself. Muta'azzal is the word al-uzla comes from. Uzla means seclude yourself and stay away from the people. Does that make sense? So if you don't want to be with the people, that's what it is. So this is what he used, the word al-qila, and the word qila means what? Al-bughd. Ma wadda'aka rabbuka wa ma qala. That's the word. Ma tarakaka rabbuk. Your Lord has not left you. Wa ma qala, it means wa ma abghadaka. Allah does not hate you, subhanahu wa ta'ala. Does that make sense? So the Arabs, they say qalaytuhu wa qalawtuhu qilan. That's what it means. Does that make sense? Again, the fa'idah of this poetry, my brothers and sisters, as I said, وَلَوْ لَمْ يَكُنْ لِلشِّعْرِ عِنْدَ مَنْ مَضَى فَضْلٌ عَلَى الْكَعْبَةِ لَمْ يُعَلَّقِ لو لم يكن فيه بيان آية ما فسرت مسائل ابن الأزرق. لو لم يكن فيه بيان آية, that's the fadl of shi'r. The shi'r, the fa'idah of it is what? The meaning of the Qur'an. Shafi'i rahimahullah, Imam Muhammad Shafi'i, was he not a sha'ir? ولو لم يكن, he said, ولولا الشعر بالعلماء يزري لكنت اليوم أشعر باللبيد وأشجع في الوغى من كل ليث وآل مهلب وبني يزيد ولولا خشية الرحمن ربي حسبت الناس كلهم عبيدي. Now if he say this, ولو لم يكن, if it was ولولا الشعر بالعلماء, ولولا الشعر بالعلماء يزري. The time of Shafi'i, what happened was the people became addicted to money due to poetry. So this put the status of the poets down. So if you were learning, or if you knew poetry, or if you said a poetry, it was like as though you had an agenda. You wanted to make money from it. So Shafi'i is saying, ولولا الشعر بالعلماء يزري. If the poetry was not degrading the person, لكنت اليوم أشعر من لبيدي. I would be more of a poet than Labid. It was one of the mu'allaqat, in the mu'allaqat. I would have been. وَأَشْجَعَ فِي الْوَغَى مِنْ كُلِّ لَيْثٍ. And I would have been more braver than every what? Predator, lion, and all of them. So does that make sense now? So we learned the words. وَفِي الْأَرْضِ مَنْأً. Hey, what does the word man'a mean? Yeah? Yeah, so here he's saying a far place, but what does he mean? Makan? واسع, that's what it means. لِلْكَرِيمِ عَنِ الْأَذَى. The word adha means what? Harm. The word adha means harm. عن الأذى. وفيها أي وفي الأرض. On this earth is what? That's the dalil that the ard is what? مؤنث. He didn't say وفيه. What did he say? وفيها أي في الأرض. إذن الأرض is a مفرد مؤنث. Does that make sense? وفيها, the earth is لمن خاف, the one who is scared. The word خوف is الشعور, a feeling بالضرر في المستقبل. It's to feel harm that's going to come in the future. That's what it means. And الحزن is على شيء مضى. Huzn is what? It's something that's already happened in the past. It's the same feeling, the timing has only changed. Huzn is in the past, and al-khawf is in the future. It's the same feeling that you have. But the difference is, this one you're in the past and this was in the present. Some of the scholars said, no, it's not the same. Of course it's not the same. Biologically, of course, it's not the same. The one who's scared and the one who's... Also, the scholars here, they talk about the difference between al-khawfu wal-khashya, which is, remember, we're trying to make this a bit beneficial, bring some ayat and hadith in it. Well, if we just read it word for word, it's going to dry our hearts. He here, the poet here, Shanfara, he used the word khawf. Like in the word khashya is better than the word khawf for us as Muslims. لأن الخشية is what? خوف مع التعظيم. There you go. Khashya is what? خوف, it's fear, مع التعظيم, with veneration and honoring. Does that make sense? أيه.
أحسن الله إليكم. لأمرك ما في الأرض ضيق على امرئ سرى راغبا أو راهبا وهو يعقل.
The Shaykh here says, لعمرك. Here he's swearing now. The word al-amru is lughatu, it's a way of saying umru, life. Amru and umru is the same. They mean the same. So he's swearing. And Arabs do that. And Allah used it in the Qur'an in Surah Al-Hijr. لَعَمْرُكَ إِنَّهُمْ لَفِي سَكْرَتِهِمْ يَعْمَهُونَ صح? لَعَمْرُكَ. Allah is permissible for him to swear by what? By whatever he wishes. Allah can swear by the makhluqat. Amma the makhluq, swearing by another makhluq. Because the word لَعَمْرُكَ mudafun ilayhi, right? It can be a ism zahir and it can also be dhama'ir. And majority of you find it is dhamir, which is لَعَمْرُكَ. You can say لَعَمْرُ زَيْد and not make it a dhamir. Is it permissible for you to swear by other than Allah? The Prophet said, مَنْ كَانَ حَالِفًا فَلْيَحْلِفْ بِاللَّهِ. Anyone who's going to swear, they should swear by what? Allah. In another hadith, the Prophet ﷺ, he said, لَا تَحْلِفُوا بِآبَائِكُمْ. Do not swear by your fathers. This is what they used to do back then. They used to swear by who? Other than Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala. The Prophet even said in the hadith, مَنْ حَلَفَ بِغَيْرِ اللَّهِ فَقَدْ أَشْرَكَ. Anyone who swears by other than Allah has what? Has committed shirk. So it's something we should stay away from. And remember in Tajreed al-Tawheed al-Mufid what we took, that the shirk يقع في الألفاظ كما يقع في الأقوال والأعمال في الأقوال والنيات صح والإرادات. The shirk can occur from speech, and it can occur from action, and it can occur from people's iradat. So the Prophet used to correct the Sahabas on that. لَعَمْرُكَ. So he's swearing here. Is he swearing to the person who he's talking to? Sometimes لَعَمْرُكَ, the Arabs use it to swear by themselves, for their own nafs. لَعَمْرِي, they say sometimes. Anyways, لَعَمْرُكَ مَا بِالْأَرْضِ ضِيقٌ عَلَى امْرِئٍ. Here he's saying, I swear that there is not, the ma here is nafiyah, is negating. He's saying, I swear that there is not on this earth, لَعَمْرُكَ مَا فِي الْأَرْضِ, on this earth there is not, ضِيقٌ, there's no tightness. يعني there isn't the opposite of wus'i. ضيق, the opposite of it is ضد السعة. ضيق, you can place a kasra on it and say ضيق bil kasr. You can. You can also say ضيق by putting a fatha on it. And both which the Qur'an has been read like that. Both ways. ضيق and ضيق. Both of it, the Qur'an has been read. ولا تك في ضيق مما يمكرون. ولا تك في ضيق. Both has been read. ضيق and ضيق. Are we all together? Those two. As for the qira'ah that read it as ولا تك في ضيق, that's a qira'ah shadda. صح? So it can be said both ways. ولا تك في ضيق ولا تك في ضيق. Both is correct. So ضيق and ضيق are wajhani, sahihani. There are two ways of saying it which are both sahih. Yeah? لعمرك ما بالأرض ضيق. ضيق means the opposite of vast. It's tightness. There is no tightness. Ala mri'in, a person. There's no tightness. Ala mri'in. Ala mri'in is for a man he's referring to. Okay? And the ulama mentioned that the word al-mar'u is where the word muru'ah comes from, which is dignity. The word al-mar'u, which means in the Arabic language al-rajulu, and the meme in the al-mar'u is muthallath. So you can say ma'u, mir'u, mur'u, muthallatha. Say it 3 ways. And if you want to make a tasghir of it and make it smaller, you can say muray, muray. Muru'ah, which is honor and self-respect, comes from this word. Are we all together? It's taken from it. So the Shaykh is saying here, لكن لَعَمْرُكَ مَا بِالْأَرْضِ ضِيقٌ عَلَى امْرِئٍ. This earth, there's no tightness for a person. Thara, it means who traverses. Like it's not just traverses. Thara is the traversing that takes place at night. يعني الثرى يكون بالليل. Okay? It doesn't take place at night time. And that's why the scholars, they say and they mention that Laylat Isra wal Mi'raj happened what? Did it happen day or night time? Ha, so it comes from the word Suray, Surah. صح؟ يكون بالليل. وأسرى. And some scholars, they said it happened daytime. Discussion on that issue, and I explain that in the Sirah. Does that make sense? It's a person who goes and basically traverses and travels at night time. So he's saying لَعَمْرُكَ مَا بِالْأَرْضِ ضِيقٌ عَلَى امْرِئٍ Sarah, who traversed at night. راغبا, hoping. رغبة, he wants. And راهبا, fearful. وهو يعقل, in a state of عقل. يعني he's trying to say that anybody who travels on this earth will not find tightness. Who travels at night time, he wants something. راغبا, يعني يريد. الرغبة is known, صح? And rahba is, but the question here is, what's the difference between raghba, and raja? Rahba and khawf. They say the difference is that the khawf is توقع حصول الضرر. The difference between rahba and khawf is that khawf, you expect the thing to happen. With fear, the thing you're scared of. With rahba, fear قد تقع وقد لا تقع. It could happen. Some of them they're scared. No. The difference between it is both of them you feel like it's going to happen. Both of them you feel like it's going to what? It's going to happen. Like what's the farq? The farq they said is khawf is يقع حصول الضرر, the harm is going to happen. Whereas الرهبة is توقع حصول الضرر لسبب معين, for a specific reason. Both of them you know it's going to happen. Like in the rahba is what? لسبب معين. That's what it is. The word يعقل is the word aql, right? Which we use. And the word aql in Arabic language, it means al-man'u, is to stop something. The aql should stop you from certain things, right? Some scholars, they say al-aql means al-man'u, al-tamyizu, yani to separate one thing from another. And there is a dispute where the aql is located, right? There's a dispute. In the Qur'an, Allah mentioned it, subhanahu wa ta'ala, and he states it, subhanahu wa ta'ala, when he said, أَفَلَمْ يَسِيرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ فَتَكُونَ لَهُمْ قُلُوبٌ يَعْقِلُونَ بِهَا. Is this a nasr في المسألة أم لا? Yeah? The aql is in the heart now. So when the ayah says, فَإِنَّا لَا تَعْمَى الْأَبْصَارُ وَلَكِنْ تَعْمَى الْقُلُوبُ الَّتِي فِي الصُّدُورِ. The qalb is in the chest. We already established that. أَفَلَمْ يَسِيرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ فَتَكُونَ لَهُمْ قُلُوبٌ يَعْقِلُونَ بِهَا. قُلُوب يَعْقِلُونَ. The qalb is the heart. This is a mas'ala that some of the scholars they said is nasul fi mas'ala. Anyways, that's another mas'ala. Hey? Does everybody understand that line, what he said? Okay, let me ask you guys a question. What does he mean when he said la'amruka, by somebody's life? Comes from the umr, which means life. So he's swearing by somebody's life. Then you allowed to swear by somebody's life. Allah swore by the Prophet's life. La'amruka, you Muhammad, I swear by your life. That's honoring the Prophet. Alayhi salatu wasalam. لعمرك إنهم في سكرتهم يعمهون. But Allah can. We can't. We can't swear by anyone other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's a qasamun. I swear by hayatika wa baqa'ika. I swear by your existence and you remaining on this earth. That's what it means. لعمرك ما في الأرض. The word arض we spoke about. ضيق. How many ways can you say it? ضيق and ضيق. What's the difference? There is. It's just wajhani. I mentioned ayah in the Qur'an in which it can be read in two ways. Sah? Ala mri'in, the word imri'in, what did I say? It originates with the word. Sara means what? Raghiban. Raghba means what? إنهم كانوا يسارعون في الخيرات ويدعوننا رغبا ورهبا. Raghaban. Wanting something. Warahaban means fearfulness. Rahiban means rahb, to be scared. وَهُوَ يَعْقِلُ, and has aql, knows what he's doing. That person is not going to find any tightness on this earth. Yeah? Here, he's saying, I swear that this earth, there is no tightness. The person who traverses it at nighttime leaves. Why did he choose nighttime? It's because daytime is easier to travel. So even if you do it at nighttime, he's taking the harder one, you still are not going to find it hard. Words, when you unpack what someone says and what he meant by it and the wisdom behind it, the hikmah, that's when you see the eloquency of the Arabs. So he chose the word Sara, which means nighttime traversing. He won't find any toughness, no tightness on this earth. Why? Because what you're looking for and you're seeking is honor, sharaf. And you are refusing al-dhull wal-ihtiqar, to somebody to subjugate you and belittle you. And that's what he felt, remember. Shanfara felt that his father was killed. He said, I'm not going to live with you guys under humiliation, knowing this is the people who killed my father. Yeah.
أحسن الله إليكم. ولي دونكم أهلون سيد عملس وأرقة زهلولا وأرفاء جيل.
The Shaykh Rahimah Shanfara said, Wali, besides you guys. So now he's saying, someone's there and you say, Dunakum means besides you guys. Before you guys, I've got some people now. You guys are behind. Besides you guys, I have a people now in front. He says, Wali dunakum, I have besides you guys. That's what besides means qabla. It can mean before something. That's what Allah used it in the Qur'an. وَإِنَّ لِلَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا عَذَابًا دُونَ ذَلِكَ قَبْلَ ذَلِكَ. صح? It's important. This ayah is used as dalil for adab al-qabri. And to use it for adab al-qabri, you need to know it's a shahid. دُونَ ذَلِكَ. That it means what? قَبْلَ ذَلِكَ. It's a dalil for what? Adab al-qabri. Because those who say we don't believe adab al-qabri, they say it's not mentioned in the Qur'an. And this is an ayah for it. وَإِنَّ لِلَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا, those who transgress, for them is what? Adab, and a punishment. دُونَ ذَلِكَ أي قَبْلَ ذَلِكَ. Adab before that. The adab before it is adab al-qabri, is what is meant by it. So he's saying, he used the word dunakum here. He says, wali dunakum, I have dunakum before you guys. Yani closer to me now, and you guys are right at the back. Hey, seedun. Seed is my Sorry, he said, وَلِدُونَكُمْ أَهْلُونَ. The word أَهْلُونَ is أهل, family, which he made plural. He made the word أهل, he made it a plural. They are my family. I have a family now, and my family is the following. He mentioned 3 groups of people, 3 animals he mentions. The first one he mentions is a dhi'bu. I'm not good with accurate animals, so you guys are going to help me. I'll explain the animal to you guys, and then you guys can tell me which animal this is. The rest, if you can't tell the animal, then we look it up and we see which animal is precise, inshallah. He says, because I only have the method in front of me, I don't have the English translation. وَلِدُونَكُمْ, I have besides you guys, أَهْلُونَ, a family. You guys are not my family anymore. أَقِيمُوا بَنِي صُدُورَ مَطِيِّكُمْ فَإِنِّي إِلَىٰ قَوْمٍ سِوَاكُمْ لَأَمْيَلُوا. I have a family other than you guys. Here he's telling them who the family is. My family are 3 people now. وَلِدُونَكُمْ, I have besides you guys, أَهْلُونَ, a family. Who are they? Seedun is the first. The second one is Arqatu, that's 2. And the third one is Jay'alu. Jay'al. Who are these? The first one is Al-Dhi'bu. Al-Dhi'bu is a wolf, right? Yeah. Seedun is that Al-Dhi'bun. Seedun is a dhib. It's a what? A wolf, right? And he then describes the seed. He says the seed that is my family is amalasun, a sari'un fil mashi, when he runs. These are the kind of people I have these are my buddies, he's saying. So he's saying as-seedu in the Arabic language is ad-dhi'bu. If you want to make a jama' of it and you make it plural, you say sidan. Sidan is not musanna, it's jama'. I will together. Qabilatu Hudaylna, they make the jama' of seed, Qabilatu Hudayl, the tribe of Hudayl, in which Imam Shafi'i memorized their ash'ar and their poetry, and he read it to Abdul Malik ibn Qurayb al-Asma'i, and al-Asma'i said, Katabtu ash'ara Hudayl min fatan, I written min fata, I writ it from a young boy, min Quraysh, from Quraysh, referring to Imam Shafi'i. Abdul Malik ibn Qurayb says, Asma'i, he wrote these poetry of Hudayl from Shafi'i. They believe that the word as-seed yujma'u ala ust. Yujma'u ala usud. Hudayl, that's what they believe, that they're plural. And other Qaba'il Arab, they believe that seed is plural, is sidan. That's how you make a plural of it. It's a seed is a dhib, is a wolf. Sah? And the description of it is amallasun. Al-amallas is al-qawiyyu ala sayri. That's one qawl, that the word amallas means goes fast. Another qawl is the word amallas means khafif, he's light. And both of them it can be. لأن the one who is khafif is he not going to go fast? If you're light, you can go quicker, right? The animal can, if there's not much weight on the animal can go faster. If it's big and heavy, it goes slower. Does that make sense? I think humans is different. Humans, they have to have certain amount of muscles in order to be fast sprint runners, right? But for animals, the less, as you see the Arabs, the poets, when they describe the power of the horse, they mention that the horse, his stomach is in, that it's skinny. It's not necessarily, it's not skinny, but it's not also fat. It's an animal that's lean. So here he's saying, amallas, يعني القوي على السير, it goes fast. سريع يعني. Or khafif, both the word meanings it can have. And it's good to know both meanings. So if you ever see the word, that's what you understand from it. That's my first family, he said. Second person of my family is وَأَرْقَةُ زُهْلُولِ. Arqat is a tiger. And namira, صح? Is a tiger, right? And namira, and namiru is a what? It's a tiger. He describes it and he says, وَأَرْقَةُ زُهْلُولِ. Zuhlul is its stripes. Or, this tiger has stripes, right? It's describing the stripes. That's one qawl that the word zuhlul means. There's another qawl which zuhlul means its skin is silky. How do you say that? And it's not rough. It runs from it. Meaning this is what it wants to say, that when it runs and it moves, aerodynamic, huh? Yeah? What's the best word for that? Sleek, man. That's the tiger. It can mean the dots that he's talking about, and it can also mean it is smooth skin. وَأَرْقَطُ زُهْلُول is my second family member. The word namirun is plural anmar, وَنُمُور, وَنُمُور. Those are all jam'a, so you can do out of it. Anmar, namir, you can make plural of it. Anmar, وَنُمُور, وَنُمُور, وَنِمَار. All of them are jam'a. They say that he's got very strong eyesight. Qawiyu salt, its sound is very strong. They say it sleeps a lot more than the lion. And it's very smart in its hunting skills. The female of it is a namirah. وَعَرْفَاءُ جَيْأَلُ. عَرْفَاءُ جَيْأَلُ, he's talking about a wild dog. Is it called a hyena? Yeah, hyena. الضبع is a what? Here. وعرفاء جيئل here is a what? It's a hyena. And he mentions وعرفاء. عرفاء is basically the thing that you see on the hair of the animal, the horse. Can you see the horse, the hair it has? And the chicken has it, but it's the skin, right? But the hair of the horses, the horse's one is hair, and the one that's on the chicken is a what? It's like skin, I think, right? That is called arfa. No, arfa is the hyena, sorry, and jay'al is that thingy, sorry. The jay'al is what? Is it. Some said no, the word jay'al is actually a name from the names of the hyena. And it's not necessarily that thing. Two qawl that Al-Ukburi mentions. And the Shurrah who explained that poetry, Zamakhshari did, Al-Ukbari did, and others they explained it. Ibn Malik even has a sharh on it. Now, so here we learn he's describing his friends, his family. وَلِيدُونَكُمْ أَهْلُونَ سِيدٌ, that's the first. عَمَلَّسُ, its description is what? It is very strong and powerful and light. Which is a tiger. Seed amallasu. No, seed is a deep. I've got a deep as my family who's amallasun, who is fast. Al-qawiyu ala sayri. Wa arqatu is a what? It's a tiger. Zuhlulun, we mentioned, is what? Striped, sleek, and all of that. Wa arfa'u, and also hyena. Jay'alu, some shurrah they say it's it's a ism min asma'i al-dab', and it's just a badal of arfa. It's just same here right now, being repeated again. And others they said no, it just means that the specific, and they said it means the hair that it has on there. Hyena has some nasty hair, right? And it's a very cowardice animal, right? Hate it so much. I enjoy it when the lions destroy them. I love it. They're greedy, they can't work for things, they take other people's stuff. Lion works for his stuff. Leave him alone. My kids on spare time, I let them watch wildlife with me. So we watch it very often. When I always say to them, if you don't study and learn, you're going to be like a hyena. You're going to take other people's hard work. If you want to be the lion, and you want to put the hard work in. Look at the line. Look at how it has high aspiration. It goes, it's respected, courage, strength. No? Others, even in everything's like that in life. Hayya. Now he's going to describe why he took these people, why he took these three as a family. He describes them. Hayya, look what he says. Hayya.
أحسن الله إليكم. هم الأهل لا مستودع السر ذائع لديهم ولا الجاني بما جر يخذل.
Yeah, they're my family. هم الأهل, they are my family. I took these three as my family. I took them, all the three of them, as my family. They are my family. هم الأهل, they are family. لا مستودع, they do not. مستودع is basically a wadi'ah. Wadi'ah is when you put something somewhere to be protected and to be looked after. Yani it's to entrust something. صح? The word mustawda' is when you entrust something. As you taking kutub al-fiqh, al-wadi'ah, right? So here he's saying, هم الأهل, they are my family. لا مستودع السر, a secret that I have entrusted them with. ودعته, I have placed it with them. ها ذائع, they are not those to spread it. They won't talk about what I told them, the secret I gave them. So the word mustawda' is a makanul wadi'ah. They are like a place where I can put my belongings, my secrets. والسر ما يكتمه الإنسان ولا يريد البوح به. It's what the person, ما يكتمه الإنسان, is what the person conceals. ولا يريد البوح به. ما معنى البوحة؟ الإعلان. That's the word مباح, where it comes from. That's why Zamakhshari said لا أبوح به فكتمانه خير لي. لا أبوح به أي لا أعلنه. These individuals, the three that he mentioned, which is the lion and the wolf and the hyena, all three of them, when you trust them, your secrets, they're not going to go out there and tell anyone. Da'i' is when you, al-muntashir, intishar. That's why in the Arabic they use the word ida'a, right? That's where it comes from. Da'i' ida'a. The person is mudhi', sah? In Arabic, sah? So then they don't do ida'a, meaning لا ينشرونه, they don't spread it. The word sha'i' is when something is also spread. That's what it means. So he says, هم الأهل لا مستودع السر ذائع. ذائع, sha'i', they're similar. To spread something, to make something go out. لديهم, يعني with them, they don't, the secret I told them, the private affairs of mine, the things that they saw from me which were private, they don't spread it. ذائع لديهم, to them this is not spreaded. ولا الجاني, and the criminal, the one who's jani is what? Is the criminal, the one who has committed crime. Jana al-jinaya. Jinaya we take it in kutub al-fiqh, right? This is what it means. ولا الجاني, the one who did a dhamb and crime. ولا الجاني بما جرّ, the word jarra, it means يعني ما أتى به, that which he has come with. يعني ما أتى به أو ما فعله أو ما جنى به. بما جرّ أي بما جنى, the crime he committed. يخذل, he is not abandoned because of it and humiliated because of it. Meaning, if you commit a crime, hyena, and they're not going to abandon you. They will stay with you through thick and thin. To them, the criminal stays with them. وَلَا الْجَانِي, the criminal, بِمَا جَرَّ, that which he dragged. So when you drag something on the ground, يعني جَرَّهُ فِي الْأَرْضِ يَجُرُّهُ, meaning whatever he brings, whatever he comes with, بِمَا جَرَّ يُخْذَلُ, he's not humiliated. Khidlan is to humiliate someone. Or it is to أن تترك نصرته, or to leave giving him victory. My friends here, they're not like that. The person who abandons you is called a khadil. صح? اسمه فاعل خاذل. Why? But specifically, when do you say this person abandoned me? أي تخاذل عن النصرة is when the person leaves off giving you victory. صح? تخاذل عن النصرة. At the time I needed you, you didn't give me victory. You weren't there for me. It's called khidlan. صح? So khidlan is تخلفه, التخلف of النصرة والتأييد. It's to not be there at a time somebody needed your aid and support. Are we all together, brothers? This sifa is not good characteristics. Like somebody who is criminal, they should face the consequences. And this jahiliyyah is still present in some people. Yani, he's my friend. I don't care, I support him through thick and thin. I will judge him. What do you mean I will judge him? Does that make sense? So Islam is not like that. You commit a crime, you have to face the consequences. Sah, brothers. He's just saying, no, I don't face no consequences. So this is not something that's praiseworthy. And as I said to you before, Shanfara is very, very savage. Very savage. This man has no limits. He's very savage. These things he's saying is not extreme for him. It's literally what he did take these animals as friends. He actually lived with them. He went to the jungle and lived there. He did. So he's a su'luk. Min sa'alik al-Arab. This is his lifestyle. And even I told you before, when the killers grabbed him to kill him, they said to him, we will give you one thing if you ask for it. Say it. He said, my request is, don't bury me. Leave me out. So my family, who are they? The tigers and the hyenas, so they can eat me, so they can enjoy. I'm loyal to them, he was saying. He said, وَلَا تَقْبُرُونِ إِنَّ قَبْرِي مُحَرَّمٌ عَلَيْكُمْ وَلَكِنْ أَبْشِرِي عَامِرِي. Amir here he's talking about is the kunya of what? The dabu'. He became very...
أحسن الله إليكم. وكل أبي باسل غير أنني إذا أردت أولى الطرائد أبسل.
The Shaykh is... keep saying Shaykh. Shanfara said, وَكُلٌّ أَبِيٌّ. Please listen to this. This is quality that he talks about. He uses the word kul, which is min alfad al-umum, all. And according to the Arab language, kul, because it's min alfad al-umum, it shows generalization. يعني على الأصح والأفصح لا يدخله ال does not enter it. Some say al-kul. لأن the word kul in the Arabic, al is mu'arraf, right? الحرف تعريف أو اللام فقط فنمط عرفت قل فيه النمط, صح? al is mu'arraf or the lam disputes, Ibn Malik mentioned. إن المعارف سبعة فيها سهل أنا صالح دامل فتبني يا رجل. al is one of the 7 ma'arif in that line. على الأصح الأفصح is that don't put alif and lam before it and say al-kul. You see people say that, but don't say it. It's like the word ba'd and the word ghayr. Some people al-ba'd and some say al-ghayr. If you go to the kitab Mujazul Balagha by Muhammad al-Tahir ibn Ashur, rahimahullah, he explains that that's... We're all together. No. It's weird because he says that it shouldn't be the case. مع أنه قال في كتابه أليس الصبح بقريب, which is another kitab he's written, Muhammad al-Tahir ibn Ashur. He uses al-ba'd here, he says you can't do it here. But anyways, it seemed to be done. صح? It's what? Some do it. وَكُلٌّ أَبِيٌّ بَاسِلٌ. He says وَكُلٌّ, every أَبِيٌّ. Abi is a person, Abiyun is a person, يَأْبَى الضَّيْمُ وَالذُّلُّ. He does not accept to be humiliated. He won't let anyone humiliate him. Yeah? وَكُلٌّ أَبِيٌّ every person, yeah, وَكُلٌّ أَبِيٌّ every individual who's abi. Abi is a person who does not accept humiliation. You can never humiliate, I will never let you. يعني الذي يأبى الضيم والذلة. He doesn't accept الضيم. They say, as the poet said, وَلَا يُقِيمُ عَلَى ضَيْمٍ يُسَامُ بِهِ إِلَّا الْأَذَلَّانِ عَيْرُ الْحَيِّ وَالْوَتَدُ. There are only two that accept humiliation. There's two. وَلَا يُقِيمُ عَلَى ضَيْمٍ يُسَامُ بِهِ إِلَّا الْأَذَلَّانِ عَيْرُ الْحَيِّ وَالْوَتَدُ. There's two who only allowed to be humiliated. Don't be them. Who is it? عَيْرُ الْحَيِّ. عَيْرُ الْحَيِّ is what? The donkey. Look at how strong the donkey is. Look what it drags and pulls, and he lets a little kid just knock him out and beat him up to death. Are we all together? The poet said, وَلَا يُقِيمُ عَلَى ضَيْمٍ يُسَامُ بِهِ إِلَّا الْأَذَلَّانِ عَيْرُ الْحَيِّ وَالْوَتَدُ. هذا على يعني this one, the donkey, you can take a rope and tie it on his leg and tie him to a tree. He could just pull his leg and run away. He accepts the humiliation. وَالْوَتَدُ is the needle, or the needle. Look at it, it's going to be knocked out. They knock him, hitting him in, and it's هذا على what's the line? Find the bait for me. ولا يقيم على ضيم يسام به إلا الأذلان عير الحي والوتد. هذا على Google it. ولا يقيم على ضيم يسام به إلا الأذلان عير الحي والوتد. هذا على الخصف مربوط برمته وذاك يشج فلا يرثي له أحد. This one, what do? They tie him. مربوط برمته. ما معنى بالرمته? In its entirety, it's tied to a little small rope, to a tree. As for the watad, they knock him out, and no one sings anything for its sadness, and when it's broken, or it's a Muslim should not accept humiliation. وَكُلٌّ أَبِيٌّ. And the other one is the needle, the needle. Watad. Watad is what's used for the tent and everything. Yeah. Maybe it's not per se needle. It could be another translation accurately, but it's similar to that. It's just the word. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, but you wouldn't say it's needle, huh? But all of them. Whatever's hit with a hammer, put in, is a watad. But it's meant to hold something together. Okay. وَكُلٌّ أَبِيٌّ. Abi is a what? الَّذِي يَأْبَى الضَّيْمَ. ضَيْم is what? الذل. لا يقبل الذل. He doesn't accept it. وَكُلٌّ أَبِيٌّ. Every individual. That's why they say نَفْسٌ أَبِي. فلان نَفْسُ الأبي. He's got a nafs which doesn't accept humiliation. Well, the situation of a lot of us is that we don't. Like, we've accepted anything. وَكُلٌّ أَبِيٌّ بَاسِلٌ. Al-Basil is الشجاع القوي. It's the strong person who is brave, courageous. Is Basil. Okay? That's what word Al-Basil means. Balakin. That's what the Sheikh means it. The poet here means it. Others, they say the word Basil means Karihul Mandar. Karihul Mandar is a person whose appearance is not good. Are we all together? That's Aslul Lugha. That's what it means. Like in here, he means Al-Basilu Shuja'ul Qawi. That's what he means. Al-Basilu. غَيْرَ أَنَّنِي. He says, وَكُلٌّ أَبِيٌّ. Every individual who does not accept humiliation. Who is Basilun? Who is Al-Shuja'ul Qawi. Courageous and very brave. Or it can be Karihul Mandar. غَيْرَ أَنَّنِي. Except that I, Shanfara, إذا عرضت, when it's presented. The word ardi is when you present something. The word basil has come in the Qur'an, by the way. أبصروا بما كسبوا. يعني حبسوا. That's another معنى that the Qur'an used for it. يعني the plural of the word is busul. وكل نبي باسل غير أنني. Every soul who honors himself, okay? Here he's trying to say كل وكل. Is he talking about generally everybody? No. They say he's talking about the dhib and the namir and the tabu'. All three of his friends, his family. All of them are what? Abiyun. They never accept anyone to humiliate. So is it still carrying on to explain why he's friends with them, why he took them as a family? So he mentioned they don't spread news, they don't talk about anyone, secrets. This is the other quality. وَكُلٌّ أَبِيٌّ أي وَكُلُّ وَاحِدٍ مِّنْهُمَا أَبِيٌّ. This tanween is called tanween al-iwad. It's called tanween al-iwad, which enters حِينَئِذٍ يَوْ يَوْمَئِذٍ يَوْ وَقْتَئِذٍ يَوْ. It enters it. وَكُلٌّ, all of them are أَبِيٌّ, all of them. They don't accept humiliation. غَيْرَ أَنَّنِي, but I, on the other hand, other than them, إِذَا عَرَضَتْ, if it's presented, يعني عرضت means أي ظهرت. عرض is when you present something, when something becomes clear. غَيْرَ أَنَّنِي إِذَا عَرَضَتْ أُولَى الطَّرَائِدِ أَبْسَلُوا. أُولَى الطَّرَائِد is when the horse people become. He's saying, these three, they don't accept humiliation, they are courageous and they're powerful and this and that. But I, on the other hand, I am much more braver than them. I, Shanfara, I'm more braver than them. How are you? إِذَا عَرَضَتْ, when it comes clear, here, أُولَى الطَّرَائِد. أُولَى الطَّرَائِد is the first horse, when you're in the fight, when the first horseman comes out and everyone sees it, I am the first one to go. Absalu means shuja', I'm very brave, I'm courageous. That when ula tara'id, the first horse becomes clear in the battle when the people are fighting. The armies are very far from each other. As soon as the first horse is seen by this side, I am the one they can send and say, go, Shanfara, go in. I'm not scared, I'll go. I just need to see where the army is located. My bravery is much more. I fight what I can't even, what my eye just catches, I go for it straight away. That's what he's trying to say. I'm very courageous, he's trying to say.
السلام عليكم. وإن مدت الأيدي إلى الزاد لم أكن بأعجلهم إذ أجشأ القوم أعجلوا.
He said, look at this. This one is a very good line of poetry. He said, وإن مدت الأيدي. And this, by the way, has become very, it's صارت بيت, which is منتشرة. صارت كالمثل. It's become like a proverb. وإن مدت الأيدي. When people are eating, what they do, they fold their arm like this, and then they stick out their hand. Muddat is when the hand is stuck out. Spread out. They're similar. The word mud and the word mat, mim ta and mim dal is the same. Al-muddu wal-mattu both mean the same. Wal-ard wa idha al-ardu muddat, when the earth is what? It is spreaded. Here he means when hands are brought forward. Wa in muddatil aydi, when the hands are brought forward, extended basically. Ila zadi, zad here he means what? The food. The word zad, it means ma yazdadu bihi al-jism numuwan. It's wherever when you're like this, your body is aligned. So here anything that extends that's what he means. It extends from the body. That's what he means. وهو الطعام الذي يؤكل. Here he means the food that's eaten. وإن مدت الأيدي إلى الزاد. If the people extend their hands to eat the food, here لم أكن I Shanfara, I am not. بأعجلهم, this is اسم تفضيل. ليس على بابه, يعني he's praising himself. It can't, لم أكن, I am not. بأعجلهم, I hasten, but I'm not the one who hastens the most. That's not what he's saying. That wouldn't be a praise. Would it be a praise? He's saying, I am not one to hasten. لم أكن, I am not. بأعجلهم, the one that hates عجلة, يعني which الإسراع. I am not one who hastens. إذ أشجع القوم, because the one who hastens from the people is the most. يعني إذ أشجع, the word he used أشجع, it means, it refers to الحريص, الطماع, the one who always wants things for himself. You know, a selfish person. It is the selfish person, he's saying, الذي يطمع في نصيب غيره. He doesn't, طماع is the one who is not enough what he's given. He's looking at, he is greedy. Yeah, greedy. He wants what's in other people's hands. He wants other people's rights. He said, me, لم أكن بأعجلهم. I don't hasten with the food. Hey. إذ أشجع, أشجع is a طماع, the one who has a lot of طمع. القوم, the one who has the most, أشجع القوم, the one who has the most طمع in the people is أعجل, is the one that hastens the fastest. I don't do that. I sit over there, I wait. They finish their eating, I wait. I don't even come close to them. When they finish, they say, Shanfara, please come here, eat with us. Whatever's left over, I just take that and I eat that. Yani karam. It's not about me. I prioritize others. Are we all together, brothers? Hey, what about that? What about today and how we are? Kafir. He's not even a Muslim. Not only is that, he's low in life rank. He's in the jungles and everything. And he has got what? Ithar. It's called Ithar, right? وَيُؤْثِرُونَ عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِهِمْ وَإِنْ مُدَّتِ الْأَيْدِي إِلَى الزَّادِ, when hands are extended for the food, لَمْ أَكُنْ, I am not. بِأَعْجَلِهِمْ, the most hastiest one. For verily, إِذْ أَشْجَعُ الْقَوْمِ أَعْجَلُ, the most greedy one is the one that hates them the most. The word al-ajala is ضد التأني. It's the opposite of taking your time. يعني. And it has come in many places in the Qur'an. Allah mentions it about Nabiullah Musa, وَمَا أَعْجَلَكَ عَنْ قَوْمِكَ يَا Musa. Musa, why did you hasten from your people? Allah also says, وَلَا تَعْجَلْ بِالْقُرْآنِ وَعَجِلْتُ إِلَيْكَ رَبِّي لِتَرْضَى. That's what Allah said. And what's ajib when the scholars talk about this is that even though Nabiullah Musa hastened to Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala, that hastiness had a negative effect as well. وَمَا أَعْجَلَكَ عَنْ قَوْمِكَ يَا مُوسَى قَالَ هُمْ أُولَٰئِ عَلَىٰ أَثَرِي وَعَجِلْتُ إِلَيْكَ رَبِّي لِتَرْضَى. He said, oh Allah, I hastened to you. Then Allah corrected him and said, look Musa, you've left your people and they were not ready for you to leave them. So when you left them, an individual came and he deviated them and took them from the straight path. Scholars, they say this is the consequences of hastening. Imagine what he hastened towards Allah. So it's good to take your time in things. Naam. So what is al-jasha'u? What does the word al-jasha'u mean? We use the word إِذْ أَشْجَعُ. The word al-jasha'u means what? Jasha'u, what does it mean? It's the al-haris al-shadid. It's the one who has excessive desires for something. He's a greedy person. صح? The word al-ajala is, what does it mean? Hastiness. Al-aidi is what? Jam'u? Yad, yeah, yad is singular, صح? But there's jam', so there's mufrad, there's a jam', and there's jam'ul jam'i, صح? So you can make a jam' of the jam' you can make. So there's jam'ul jam'a, صح? There's a mufrad, there's a jama', and there's jam'ul jama'. So there's a yad, and then he used al-aid, which is which is a jama', and there's al-ayadi, which is jam'u al-jama'. The Arabic has. And the tasghir of it is yudayya. And there's many different lughat in it. Hiya?
أحسن الله إليكم.
It's 9 o'clock.
آمين.
Okay, read this one.
وما ذاك إلا بسطة عن تفضل عليهم وكان الأفضل المتفضل.
He says, وَمَا ذَاكَ, and this is not. وَمَا ذَاكَ إِلَّا بَسْطَةٌ عَنْ تَفَضُّلٍ. وَمَا ذَاكَ, the reason why you saw me. The reason why you saw me stay back and not eat. وَمَا ذَاكَ, the reason is nothing else. إِلَّا بَسْطَةٌ. إِلَّا بَسْطَةٌ. The reason why you saw me sit back, not eating the food with the people, letting everybody else finish their food is the reason because وَمَا ذَاكَ إِلَّا بَسْطَةٌ عَنْ تَفَضُّلٍ is because basta. Basta means al-ittisa'. It's what Allah وَزَادَكُمْ بَسْطَةٌ وَزَادَكُمْ بَسْطَةٌ. صح? It's in between, right? So it's a pronunciation of the sad and the sin. How do you, Ahmed's going to tell us how to do it. Yeah. How do we pronounce وَزَادَكُمْ فِي الْخَلْقِ? Both ways are correct. Is there a way that it can be said in between, or you have to choose one of two? There you go. And then basta is a ma'na, and basta is a what? Another way of saying it. Both are sahih. So that's why some of the copies you find وَمَا ذَاكَ إِلَّا بَسْطَةٌ وَمَا ذَاكَ إِلَّا بَسْطَةٌ. Basta, what does it mean, brothers? It means when something is vast. So he's saying the reason is my vast virtue. Bastatun an tafaddulin. Fadl, I have virtue. I'm a man who's virtuous, extremely virtuous. Sah? That's why I did it. Alayhim, on those people that I was eating with. وَكَانَ الْأَفْضَلَ الْمُتَفَضِّلُ. And I am وَكَانَ, and it is أَفْضَلَ الْمُتَفَضِّلُ. Al-mutafaddilu, the one who is placing virtue over the people is al-afdalu, is the verse virtuous. And al-mutafaddilu huwa al-afdalu. That's what it means. وَكَانَ الْمُتَفَضِّلُ وَكَانَ الْأَفْضَلُ الْأَفْضَلَ الْمُتَفَضِّلُ. It means al-mutafaddilu huwa al-afdalu. That's what it means. Al-mutafaddil is the one who's giving virtue to people and honoring them and placing virtue on them. Huwa al-afdalu, he's the best. Sah? That's what he means. So here he's saying, the reason why you saw me sit there and not eat with them and let them just finish the food, and I didn't extend my hand and I let them eat first, was not because I was weak and I couldn't get my food, or no. Eliminating that. Because I'm very virtuous, very kind, considerate. I'm a team player. I recognize my friends. They need to eat. I recognize. Are we all together, brothers? Does that make sense? Nah.
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. قال الناظم: وإني كفاني فقد من ليس جازيا بحسنى ولا في قربه متعلل.
Yeah. Next bit. You read it with it.
ثلاثة أصحاب فؤاد مشيع وأبيض إصليت وصفراء عيطل.
Here he goes, وإني كفاني, what suffices me is وإني كفاني, what suffices me. The word kafani is what suffices a person. Three things is what suffices me. يعني يكفيني, enough for me, is what? He mentions three things. He mentioned three things are basically what suffices him. I don't need anything else. I don't need a family hatta. I don't even need the ahloon, the three animals I mentioned. I really don't need them. They're my family, but I don't need them. Any three things suffice me. As long as I have these three, I know I'm sufficient, content. The word kafani, it means ma yakfi. Enough for me is what? Wa inni kafani. Three things he mentions that are enough for him. Qalbi, my heart. Wa sayfi, my sword. Wa qawsi, my arrow, my bow. the bow, the sword, and the heart. These three are basically what suffices me. The rest, lakin, وَإِنِّي كَفَانِي, I don't need them. وَإِنِّي كَفَانِي, he says, فَقْدَ, what suffices me. Losing, faqda is to lose. مَنْ لَيْسَ جَازِيًا, the one who doesn't reward me. You know what suffices me from them? وَإِنِّي كَفَانِي, what suffices me. Faqda, losing. مَنْ لَيْسَ جَازِيًا, the one who does not reward me. جَازِيًا means أي مكافئا, the one who doesn't reward me accordingly. يعني what did the poet say? وَمَنْ جَعَلَ الْمَعْرُوفَ فِي غَيْرِ أَهْلِهِ يَكُنْ حَمْدُهُ ذَمًا عَلَيْهِ وَيَنْدَمِ صح. مَنْ جَعَلَ الْمَعْرُوفَ فِي غَيْرِ أَهْلِهِ, anyone who places يعني good treatment in the wrong people, he will just get from it bad treatment. If you respect and you care and you admire the wrong person, he's an evildoer, he's not going to respect you and care for you and do nice to you. He's going to respond with evil. وَمَنْ جَعَلَ الْمَعْرُوفَ فِي غَيْرِ أَهْلِهِ, anyone who does good in other than the right person, يَكُنْ حَمْدُهُ ذَمًا عَلَيْهِ وَيَمْدَمِ, the praise that you were expecting, that you wanted, it will turn on you and it will become a blameworthy situation. And you will say, you know what, why did I even get myself into this in the first place? Does that make sense? So he is trying to say, وَإِنِّي كَفَانِي فَقْدَ مَنْ لَيْسَ جَازِيًا, anyone who's not going to reward me, he's not going to take into consideration my feelings and what I want and what I'm looking for, you know what suffices me? جَازِيًا means to reward. جَزَاء. صح? بِحُسْنَى, he specified the reward in good. Doesn't want the reward to be bad. لأن الجزاء قد يكون بالإساءة وبالحسنى. It can be with good and it can also be with bad. So he said, لَيْسَ جَازِيًا, that does not reward me بِحُسْنَى. So what's he saying? You know what? The people who do not reward me with good, for me to lose them and not to have them, is sufficient for me. I don't need them. I don't even need them in the first place. وَلَا فِي قُرْبِهِ مُتَعَلَّلُ, and those people who I do not find being with them, مُتَعَلَّلُ, I do not find solace. I don't find them as entertainment. They don't really care. They don't show me anything. مُتَعَلَّل is somebody you find solace with. يعني القليل الذي يتعلل به المرء. متعلل is a person you find with them, being with them, you find الاكتفاء بالشيء اليسير. The little that you can both enjoy each other's time, their companionship and being with them. The person I can't find that with and does not reward me with good, you know what suffices me from them? ثلاثة أصحاب, 3 companions. Suffice. Am I making sense here? Yes or no? Yeah? ثلاثة أصحاب, 3 friends, it suffices me from the person who doesn't do 2 things for me. وَإِنِّي كَفَانِي فَقْدَ مَنْ لَيْسَ جَازِيًا بِحُسْنَى, the one who doesn't reward me with good. وَإِنِّي كَفَانِي فَقْدَ مَنْ لَيْسَ جَازِيًا بِحُسْنَى وَلَا فِي قُرْبِهِ مُتَعَلَّلُ. And the second thing is, being with him, I don't even find any solace or joy or happiness or excitement or entertainment from them. Ta'allul means there's nothing to connect with him through. I don't have any of that. وَلَا فِي قُرْبِهِ مُتَعَلَّلُ. You know what suffices me from them? ثلاثة أصحاب. These 3 is what suffices me. ثلاثة أصحاب, 3 companions. The first one is فؤاد مشيع. The first one is a strengthened heart, forted heart, a forted heart. يعني a فؤاد and a قلب and a جنان and a خلد. All of these are روح, خزان, جلال. All of these are what? Same meaning. He's saying فؤاد مشيع, يعني a heart that's cemented, strong. صح? That's what he means. فؤاد مشيع وأبيض. أبيض here means what? Is one of the meanings of safe, sword. Or it's a na'tul lis-sayf. He didn't mention the sword. He mentioned the description of the sword, which is white. Yani when the sun hits it, what does it start doing? It becomes white. You can't see it. It becomes bright. So he said abyad is the color. Some say no, it's a ismul lil-sayfi. It's a name for the sword. And here some scholars, they say it's a description of the sword. Same thing. ثلاثة أصحاب فؤاد مشيع وأبيض, a sword sleet sheathed. A sword that's sheathed means a sword that's been taken out. It's not inside the belt. It is sleet al-musallat al-saqil. It's the sword that is al-mujarrad min ghumudihi. It is taken out of where it's in. You brought it out. That sword, me taking it out like that's my friend, my companion. Meaning, I'm a man who's always on his toes, ready. Are we all together? فؤاد مشيع وأبيض إصليت. Islit means what? A sword that's sheathed sword, right? Yeah. Islit is al-mujarrad min wumudihi, which is وَصَفْرَاءُ عَيْطَلُ. And the third friend I have is my qaws. صَفْرَاءُ عَيْطَلُ. He's saying al-qaws, the sword. But here he used the word safara'u. And safara is a type of tree which is known as the nabi'ah. And nabi'ah is both said. And nab'a is a specific tree that they carve the bow from, the bow that they make. The bow that they make, they carve it from a particular tree. وَهُوَ نَوْعٌ مِّنَ الشَّجَرِ, where the bow is made from, and the arrow. So here it says صَفْرَاءُ عَيْطَلُ. The tree that it's taken from is a long tree. عَيْطَل means طَوِيل. طَوِيلٌ. Are we all together? Aytal is tawil. So here what he's trying to say, Shanfara, is I have three friends. وَلَا أُفَارِقُهُمْ أَبَدًا. I will never leave my three friends. We're together. I want a قلب جريء مقدام لا يخشى الأهوال. I just want to, this is the first friend I have, is what? قلب جريء. The first friend I have is I've got a very, very strong heart. I am a جريء. Jari means a person, he doesn't think of consequences. Fight! Where, brother? He's ready. Not like, where? Why do you have to fight? Who is it? How old is he? How many guys are with him? No. Shanfara says, I don't do all that. I'm Jari, Miqdam. I run to the fight. As I'm running, I'm like, where? Woo. He said, I'm saying that. La yakhsha al-ahwal. I don't fear the consequences, and I don't fear what? I don't think that. وَسَيْفٌ, a sword, is also my second companion. This sword, lakin, saqilun battar. The quality of it is that it's a sword that's sheathed, and the reason why he's mentioning the fact that it's sheathed is because it's prepared, it's ready, and it's also sharp. Can cut. I can already get the person with it. The third one is وَصَفْرَاءُ عَيْطَلُ. Safra, I mentioned to you, is a qaws. It's taken from a specific tree. That's what he's telling you here. And it's aytalu, it's very long. So now that it's been taken from the tree, the bow is very long. The arrow is long, so that the distance it can cut and how far it can reach is very far. So, because there are two trees that the arrows are made from, and the bow. Which is what? An-naba' and the sidr. The sidr is better because it can make better things for you, which is also honey. The bee, if it eats the sidr, it produces good honey, and from the issue of the arrows and the bows, that's what they make from it. Oh yeah?
هتوف من الملس المتون يزينها وصاعع قد نيطت إليها ومحمل.
Here now he's going to go into the description of the arrow. He's now describing the arrow and the way it looks and the way it is. He says hatufun. The first word that you're learning is hatuf. Hatuf is when the arrow leaves the bow, the noise it makes. The noise that it makes, it starts shaking. So the word hatuf is that to sawt. And when it makes that noise, it means it's powerful. Because of the string. It's going to make strong noise. Hatuf is يعني ذات الصوت, that which has a lot of noise. That's what hatuf means. And we see the word hatafa. Hatafa is when you call someone. What was the statement of the Salaf where they said, هتف العلم العمل فإن أجابه وإلا ارتحل, صح? I think it was Zuhri who said this. Knowledge called actions. That actions come, meaning your knowledge that you attained and that you learned is going to call for knowledge actions. فإن أجابه, if your knowledge starts being amal and you act upon it, then your knowledge is going to remain and you're going to have knowledge. وإلا ارتحل, or the knowledge is going to go. Meaning knowledge requires what? Amal. To keep it, to allow it to remain, صح? If you don't act upon the knowledge, it will go. What did he say? هتف العلم العمل, صح? هتف معناه, that's where the word hatif comes from. That's what the word, the name hatif, the phone that you're carrying is from the same root word of hatuf, which is noise, صح, sound. Because when the Arabs see when they looked at it and it started making noise, sound started to come from it, loud noise. So they said hatif. صح? هتوف من الملس المتون تزينها. Now he's describing the way that the qaws is, the arrow is, description of it, its appearance. So first he mentioned hatufun. That's the first description he mentioned. Okay? It makes a heavy noise. Also, من الملس المتون. Mulsi is basically when something is smooth. We took it before the word. Does anyone remember? Yeah? Amallasu, sah? Similar word. This is similar to it, which means when something is silky. Okay? Meaning it is made from a oud, the qaws. Before he described the arrow for you, now he's describing the qaws for you, the bow. He's saying to you, the bow that I use for the arrow is what? Min oudin amlas. It's from a oud. A oud is a wood or a tree or a branch that is amlas. Amlas means sibsib in our Somali, in our language. In Arabic is what? Is when something is, yani, give me a word, brothers, in English. I'm struggling to find a word for it. Smooth is not just a word. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of slippery, but you know, certain animals, when you touch their skin, you find very certain rocks. When you touch it, what do you feel on the surface of it? Yeah? No, some rocks are very smooth, like when you touch it. Some are very hard, they hold onto the water. Some rocks are just like, if you rub it on your face, you can feel it. It's very soft, or your arm, if you touch it, you see it. That's what the word mulsi means. Why is that important? Means it doesn't have no edges. It's good for the arrow. So the bow, if it's cut from that tree, the person who's carving it doesn't have to carve it a lot. That's one. Secondly is that now that it's this one soft, when the arrow goes out, it goes quickly out of it. That's where the noise is coming from. He's describing it. And then he's al-mutun, is jam'ul matni. And matni means zahar, the back. That's what the word al-matn means. Are we all together, brothers? The word al-matn means what? Al-zahru. Yeah? And the jama' of it is what? Mutun. So he's saying that it's been made from a oud, the back of a oud, a twig or a branch, the back of the branch, which is mulsi, silky. Tazinuha, what beautifies it now? This is what it's soft, smooth, cut from a smooth branch. The back of it is what it was made from, of that branch. Okay? Not the front, the back of it. Because the front, it might come into contact with things. Like in the back is an untouched surface. Meaning he's saying he selected the best type of branch. Hey, Not only that, تزينها, he took care of it, he beautified it. With what? رصائع. رصائع is medallions. He's taken and he's placed some decorations and medallions on it. He say that. رصائع is جمع رصيعة. And it's a حلقة مستديرة تزين بها medallions. بها القوس. They used to kind of decorate it and put nice decoration on the bow. رصائع. قد نيطت. نيطت is the word you want to learn here. نيطت in the Arabic language means علقت. نيطة means علق is when something is what? Tied up with something else. So he tied it with what? That's why you hear in usul al-fiqh when you study, what do you learn? The arkan of qiyas, right? What did we say? Al-aslu, wal-far'u, wal-hukm, wal-illa, right? Illa has another name, which is what? Manat. Manat comes from the word nita. Ay nita biha al-hukmu. The illa is what was connected to the ruling. That's what the word manat means. Ay nitat, ay ulliqat biha al-hukmu. The hukum was connected to it. Does that make sense, brothers? Because these words you're going to see somewhere else. You're going to learn usul al-fiqh, qawaid al-fiqhiyah. You'll also even see it in the Qur'an. So the word nitat means ulliqat. Ilayha wa mihmalu. Mihmal is a belt. The word mihmal is a what? It's a belt. It's actually the waist where you wear the belt from, with your waist, sah? Ha, that's where it originally comes from, mihmal. It's actually here in the Arabic language, and the Qur'an, right? Mihmal is a belt. It's what you wear in the waist. هتوف من الملس المتون يزينها رصائع قد نيطت إليها ومحمل. What is being tied with the bow is the medallions connected. نيطت يعني علقت رصائع. رصائع is the medallions. ومحمل also what's being connected to it is a what? A belt. Now. So the words you just have to now know is hatufun, what it means. Okay. Al-mulsi, what does that mean? Al-mutul, what does it mean? Yazinu comes from the word zina, which is beauty, so it's known. Rasa'i', knowing what it means. Qad niqat, what does the word niqa mean? Okay, and mihmal means what? It's a belt. Now,
إذا زل عنها السهم.
Here is what? When he, Imru Qais, when he said, فَفَاضَتْ دُمُوعِي, my tears gushed. Look what he said in Imru Qais. فَفَاضَتْ دُمُوعُ الْعَيْنِ مِنِّي صَبَابَةً. I cried, he said, and the tears of my eye, it gushed from me. على النحر, on my neck. حتى بل دمعي محملي, until the tears went and reached what? My waist. يعني where the place where they wear the belt. That's what he means. نعم.
إذا زل عنها السهم حنت كأنها مرزأة عجلة ترن وتعول.
Is it تعول or is it تعول?
تعول. إذا زل عنها السهم حنت كأنها مرزأة عجلة ترن وتعول.
The Sheikh, the poet, he says, إذا زل عنها, إذا انطلق. When the arrow goes out, he's describing this arrow and the bow. This guy's, he's a warrior. He doesn't talk about Fortnite and PlayStation and this nonsense. Or sitting down and he's a fighter, a warrior. These are the things that catch his attention. So he's describing his weapons. إذا زل عنها السهم means إذا انطلق. When the arrow leaves, listen to how he's describing this. The arrow, إذا زل عنها السهم. Sahmu is the arrow. Sahm is what? It's the arrow. Zalla is the word you want. Zalla means what? Intalaqa ay kharaja. When the arrow leaves the bow. Hannat. What does it do? It makes noise. Sawwata. It makes noise. يعني sawwatat. It makes this erupting noise. صح? Hannat. يعني صح. حنت. كأنها, the way it cries or the way it makes noise, the way it makes that noise, كأنها, it is like مرزعة. It's like a مرزعة. What's a مرزعة? It's a woman. Or it could mean الناقة الكثيرة, the she, a lot of she camels, which is called الأرزاء. It's also a lot of camels that have come together. But here he's referring to a woman because he mentions it later. كأنها مرزعة. مرزعة here means مصائب. It is like كأنها, it's like a مرأة مصاب بالمصائب. It's like a woman who's been afflicted with pain. عجلة, this woman, she is what? Ajla. The word Ajla means what? Thakla. Thakla is the woman who loses what? Her loved one. Thakla or Ajla is synonymous. It's a woman who has lost her child. She's called a Thakla. She's lost her child. You can say Thuklu wa Thakal, like the word Urbu, and like Arab. Ujmu, Al-Ajam. Al-Wuldu, like walad. Al-Sukhtu, Sakhat. The bow, the way it makes the noise, when the arrow leaves the bow, the way the noise comes, كأنها مرزعة. It's like a woman who's been afflicted with a calamity. And what is that? Ajla. Her calamity is that she lost her loved one, a child. Tarinnu. ما معنى tarinnu again? Tarinnu is the same as the meaning of what? Hannat. Tarinnu means she's crying heavily. Tarinnu. وتعولنا means she raises her voice. يعني وترفع صوتها بالبكاء. She's crying loud. Everyone can hear it. تعول is what? Heavy crying. He's trying to say that the arrow, when it leaves the bow, the noise that it makes is similar to a woman who's just been informed right now and told that she lost her child, who's been given this calamity, this information, that you've lost your child. What does she do? Screams. Her crying is not just screams when she's told that information. So he's saying, my arrow, the noise it makes is like that. Meaning he's trying to explain that this bow and this arrow is lethal. Lethal. Because the more noise it makes, the more bigger it is, and the more far it can reach. Now, did you guys understand that point? إذا زل عنها السهم حنت كأنها مرزعة عجلة ترن. What does ترن means? ترن means she makes noise, صح? وتعولنا. وتعول means what? Raising her voice whilst crying. هيا.
ولست بمهياف يعشي صوامه مجدعة سقبانها وهي بهل.
He says, وَلَسْتُ, I am not. He's talking about himself. He's saying, I am not like بِمِهْيَافٍ, a person who's سيء التدبير. A mihyaf is a person whose managerial skills are very bad. بِمِهْيَاف. سيء التدبير. سيء التدبير means somebody who cannot manage things. He's all over the place. Oh, I forgot this. Oh, I should have done this. He said, I'm not like that. This is not who I am. This guy's all about masculinity, right? The real qualities that other Islam is missing from him. But all the skills that makes a person strong, be very organized. He's saying, وَلَسْتُ بِمِهْيَافٍ. I'm not like a mihyaf. A mihyaf is a what? Someone who's known to always, I left that one behind. That's not with me. Or I didn't prepare for this journey. That was last minute. And لست بمهياف. I'm not a mihyaf. ولست بمهياف. I'm not a mihyaf. يعشي سوامه. ما معنى يعشي? يعشي is a person who, it's a shepherd who takes his animals for grazing at night time. يعني يرعى ماشيته ليلا. يرعى ماشيته ليلا. Who goes out there to take his goats, sheeps for grazing at night. Why? Because he couldn't organize good time. He wasn't ready. He didn't do the job daytime, or what he should have done. Last minute he remembered, Allah, I didn't do the. Basically, I'm not a ra'i al-ahmaq, a dim-witted shepherd. That's not who I am. يعشي سوامه. السوام is the flocks of sheep. الماشية التي ترعى. الماشية التي ترعى. These goats that he's, يعني the flock of sheep or goats, whatever he has, is called a sawama. It's called a what? Sawama. This guy's praising himself, right? Yeah, he's going in with himself. But he's got bars, right? Yeah, he does, right? Yeah, he does, man. He says, وَلَسْتُ بِمِهْيَافٍ. I am not a what? A mihiyaf. Yani mihiyaf, I told you, is one who forsakes his goats and sheep and then remembers everything at night time. يُعَشِّي سَوَامَهُ. At night time, he takes them out for grazing. Sawamahu is what? The goats or the sheep, whatever. Yani. Also, which is the qawl which is majority of shurrah take, is that the word sawama is basically is particularly not referred to just every ash'ar, the poets use it sometimes, but it's specifically generally the asl for the usage of the word sawama is what Allah uses the word sa'ima. And a sa'ima is the ibil, the camel that is left to just graze. What does it mean it's left to graze? Meaning no one uses its milk. It's just left for grazing. The camel that's left for it to graze it, and then no one gets in its way, no one takes its milk from him. That's a sa'ima. صح? وَلَسْتُ بِمِهْيَافٍ يُعَشِّي سَوَامَهُ. So he's specifically here referring to sa'ima, which is the camel that's left just to. I'm not one to take it at night time. مُجَدَّعَةً. Mujadda'a is its nose cut off. Mujadda'a is when the nose is cut off. It can also be used as when the animal is just not in the best physical shape. Mahzulatul binya. Some of the shurrah mention that. Mahzulatul binya means what? Hazil is when the animal is what? Da'if and very. So it's not just restricted to the nose. Like in mujadda'a, majority of the mujadda'a is when the nose is cut off. وَلَسْتُ بِمِهْيَافٍ يُعَشِّي سَوَامَهُ مُجَدَّعَةً, which its nose is cut off. سُقْبَانُهَا. The word suqban is jam'u saqb. And a saqb is the child of the naqa, the female sheep. The female camel is the child of it. As-suqban. And the word buhalu, let's take a word by word and we'll give the meaning he's choosing. The word suqban means what? Jam'u saqb. Jam'u saqb. And the word saqb is waladun naqa. It's the child of the what? The female camel. But the suqban is a male. It's the boy of the female camel. The minute he's born. Buhaluna means, it comes from the word bahil. Are we all together? Buhal is when the Arabs, what they would do is, they would leave some goats and sheep and camels, they would leave it for their children. They'll say, this one, it just gave birth. no one touches its milk. And its milk is not touched. It's only for the children. بهل, that's what it means. جمع باهل. وهي الناقة التي أهملها أهلها. Everyone has forsaken it. وترك ولدها يلبنها. And her child was left to take the breast milk. Does that make sense? That's what it means. So what's he trying to say? What he's trying to say is, I am not a dim-witted shepherd who doesn't know to feed the sawa'ima, the sawama, who forsakes the feeding of the camels. I'm very vigilant, I'm aware, I take them out, I do what is needed from me. Who then comes back, I'm not this person, who first of all forsakes the camel, and then comes back, and what does he do? The camel that was left for it to have the milk of the children to have the milk from, he goes and he tries to take the milk from it and drink it for himself. Does that make sense? That the person forsakes the camel, doesn't take it out for the grazing, and then on top of that, فَيَعُودُ بِهَا مَعَ وَلَدِهَا, he comes back to that she camel with the children. To do what? To have its milk with it. If this camel for its children, the people have forsaken it for that reason, I am not like that. That's not my style. I don't do this, he said. Does that make sense? And he's praising himself. So before, what did he praise himself for? He's considerate about the people. And so he doesn't put his hand into their food without letting them all eat. Now he's also considerate about the animals, human rights. Yeah? I'm very considerate. I'm very organized. وَلَسْتُ بِمِهْيَافٍ يُعَشِّي سَوَامَهُ. I'm not one who is سيء التدبير. He's all over the place, not organized. يُعَشِّي سَوَامَهُ. He takes his camel out at night time instead of the daytime. مُجَدَّعَةً. And that animal is what? Its nose is cut off. The reason why he's mentioning that is because this is an indication of what you've led this animal to. You forsaked it. Where did this damage come to it from? How did this animal get this? I'm not like that. He's trying to say, this ra'i, the shepherd, he's the cause for the nose and the deficiency and how weak the animal is. Because all he does is he feeds it whatever. He's always busy, he's playing with his friends, he's playing over their qimar, and etc. Suqbanuha. And then on top of that, the problem he has is this shepherd, is that he won't let that camel or that she camel, let it have its milk, keep its milk for its children. He won't do that. So he wants the milk with it. So that's leading to the animal becoming more fragile and weak and da'if. I'm not that. This is not me. Higher.
ولا جب إن أكى مرب بعرسه يطالعها في شأنه كيف يفعل.
ولا جبائن. I am not a coward. Juba is a jaban. Is a coward person. Akha is a person who has very bad manners. You can't spend a minute with him. Sayyi'ul khuluq. He has. Akha is a person who has bad manners. That's not who I am. Muribbin. I am not a person who's murib. Murib means what? Mulazim. Who's consistently. The word murib just means to be consistent. Always. Wala juba'in. I am not juba. I'm not a jaban. I'm not a coward. Cowardice. Akha. I am also not a person who has sayyi'ul khuluq. That's not me. Muribbin, and I'm also not a person who's mulazim, who's always found where? Bi'irsihi, his wife. You won't find me sitting next to a woman all day. I don't do that, he said. Wala juba'in, I am not a coward. Akha, I am also not a person when you sit with for a minute, a few minutes, you spend time with him, you just have to leave me because of my bad manners. No, I have good qualities. Wala juba'in akha. And this is shocking because when you live a tough, rough life, what does it do to your character? And when people are hungry, and when people are stressed, and when people they're low on sleep, and when the person doesn't have the comfortable, what does it happen to them? Yeah. Like, put your hand up when you're tired, you're short, and you're cranky, and you Who's like that when they don't sleep? Come on, all of you guys, come on. Everyone, right? Okay, but what about hunger? Put your hand up if when you're hungry, you're like that. Like you start blaming, and then later you're like, why was I blaming? وَلَا جُبَئٍ, I am not a coward. أَكْهَا, I'm not also a person who has bad manners. Muribbin means I'm always consistent in bi'irsi, his wife. I'm not always at home with my wife. But if you want to look for a Shanfara, where's Shanfara? Oh, he's sitting with his wife. No, that's not me. I spend little time with a woman. The Arabs, the idea of a man spending time with a woman was like a degrading. Because of course they didn't believe the women were high. They believed they were very low. So for them it's like, what are you doing at home? And even some cultures, they still follow that a man can't enter the kitchen, right? They see that's like bad. Like some fathers, they see their sons in the kitchen. What are they had kitchen? What are you doing in the kitchen? Why are you always in the kitchen? Put your hand up if you've seen that. وَلَا جُبَئٍ أَكْهَا مُرِبٍ بِعِرْسِهِ. No, I don't sit with them all day. يُطَالِعُهَا, and then the woman he's sitting with, he's showing her. He's saying, hey. misogynist. وَلَا جُبَئٍ أَكْهَا مُرِبٍ بِعِرْسِهِ. يُطَالِعُهَا, he shows his wife فِي شَأْنِ كَيْفَ يَفْعَلُ, his affairs, what should he do with it? He says, honey, can I go with my friends? This is not me. Takes permission from his wife. Showing, يطالع means what? يعني يشاورها. He consults his wife في شأنه, in his affairs. كيف يفعل, what's he going to do in this situation? I'm not like that. I remember one speaker once said, don't make a decision on something unless you consult. He said, if you can't find anyone to consult, then go to your wife and consult her. Wherever she advises you, do the opposite. Advice is always detrimental. So that some people have that kind of mindset. يعني ولا جبأ أكها مرب بعرسه يطالعها في شأنه كيف يفعل. I remember I was teaching this book a while back. So a few brothers and sisters came and the sisters left. They said, oh, this guy is a misogynist like this. Yeah, Group is going to say more. He's going to speak more about this issue. I said, the point, the class, I'm not propagating. This is things that you should do. Am I? Am I saying to you guys, this is what you should guys do? No, I'm not, right? But it's what Shanfara is saying. We just want to learn the word juba. There's a lot of nonsense he says. وَلَا جُبَئٍ أَكْهَا مُرِبٍ بِعِرْسِهِ يُطَالِعُهَا في أمري في شأني كيف يفعله. That's all we just want those alfaz and ba'ad. That's all we're right. We don't want anything else. Inshallah. Don't cut this out and then make a video out of it and make it look like it's my words. Huh? People do that nowadays. They'll cut out me saying, and do not show your wives. فضل.
ولا خلق هيق كأن فؤاده يظل به المكاء يعلو ويسفل. So he's now extending on the meaning he explained, because he said ولا جُبَئٍ أكا. صح, juba is the first word he used, which is what? Coward, right? So he's now explaining he's not a coward, and he's going to explain that more. He says ولا خارق, I'm also not a khariq. A khariq is a person who's ahmaq. He's a what? Dabbal, yeah? In Somali. I'm not a dim-witted person. I'm not a ahmaq, a dim-witted individual. That's not who I am. Hayqin is an ostrich. But he doesn't mean an ostrich here. He means a quality that the ostrich has. Which is what? It's a coward animal. Ostrich, they allow animal, where they got this from, the Arabs generally consider it to be a very scared animal. It's always looking around, ostrich. So he wants from this. وَلَا خَرِقٍ. Khariq, hayqin, he means a jaban. But the word hayq, it just means a ostrich. That's what it means. But he's taken that trait of the ostrich, which is, it is an animal which is scared, terrified. صح؟ كأن فؤاده, the ostrich, it's like its chest. يظل به البكاء. He's describing the ostrich the way it is. كأن فؤاده, that ostrich, its chest is like, يظل, it remains, به البكاء, the bird buka. It's a bird from the birds of Sahrawiyas. They're the birds. I don't know what type of bird it was. If you want to look it up, you can look at it. It's a type of bird, الطيور الصحراوية. It's a bird that, it says, is as though a bird is in, the ostrich, the way that it is scared, كأن فؤاده, it's like its chest, is like that of muka. Muka's chest, when it moves, يظل يعلو ويسفل. That bird muka, when it breathes and it's moving, the bird makes its movements from the chest, you can see it up and down. Meaning when the person's scared, what does he do? So I feel like my chest, my heart is coming out of my chest. He said, I'm not a terrified person who basically is like the ostrich, who's a scared animal, who when it's terrified, its chest is just reverberating back and forward. Ya'lu, it goes up. وَيَسْفُلُ, and it goes down. That's not who I am. Some of the ulama, they said, وَلَا خَرِقٍ, I am not a ahmaq. Hayqin, like the ostrich, meaning Jaban. كَأَنَّ فُؤَادَهُ, I am not like the person whose chest, and he's compared, كَأَنَّ فُؤَادَهُ, the chest of that person, يَظَلُّ بِهِ, the person who's scared, an ostrich would be in there. يَظَلُّ بِهِ الْمُكَاءُ يَعْلُو وَيَسْفُلُ. Buka has a bird, his wings, right? One of its wings go down and up and down. So he's saying the way that the wing, one of its wings goes up and down and it moves when it flies, the way that it goes up and down, not the chest of Buka, like in the wings of Buka, that person who's scared, his chest goes up and down, reverberates like that. That's not who I am. He's just basically explaining the fear that he doesn't have.
ولا خالف دارية متغزل يروح ويغدو داهنا يتكحل.
He says ولا خالف, I am not the one who withhold. يعني الخالف is المتخلف. الخالف is the one who stays back. وعلى الثلاثة الذين خلفوا. نعم. يعني the one who stayed back from the battle, right? Are we all together? That's not who I am. By the way, the word muka, okay, some said that it's the name of the bird. Some, I want to go back to it. And some said, no, it's like what Allah mentioned in the Qur'an, وَمَا كَانَ صَلَاتُهُمْ عِنْدَ الْبَيْتِ إِلَّا مُكَاءً وَتَصْدِيًا. صح? Some of the scholars, that's where it's in the Qur'an. على كل ولا خالف, I am not a khalif. يعني somebody من يتخلف عن الخير. لست من يتخلف عن الخير. If good is being done, I'm not one who stays back from it. Khair here, he means of course fighting, what will bring honor to me and my family. I am not like that. دارية, دارية means يلازم الدار, الذي يلازم الدور. دارية is dur, house, right? It's مفاعل. I am not one who is dariya, meaning who stays at home. I'm not a home guy. You can't keep me at home. وَلَا خَالِفٍ, I am not khalif, a person who stays away from good. دَارِيَةٍ, who what? يُلَازِمُ الْبَيْتِ, he's always at home. مُتَغَزِّلٍ, مُتَغَزِّل is a what? It comes from the word غَزَل. غَزَل is مُحَادَثَةُ النِّسَاء, is talking to women, chit-chatting with women. That's not me. That's just all feministic traits. وَلَا خَالِفٍ دَارِيَةٍ مُتَغَزِّلٍ. I am not one who stays away from good. Well, and I'm also not دارية, someone صاحب يعني الذي يلازم الدار, أما الدور أما البيت. I'm not that. متغزل, I'm not one who talks about women. محادثة النساء. This man is different. Because look at the beginning of his poetry, he didn't even start with the ghazal. Shanfara is different now. He's on a different league now. All the other poets, بان السعاد فقلب اليوم متبول متيم إثرها لم يفت مقبول. That's what Ka'b ibn Zuhair started with. Imrul Qais, what did he do? قفا نبكي من ذكرى حبيب ومنزل بسقط اللواء. He starts with شعراء, all of them, they start with women. This غزلا, تشبيب, and all of that. He said, this is not me. ولا خالف دارية متغزل ها يروح, he leaves, ويغدو, and he comes back. يعني يروح means he leaves his house. الرواح والغدو are the opposites to each other. ضدان. الرواح is the one who leaves in the morning. كاللي hit Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. كاللي hit is to leave early in the morning, is when you depart early in the morning. I am يروح, who leaves early. غدو لا يروح. رواح. ها ورواحها شهر. يعني going there is what? Month. That's what it means. Leaving in the morning is what رواح means, is to leave. And some say it's مطلق الذهاب. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be morning. It just be any time. It just أروح إن شاء الله تعالى. I'm going to go. It doesn't have to be morning. It doesn't have to be connected to the morning. ها ويغدون, it means coming in the evening, returning back. Some say it can be مطلق الرجوع. Some say that it's in the evening, returning in the evening. صح? When Allah says وَإِذْ غَدَوْتَ مِنْ أَهْلِكَ وَإِذْ غَدَوْتَ مِنْ أَهْلِكَ تُبَوِّئُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ مَقَاعِدَ لِلْقِتَالِ. إِذْ غَدَوْتَ. غدو is what? No, here is used in the morning. Nabi Muhammad went, is the battle of Uhud. صح? Surah Al-Imran deals with the battle of Uhud, and Surah Al-Anfal deals with the battle of Badr, right? وَإِذْ غَدَوْتَ مِنْ أَهْلِكَ تُبَوِّئُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ مَقَاعِدَ لِلْقِتَالِ. يعني you were in the morning, you left. It's the morning, the Prophet didn't leave in the evening. Preparing the army. Everyone saying, this is your position, this is your position, this is your position. Yeah? هذا هو. And I also not. Oh, this is what he says. All the people using all these creams and stuff. Look at this. ولا خالف دارية متغزل يروح ويغدو. He leaves in the morning and he returns back. داهنا, oiling himself. I'm not that. I don't put oil on myself. The word dahin, it means الذي يتزين بالدهن. I'm not one who oils himself. Again, يتكحل, putting kuhul on. This is not me. Shanfara, if he saw men with makeup, he would have said, Inna lillah. Yeah? He'd be shocked. Yani here he's trying to say, I don't, first of all, as a person, I don't withhold from good. I'm known to participate in good. And I also don't stay at home with chit-chatting with women and sweet talking a woman and mulaqafatuhum. How are you and how are you doing? I miss you. I vomit from this stuff. I can't do it. Mulaqafatun nisa wa muhadathatuhum is ghazal. Then the ghazal is you're describing a woman and you're talking about her and you're affectionate, and he said, that's not me, I can't do that. Also, appearance, how I look. That's not, I don't take care of my appearance. So the concept of in Islam is being, and this is, he's a bit on the extreme side. He's like careless about his appearance. See, he lives in the, where does he live? He can't care. He's going to even tell us where he sleeps. Guy is something else. He is cut from a different cloth. Do you guys agree that this guy is different? Like he ate in, our youngsters on the streets here, they really think they're real men, right? Yeah? They think they're bad men, right?
They go into the shoes of Shanfara for one day, where you have to be like, Shanfara is talking about when he sleeps, how he sleeps. He's like, it's never part of his agenda where he's going to sleep. He hasn't got a place to sleep. I sleep when I get tired, and I sleep where I am, and I'm still awake because I have to be careful. Anyone can attack me. Remember, this man is out there to kill, right? He's killing these people that he promised he's going to kill, and he's promised he's going to kill them. So he's wanted. He's even talking about how much they want to kill me. So all sorts of things have combined for him. He has no residence. He's fear. You know when you're scared, and you have to keep looking over your shoulder. He talks about that. He has no mental health issues. You understand? He's breaking bread with lions and hyenas, and this is what his lifestyle is. Well, there's no mention of his age, but it does come across young. Yeah, it does come across as a young person. Kind of risks he's taking. Only young people do. The poet said, "Inna safahata." He said, "Inna safahata fi shaykh." He said, "Inna safah." He said, "Inna shaykha." إن السفاهة في الشيخ لا حلم بعده وإن الفتى بعد الحلم يعني the old person, forbearance and resilience dies out when he goes old. So if you meet a bad-mannered individual who grew up upon bad manners, there's nothing you can do to bring him back. It's like, just work with that. The parent grows up with moody character and stuff like that. Don't expect for them to come back. But the child or young person, if he's got bad manners, it's easy to fix his problem. So I'm saying, he's adaptable. This man, he's young. From the character he has, he's very agile and moving from one place to another. Hey,
ولست بعل شره دون خيره ألف إذا ما رعته اجتاج أعزل.
He says, وَلَسْتُ, I am not بِعَلٍ. This is the evidence to show he's young. He said, وَلَسْتُ بِعَلٍ. I am not a weak person. I'm not fragile. The word al-al is الرجل المسن الذي تقبض جلده. I'm not an old man whose skin has become wrinkled. That's not me. I'm not like that. So he's young. وَلَسْتُ بِعَلٍ شَرُّهُ دُونَ خَيْرِهِ. First of all, so you all know about me, Shanfara, I am not a weak person who senile and very fragile. And so the word al-allu is al-rajul al-musin. It's a person who's aged, and then that age, what he did to him is الَّذِي تَقَبَّضَ جِلْدُهُ. His face and his body is wrinkled. That's not me. Also, I am not one شَرُّهُ دُونَ خَيْرِهِ. His evil comes to you first before his good. That's not me. Shanfara, you get good from me. If you haven't caused me any issue, yeah, I am وَلَسْتُ بِعَلٍ. By the way, before we mentioned the word وَلَا خَالِفٍ, we mentioned the words in the Qur'an. And also رَضُوا بِأَنْ يَكُونُوا مَعَ الْخَوَالِفِ. That's the jam'a of the word khalif. This khawalif is the jam'a in the ayah. وَلَسْتُ بِعَلٍ شَرُّهُ دُونَ خَيْرِهِ. I am not one who is da'if. Yeah? So the word al is الرجل المسن الرجل الكبير الذي قل لحمه وضعف جسمه. Skin, he lost the meat, very fragile. That's not who I am. شَرُّهُ دُونَ خَيْرِهِ. And his evil comes to you before his good. I'm not a person, if you sit with me, you get a lot of evil from me. No, my good is better. My good comes first. If I see a reason that I shouldn't show you this good, I'll take it back and I'll deal with you. That's how I am. أَلَفَّ إِذَا مَا رُعْتَهُ. أَلَفَّ means, it comes from the word يعني بين اللفف.
The word alaffa is the one who basically is al-ayyu, al-bati'ul kalami. Al-ayyi is the one who can't speak properly. When you talk to him, he's first of all slow in his speech. Again, he's ayyi. Ayyi is a person who he's not eloquent in his speech. When he talks, people struggle to understand what he's trying to say, formulating sentences and etc. I'm not like that. So now he's praising his what? His brain. And then speech is a presentation of the person's brain. He's done with his physical side. He spoke about that. He said, وَلَسْتُ بِعَلٍ شَرُّهُ دُونَ خَيْرِهِ أَلَفَّ إِذَا مَا رُعْتَهُ. I am not a person who is يعني العاجز العيي, someone who is يعني weak and speech-wise I can't speak, I struggle speaking. إِذَا مَا رُعْتَهُ. The word رُعْتَهُ is إِذَا أَخْفَيْتَهُ. إِذَا مَا رُعْتَهُ. The word رُعْتَهُ, it means when you ignite me. رُعْتَهُ means أي أخفته. You place fear in me. يعني you ignite that concept of fear in me. إذا ما رُعْتَهُ اهتاج. اهتاج means what? اضطرب. In my mind, the urge comes in. هيا, what happens? هيا أعزل. And then I have no weapon with me. What's he trying to say here? Azalu means I am stripped from my weapon. I have no weapon. What he means here is I'm not, first of all, someone who's very old, fragile, senile, who the good and the evil, when it comes to good and evil, the evil is more than my good. No, that's not me. I'm also not a person who's incompetent when it comes to speech and discussion. I'm also not a person who's scared. When you try to ignite fear in me, I'm not one you can do that to. Ignite it in me. Also, I am one. إِذَا مَا رُعْتَهُ تَاجَ أَعْزَلُ. I am not one without his sword. My sword is always with me. I've got it with me. I'm ready for anything. If you try to scare me, I already have my sword. I'm not like, where's Shanfara's sword? Allah, where did I leave my sword? I am ready for whatever comes. So here he says, وَلَسْتُ بِعَلٍ. I'm not da'if. شَرُّهُ دُونَ خَيْرِهِ. The evil comes to you before his khayr. أَلَفَّ. Alafa, we said, is what? Al-ayyu, al-bati'ul kalam. It's one who's ayyi. Ayyi is one somebody can't talk properly. صح? إِذَا مَا رُعْتَهُ. If you try to scare me and terrify me, إِهْتَاجَ أَعْزَلُ. What do? اضطرب. I pound. لَأَعْزَلُ. And I'm not without my sword. I have my sword with me. صح? So here he is. He's negating. It's mawsula here. He's saying to you, if you do it, when you choose to do that, what did he say? معامل مع عشر إذا رمت عدها فحافظ بيت على سليم من الشعر ستفهم شرط الوصل فاعجب لنكرها بشرط يعني the 10 يعني معامل مع عشر إذا رمت عدها. The word ma is what? Has 10 usages. It's not nafi only. Who knows it? Have you heard of this? Learn the 10 meanings of the word ma. Yeah? Yani when you try to scare me and you try to put that fear in me, guess what? I'm not one you can terrify and put fear in. Yeah? وَلَسْتُ بِعَلٍ شَرُّهُ دُونَ خَيْرِهِ أَلَفَّ إِذَا مَا رُعْتَهُ.
ولست بمحيار الظلام إذا انتحت هدى الهوج للحسي في يهماه هوجل.
He says وَلَسْتُ بِمِحْيَارٍ. I am not a confused person. In Arabic language, al-mihyar is kathir al-hayra. Mihyar comes from the word hayra, right? It's someone who's confused, doesn't know where he is. That's not me. Shanfara, confused. Look how he speaks about his sharpness. This guy's going for his brain as well. He's now going for his brain. So he said, وَلَسْتُ بِمِحْيَارِ الظَّلَامِ. You know the dark night time? إِذَا انْتَحَتْ. When it comes, انتحت meaning قصدت, when the night intends to come. هُدَى الْهَوْجَعِ. هُدَى الْهَوْجَلِ. The night when it comes, so وَلَسْتُ, I am not, بِمِحْيَارِ الظَّلَامِ, the one who gets confused in the dark. إِذَا انْتَحَتْ, when the darkness comes. هُدَى الْهَوْجَلِ. Huda is the guider. We learn, right, that hidayah is hidayah to dalalati wal irshad, right? The person who shows you the road is a hadi, right? Guider, right? He's showing the road, grabs you by the hand, and he walks you, take this alley, take this road. So the word huda here means al-irshad, which is to show the road. It's the word hidayah. Huda al-hawjali. Al-hawjal is ad-dalil al-hadiq, the smart person who knows the routes. He knows every corners. He knows the plots. He knows this landscape very well. Huda al-hawjali is called. Huda al-hawjali. Al-hawjal is a dalil al-hadiq. He knows the roads very well. Smart. Hadiq is smart. Okay? Al-dalil is again same as that. Hidayah, guidance. To be guided. He's saying, this guy is something else, praising himself. If you're going to praise yourself, do this, man. Do this job. He says, وَلَسْتُ بِمِحْيَارِ الظَّلَامِ. Darkness doesn't confuse me. إِذَا انْتَحَتْ, when it comes. هُدَى الْهَوْجَلِ. The smart man who knows the landscape and the routes and the alleyways and the valleys and the trees and that knows it. And Isif. Isif is he does this on a regular basis. يعني الذي يكثر. He's not only he knows the routes, not only is he a master of this landscape, but he does this on a regular basis. Al-Isif is الذي يكثر قطع المفاوز. He's always cutting the distance. Are we all together? So this route is like the back of his hand for him. Yahma is Sahara. Yahma is open, no trees, nothing, just open land. It's called a what? It's called يهماء, يعني الصحراء التي يهيم فيها السالك. This road is hard to tell because there's no alama. Remember, they look at trees but when it's that type of land where it's open, it's Sahara Yahim, it confuses the person. What direction I go? He says, when that Dalil Hadiq is confused and doesn't know where to go, Shanfara knows it. Shanfara doesn't get confused from this. يعني ولست بمحيار الظلام إذا انتحت. هدى الهوجلي. Huda is hidayah. Al-hawjali is a dalil al-hadiq, the guider, the one that knows the landscape. Al-isif means يعني he does this very often, cuts this distance a lot. Hayma'u is land which is Sahara, يعني open land, where it's very confusing. So the word yahim is when confusion comes to the person because of the landscape. Hawjalu is hawjal التي ليس بها علامة. There's no sign for the guider to use. Nothing. Confusing for him. He's saying, I don't get confused at that time. Even if it's nighttime, I don't get confused. Shanfara will never get confused. Does that make sense? But he's saying, I know my stuff, man. Ajib. But the Arabic is rich, right? That he's using. That's all we want from him. He's not a Muslim anyway, so. But the Arabic he left behind for us. Ajib. Yes or no? Is it not amazing? Yeah? Am I making sense explaining it? Yeah. Are you guys understanding? Yeah, Yahim is awesome. يهيمون I'm confused.
إذا الأمعز الصوام لاقى مناسمي تطاير منه قادح ومفلل.
Here he says, he's talking about how he traverses on the earth now as Shanfara. When he goes from point A to point B to point Shanfara, how does he travel the earth? He says, إِذَا الْأَمْعَزُ Al-Am'azu is the pebbles on the ground. Are we all together? So the word Al-Am'azu is pebbles. As-Sawwanu is the pebbles that I told you guys before, which has no silky or smooth hair. It's Al-Muls. Al-Muls, As-Sulba, strong, smooth rocks. Hair. إِذَا الْأَمْعَزُ الصَّوَّانُ, the pebbles. And then he described what the pebbles are. So Al-Am'azu is what? What is Al-Am'azu? Pebbles. As-Sawwanu means what? They're smooth rocks. Laqa, those rocks which are smooth. Laqa, yalqa, it meets. Manasimi, jam'u mansib. A mansib is what? Muqaddamul khuf. It meets my legs. When you're running, the front of your legs touch the floor first, right? He's saying when it meets the front of my foot. When the rocks, the pebbles are smooth, they come into contact with Shanfara's legs. He's running, he's trying to say, I'm running with speed. It comes into contact. Tatayara, flies like a bird. Tuyur, sah. Yatiru, tatayara, what flies is two things. Qadihun, fire comes from it. Second thing is wa mufallilun. A mufallil is a what? Those little pebbles, they fly. Guy's going in with himself. When I run, you eat my dust, basically. You're behind me. So he's saying, إِذَا الْأَمْعَزُ, Am'azu is what you want from the word, is al-ardu al-hasa, is the land that has pebbles on it. Sah? Al-Am'azu. As-Sawwanu is a description of the pebbles that is smooth. Laqa manasimi. The word manasim is what? Is the foot. And it comes from the word mansib, right? Sah, brothers. This is what the Prophet meant when he said, Allah said in the Qur'an, وَالشُّعَرَاءُ يَتَّبِعُهُمُ الْغَاوُونَ. And going overboard with the things that they say, the speeches that they come with. Like, how can you say, شَرُّهُ دُونَ خَيْرِهِ? Yani, he's saying basically, I already have good. Evil is not what you get from me. Is that possible? What did he say? إِذَا الْأَمْعَزُ الصَّوَّانُ لَاقَى مَنَاسِمِي. Yani, when the rocks and the pebbles come into contact with my legs, tatayara, flies. What flies? The minhu, from my legs fly what? Qadihun, fire. Wa mufallalun, both you can say. Yeah? Mufallalun, placing a fatha on the first lam, and or you can place a kasra on it. Mufallilun. Mufallil is a mukassar. Mukassar is what? Those little broken pieces that come from my legs. Those little rocks. Meaning, he's trying to say, my legs broke the red pebbles. Yeah? So it made it to what? Little pieces flying. So he's saying, I'm using extreme force to hit the floor. And then I'm using an impact which moves the rocks that causes it fire. Have you guys seen a video of when the horse hits his leg on the ground and fire comes from it? Yeah? That's what Allah means when he said, وَالْعَادِيَاتِ ضَبْحًا. Description of what? The horse. When its leg hits it, it can bring fire from it. Yeah, if you give it a pavement, a horse, it He hits it with, puts his legs up, and he does that. There's YouTube on video, it's on YouTube, watch it. Like he's saying he can do it. Shanfara is saying, I have that ability. And yes, this guy is something else. Now, he goes back to another thing. Yes, أديم
مطال الجوع حتى أميته وأضرب عنه الذكر صفحا فأذهله.
Here he's saying أديم مطال الجوع حتى أميته. Here he's saying أديم comes from the word دائم. It's when you make something all the time. صح؟ أديم يعني أجعلها دائما. I make it دائم. مطال الجوع. مطال means what? مماطلة. مماطلة means what? Tomorrow. Next day. It's, what did the Prophet say? مطل الدين ظلم. The Prophet said, right? مطل الدين ظلم. صح? أو كما قال. Procrastinating the money they've given you is a what? It's a dhulm, right? He's saying أديم مطال الجوع. I consistently, not once or twice. مطال الجوع. Hunger, what I do to it is I procrastinate it. حتى أميته. Until I kill it. That's it. I'm not hungry anymore. I get my body into that position. وأضرب عنه. وأضرب here means عنه الذكرى. It means, we have to say it all together. وأضرب عنه الذكرى. You can't just say it by itself. وأضرب عنه الذكرى صفحا. And I turn a blind eye to it. Turn away from it. فأذهل. And I forget about it. فأذهل. I'm made to forget it. Both can be said. Like if أذهل will be better, meaning I forget it. He wants to attribute everything to himself. أديم مطال الجوع فعال, which is اسم أمثلة المبالغة. ها. مطال الجوع. He wants to follow the أديم that he mentioned consistently. So he said مطال الجوع. I am always procrastinating when it comes to eating. I push back. حتى أميته, until I kill my hunger. وأضرب عنه الذكر صفحا. What does that mean? أي أعرض عنه. I turn away from it. Allah used it in the Qur'an in Surah Zukhruf when He says, أفنضرب عنكم الذكر صفحا. صح? It's to turn away from something. Are we all together? الذين هم على صلاتهم الذين هم على صلاتهم دائمون. أديم. To be consistent or something. دام الشيء يدوم دوما ودواما وديمومة. Shaykh al-Albani was mentioned about him, Allah yarhamu, that for 40 days he didn't eat. Sahih, he did. For 40 days the Shaykh rahimahullah ta'ala, he did not taste any food except water. And he said, I did not stop my research and study. And we all together, brothers. And Shaykh al-Albani said when he was asked what did he get from that? He says, this way he said, أن المرأة that the person يقدر على ترك الطعام مدة طويلة, that the people can leave food for a very long time. You won't die if you leave food for a long time. الثانية, the second benefit I got from it, he said, was أن فيه دواء لبعض الأمراض. Some of the illnesses that I had gone. There was a cure for it. The body goes into a position of what? It replenishes itself and works on itself. So people have gut issues. And you know the expert of this right now is Sheikh Muhammad Tim Humble. He does water fasting. Very, if I'm not wrong, my memory serves me right, if I'm not wrong, I think he did it for 14 days. Yeah, water fast. I think he did it. Guess how many days I did it for? 3 days. 3 days. Third day I started seeing stars. I swear, wallahi, I started seeing stars. I was like, what's happening here? But earthquake was happening. I lost my balance and everything. But what happens is, the problem is, you drink the water and just water goes through. That's it, literally. You literally go to the toilet straight away because your body's got nothing's holding it. So you have to get like a Himalayan salt. Himalayan salt. I like the Himalayan salt specifically. You a little bit into the water, so your body holds on to. Zamzam is good like it. Zamzam, you don't need to add salt to it. Yeah? Because it has electrolytes. If you just drink the water by itself, it literally goes through your body. You take it to, you're thirsty and your urine is white. Like, you just take it to the toilet. So for the body to hold it, you have to add that salt to it. And what happens is, after the 3 days, I was told not to straight away go into rice and meat. I wanted to go proper in. So people who go through starvation, who've been like prison and foods, if they go eat it straight away, they'll die from it. Yeah, you'll die straight away, of course. They get introduced to food slowly, like a baby. The whole body is in a state of, the way the food comes back again is slowly, tadrijiyan, soup. Yeah. So Sheikh Tim, please ask him today. When he comes, say, Sheikh, can you tell us about water fasting, how it works, the benefits that you've seen in it? He's done a research on that. And he's done it. And the whole AMAU team, everybody goes to him for the do's and the don'ts. I have a brother in the AMAU team, Allah yahfadh, the brother who does the editing. His name's called Hussein, Allah yahfadh, hard-working brother. Did not miss any day of his work and did it for 10 days. I was looking at him saying, oh my bad. You either have it or you don't, brothers. It is what it is, right? And he's married to 2 wives as well. Wow. Allahumma barik. You either have it or what? And guess what? His mood did not change. Wallahi, wallah. His mood was the same before he started and after. 10 days, I will be punching windows and I will be angry. Anyone can get on my nerves. Sah? You guys agree? He was working. Oh yeah, correct him, yeah, inshallah. Correct the brothers praying in the back. Face to Jannah, Qibla. Go to him, Habibi. Yeah, the person shouldn't leave the salah. So you grab them from the shoulders as they pray. You don't say anything. You just move them so they can carry on their prayer. Anyways, yeah, so it's better. It can be done, by the way. It can be done. Shaykh al-Bani showed us 40 days. And you get so much time. You know how much time eating food takes from us? It's amazing, man. How much benefit is in just... So Shanfara here says, this is what I do. He says, أُدِيمُ مِطَالَ الْجُوعِ حَتَّى أُمِيتَهُ وَأَضْرِبُ عَنْهُ الذِّكْرَ صَفْحًا فَأَذْهَلُ أَمَ فَأُذْهَلُ. I forget about it. هيا.
وأستف ترب الأرض كي لا يرى له علي من الطول مروء. وأستف ترب الأرض كي لا يرى له علي من الطول مروء متطول.
Sheikh, well, listen to this. This guy is something else. He goes, I stay away from food. I don't eat anything. I kill my hunger by just saying, stomach, hey, wait. I'm going to give you food. And then I procrastinate. Wait. Mital, that's what it means. When you say to somebody, brother, give me the money that I gave you. Hey, tomorrow, 5 o'clock, you hear from me. 7 o'clock, inshallah, brother. 8, this is mital. Yani matlu dayni dhulmun, the Prophet said. So he said, I do that to my body. Until he just gives up. The body just says, you know what, nothing's coming. Let me just use the fat that's in your body. And then after that, that's how I do it. He said, when I eat, and I feel like I have to eat now, this is what I do. وَأَسْتَفُّ تُرْبَ الْأَرْضِ. وَأَسْتَفُّ means when you grab a hand fist like that, of something. You know, when you get your hand into the rice and the meat, and you go to the restaurant, brothers, and you get a rice and you put your hand in. He said, أَسْتَفُّ التُّرْبَ. I grabbed the food and I put my hand into it like that. So here, but it's not food. It's sand. He said, I put my hand into the sand like this. And then I take that in. وأستف, I scoop, ترب الأرض, the sand on the earth, كي لا يرى له. The reason I do this is what? A person does not say, come here, Shanfara, I'll give you food, and then gets something over me. And says, you know what, I gave Shanfara one time that he was very hungry. I took him and I bought him some food so that no one has any virtue on me. I don't let that happen. I'll get sand and eat it. No one can what? Have something over me. وَأَسْتَفُّ تُرْبَ الْأَرْضِ, I scoop the sand from the earth and then I take that in. كَيْ لَا يَرَى لَهُ, so that he does not see it over me. عَلَيَّ, over me. مِنَ الطَّوْلِ, الطَّوْلِ is what? Al-fadlu, virtue. Who? إِمْرُؤٌ, a person. What is he doing? مُتَطَوِّلٌ, أي مُتَفَضِّلٌ. He's trying to place virtue over me. I don't let that happen. That somebody has a minna over me. I don't let that happen. I'm Shanfara. I will eat the sand. I won't ask anybody for something. And when it comes to this issue, the people are 4 types, brothers. The people are 4 types when it comes to issues like this. Issues of needing things. مِنْهُمْ مَنْ يُؤْذِي غَيْرَهُ, someone who harms people with his issues, but وَيَتَحَمَّلُ أَذَى غَيْرِهِ, but he also takes people's harms from. So he gives people and he takes. He's fair in that situation. Does it make sense? Yani some people, they need something, they will ask you for it. When you ask them for it, they're there for you. The second one is وَمِنْهُمْ مَنْ لَا يُؤْذِيكَ وَمِنْهُمْ مَنْ لَا يُؤْذِي غَيْرَهُ. It's one that he doesn't harm anyone and he will not accept to be harmed. Yani he will never let anyone put pressure or stress on him, and he will never put it on you. It's total opposite of the first one. وَمِنْهُمْ, there are people لَا يُؤْذِي, he doesn't harm. وَمَعَ ذَلِكَ, and with that being said, يَصْبِرُ عَلَى أَذَى الْخَلْقِ, he endures the harm that comes from the people. And he's the most virtuous one. He's not the one that burdens people and puts pressure on people and requests things from people. But when they put it on him, he takes it. This is the best of them all. And the fourth one is the worst of them all. Which is what? Is the one that harms the people and never lets anything be done to him. Man yu'dhi al-khalqa, everyone he's putting pressure on and everyone wait. Anyone who comes for him and asks him for something, وَلَا يَتَحَمَّلُ أَذَاهُمْ. Are we all together? So here he's saying, وَأَسْتَفُّ تُرْبَ الْأَرْضِ. The word أَسْتَفُّ is to scoop, but can it be used for something else? Some A'immatul Lugha, they say the term he used, which is al-istifaf, which is to gulp down, and scoop and gulp down is only used for sand. Okay? Or things that are not, when they're not, when it's put in the machine and it's just, before it's made and cooked, like rice, like grains, all of that can also fall under, some scholars they say. Some say it's only for the sand. Some say it's similar to the sand. Anything that's like the sand, whether it's food, like those things which have been put into the machine and grained, and then it's like powdery, or the little very small pieces. It tastes the same morning as that. And in our language, we have a term for it, which is different to English. I don't know. I don't even know what it's called in English. Hey, we were meant to get to 40. It was taking time. Hey, so now we're gonna hit.
ولولا اجتناب الذأم لم يلف مشرب يعاش به إلا لدي ومأكل. Here
he says, ولولا اجتناب الذأم. Amadhami, you can say it be without reading the hamza. You can say it. ولولا اجتناب الذأم If dha'mi is them is al-'aru wal-'aybu, something that's shameful. If it wasn't walawla ijtinab, if it wasn't for me, ijtinab is to stay away from. Ijtinab al-ma'asi, stay away from the ma'asi. Walawla ijtinabu dha'mi, if it wasn't for staying away from what? Shame. So keep in mind, Shanfara has already spoken about food and how he can just take sand and he kills hunger by ignoring it and all of that. But now he wants to mention something else, which is this all because he's incompetent? Shanfara, even if he wanted to, he couldn't get that food. What's the real reason? He says, وَلَوْلَا اجْتِنَابُ الذَّأْمِ, the reason for me is الذَّأْمِ. Dha'mi means what? Shame and blaming. And if it wasn't for that, لَمْ يُلْفَ مَشْرَبٌ, لَمْ يُلْفَ أي لَمْ يُوجَد, it will not be found. مَشْرَبٌ, water. Okay? وَمَأْكَلٌ, and food to be eaten. يُعَاشُ بِهِ إِلَّا لَدَيْهِ, where people will live on it. إِلَّا لَدَيْهِ, it will be found next to me. Yeah, and what he's trying to say is, if it wasn't for shaming, if it wasn't for what? Shaming. And it being a trait that's not praiseworthy, every water and every meal would be found next to me. I would have had it. I'm a competent man. I'm a hard worker. Me not having this food, or me just starving, and me just letting people eat and all, this is not because I'm incompetent. I'm a lazy man. Guys, going for himself, right? وَلَوْلَا اجْتِنَابُ الذَّأْمِ, I'm only doing that because I'm running after these stuff, your stomach and your private part, making that your priority. This is not quality of a man. Man doesn't live, my brothers, where he eats and sexual desires. That's haywan, that's the animals. Does that make sense? إِنْهُمْ إِلَّا كَالْأَنْعَامِ بَلْ هُمْ أَضَلُّوا سَبِيلًا. And your whole life is, I made money here, I got a woman. So your whole life is just al-fam wal-farj, the mouth and the private part. That's it. Nothing more to your life. This is, Shanfara is refuting that concept. He's saying, I'm not like that. For in food and eating and drinking, I left it because it's blameworthy for a man to make his whole life about food and where is the next food going to come from and all of that. وَلَوْلَا اجْتِنَابُ الذَّأْمِ لَمْ يُلْفَ مَشْرَبٌ أي لَمْ يُوجَد مَشْرَبٌ يُعَاشُ بِهِ إِلَّا لَدَيَّ وَمَأْكَلٌ. If it wasn't for shaming and blaming and name calling, every single drink, every water, every food, all of the types of fruits there are, they would have found it next to me. Meaning I would have gone and got it. I have the strength and the ability and the charisma. Yeah?
ولكن نفسا مرة لا تقيم بي على الذأم إلا ريثما أتحول.
Here he now says ولكن نفسا. He's basically going back to, he lived a life where he was living with his mother. They were feeding him. He had a roof over his head. Sah? He left all of that for this life. He's trying to say, I, Shanfara, I've left all of that and I abandoned all of that relaxation and that joy and that I left all of that. When I left that, are we all together, brothers? When I what? When I left all of that, I left it because I don't want anyone to oppress me and be unjust towards me. Humility and condescending, no. No honorable soul can accept that. I will live a life of struggle and hardship. For what? For honor. Allahu Akbar. And this is what Nakhwatul Arab was. Arabs before, non-Muslims. He doesn't believe in Allah on the Day of Judgment. He had this, I'm not going to be humiliated. No one's going to come and just take my land. Yeah? Nafsul abi. I will live a life of struggle, no problem. My last of my children can die. No. You're not going to be the one to subjugate me. You're not the one to humiliate me. Sah? Nafsun abi. That's what he's talking about. وَلَكِنَّ نَفْسًا مُرَّةً. He says, no nafs. Some say murratan, some say hurratan. Basically, it means the same. يعني al-abiyya. A nafs which is abi, that does not like oppression. لا تقيم بي. He says ولكن نفسا أي نفس حرة لا تقيم بي على الذام إلا ريثما أتحول. لا تقيم بي is not present in me. يعني ليست فيا is not in me. And nafs which is accepts humiliation, all of that, that's not present in me. But the opposite, ولكن نفسا حرة, a nafs which is حرة, that respects itself and honors itself, that's what's present in me. And لا تقيم بي على الذأم إلا ريثما أتحول. Me, Shanfara, in between my chest and my two shoulders is a nafs abiyya. A nafs that doesn't accept humiliation. Honors to be respected. And it does not accept anywhere or any place where my honor and my reputation will be harmed. If that happens and somebody tries to do it now, I am the first to leave. يعني ريثما أتحول. يعني وقت ما أتحول ريث هي من قدر ما أتحول. I'm only going to be there just for the time I'm leaving. Not more than that. I'm gone. I'm not going to stay there. I leave this place. يعني he's a nafs abi. This guy is not a Muslim, has no Islamic values, has no religion to hold on to. Sah, brothers. Allah. But he doesn't want to be humiliated and subjugated. Because the people who wanted to keep him in their house, they killed his father. Kaif, you killed my father? No. Nafs abi. Are we all together, brothers? Hayya? Hayya, تفضل.
وأطوي على الخمس الحوايا كمن طوت خيوطة ماري تغار وتفتل. Now
he's talking about how he endures. Shanfara is talking about how he endures hardship. He said, وأطوي على الخمس. He says, I fold. The word atwi is to fold something up. I fold up على الخمس hunger. I fold it up. This is ajib. وأطوي على الخمس. I basically tie up, fold it up. الخمس. خمس means ju', hunger. الخمس, if you place a dhamma on it now, it means the stomach when it's in, which is what hunger produces. It's when the person has a flat stomach. That's why they praise the horse for having a stomach that's in. وأطوي على الخمس الحوايا. The word hawaya is what? Intestine. Meaning, my hunger, I fold it with my intestines. The stomach, you know what I do to it? My intestines, I fold it. وَالشُّعَرَاءُ يَتَّبِعُهُمُ الْغَاوُونَ كَذَّابٌ. But this is what he said. The language is what we want. وَأَطْوِي is what? When you fold something up. صح? That's what it means. And Allah Tabaraka Ta'ala يوم نطوي السماء يوم نطوي السماء كطي السجل سمعنا. يوم نطوي السماء, the day we fold up the sama. صح? Folding something up. Folding everything up. على الخمس الحوايا. الحوايا is what? الأمعاء, is the intestines. كمن طوت. The way I fold my intestines with the way I fold my stomach with the intestines is very similar to, he says. What? خيوطة ماري. خيوطة ماري is a type of, Mariyin, is he a person? Is it a type of thread that was used? Allahu A'lam. But خيوطة ماري here means the thread, Mariyin thread. The way it what? Folds around the clothing. يعني it goes through it, it's spinning around it. خيوطة ماري تغار وتفتل. تغار means it is spinning around it. Okay? And it circulates around it. That's who I am. Me, Shanfara, I tied up my stomach from hunger. I'm not a man who, to be humiliated and to be subjugated and to be disrespected. I will take hunger over it. I will take leaving my land and my house for it. I have nafsul abi. I have a what? Nafsul abi. I don't accept this. Yeah?
وأغدو على القوت الزهيد كما غدا أزل تهاداه التنائف أطحل.
وأغدو, he said, I leave in the beginning of the day. وإذ غدوت من أهلك, صح? وأغدو, I leave على وأغدو, he said, I أغدو على القوت. قوت means what? الطعام, food. الزهيد, the قوت الزهيد means what? القليل. Zuhud comes from what? الزاهد is a person who's what? قليل. يعني a person who's left the dunya, الزهيد. كما غدا أزل تهاداه التنائف أضحل. We start from here later because time of the class is finished. So the brothers signal to me to finish. Stop here. وأغدو على القوت الزهيد كما غدا. We'll start from 26 for you guys. 26 or 27? 26, yeah? سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الكريم نبينا محمد خير خلق الله أجمعين. اللهم اغفر لنا ولشيخنا وللمسلمين أجمعين. أما بعد. قال الناظم: وأغدو على القوت الزهيد كما غدا أزل تهاداه التنائف أطحل.
Shanfara here, what he's saying is, وأغدو, I leave in the morning. Yani I leave in the morning. And he said, when I leave, I go وأغدو على القوت. I go غدوة, يعني وقت غدوة, early morning, and I go for my intent. The intent, al-qutu, is the food. Okay? على القوت الزهيد, and I'm a person who is patient, صابرا, I'm patient. On what? على القوت, a food which is الزهيد, little. The word الزهيد, it means al-qalil. Shanfara is saying, يعني وأغدو, I leave in the morning. وإذ غدوت من أهلك تبوئ المؤمنين مقاعد للقتال. It means أي ذهبت مبكرا. وأغدو على القوت الزهيد, I leave in the early morning. كما غدا, I am like what? Like he leaves in the morning. الذئب. أزل is a what? أزل is a الذئب. But it's not just a الذئب. A الذئب means a wolf. It's not just a wolf. It's a ذئب الخفيف اللحم, who the meat that is on it is very little. From the hips, there's little meat on it. That's how I am. The way I am when I leave in the morning is and I'm patient on the little food I get. That is very similar to how the azallu, meaning al-dhi'bu, the wolf leaves, tahadahu. Tahadahu means ta'atahu. It's been passed on from ta'atahu. At-tanaifu. At-tanaif is as-sahra al-wasi'a. The wind that's coming in the desert is passing itself one another to the dhib. The dhib is, he's skinny. The wind is moving it around. يعني, that's what it means, at-tanaif. At-tanaif ay ma'nahu ta'ata. The wind is passing itself together. The wind that's coming from this direction and the wind that's coming from that direction are both basically they're making the dhib not be in one position. And then he's azallu tahadahu tanaifu adhalu. Adhalu is basically a lawnun bayna al-ghubrati wal-bayad. It's the color in between the color of the sand, the dust of the sand, and white. It's in between that. So he's describing the dhib. What Shanfara here is basically trying to say is, أذهب غدوة. I leave in the morning towards my maqsad and what I want to do. صابرا على, and I am patient upon على قوت قليل, and I'm patient upon little food. this food لا يسمن ولا يغني من جوع. This food does not really take away my hunger. Doesn't really give me what I need from it. But I'm patient. That's who I am. I'm patient. كما يغدو الذئب, the same way that the wolf leaves. Which wolf? Al-Aghbar, whose color is in between. Yeah? أطحل means what? لون الذئب, the color of that wolf, بين الغبرة والبياض, is between white and dust. أزل تهاداه التنائف. التنائف means what? I mentioned التنائف means الصحراء الواسعة. تهاداه means passes itself. The wolf is going with speed. The wind is passing it on to each other. Like he's trying to say that the wind is like two different things that are giving it to each other. This direction, this direction. So he's going one in that direction because he's a what? He's a wolf. خفيف اللحم. The meat that is on it is very little. تهاداه أطحل is the color of it. But what is that wolf trying to do? يعني ينتهز. He's waiting for a فرصة, an opportunity to صيد, to hunt. That's what it's looking for. Okay. So the words that you need to know is وأغدو. You need to know what that word means. القوت, it means الطعام. الزهيد means القليل. The word zuhd comes from that, right? الزهد, that's what it comes from, the meaning it comes from. كما غدا أزل is what? الذئب الخفيف اللحم. It's the wolf that has what? It's the wolf that has what? Little meat. نعم. لكن how do you determine the meat of the wolf? The scare, the hips of it. Okay? التنائف تهاداه means what? تهاداه means what? تعاطاه. What does تعاطاه mean? يعطي. When you give something somebody, صح? أي تعاطاه is تفاعل, meaning the wind is passing itself to one another. So he's just being pushed one direction to another direction. Like two people are throwing something at each other. The wind is doing that to the dhib. أطحل, and that dhib, لونها, its color is what? Its color is يعني لون بين الغبرة والبياض. نعم.
غدا طاويا يعارض الريح هافيا يخوت بأذناب الشعاب ويعسل.
He says now غدا طاويا. He left طاويا. He's talking about what? The dhib, the wolf. غدا, it left. طاويا أي جائعا, very hungry. This is the word that you need. غدا طاويا. The wolf left. Or it became جائعا, hungry. طاويا means what? الجائع. That's the word that you want from it. يعارض الريح. يعارض الريح means he's opposing the wind. He's going against the force of the wind. The word يعارض here means what? معارضة is when you disagree, صح? عارضته, I disagreed with him, I went against him. صح? So here he's trying to say that the wolf is going against what? It is going against the wind. يعارض الريح, it goes against the wind. هافيا حال كونه مسرعا, in a state, in a full speed. So again, the shuttle is what? غدا يعني أصبح. طاويا أي جائعا. It became, the wolf is very hungry. يعارض, it goes against الريح, the wind. هافيا مسرعا, with full speed. يخوت, it pounces. يعني ينقص في سرعة. The animals, what do when they catch something? What do? They pounce on it, right? So the word yakhutu means what? It's to pounce. بأذناب الشعاب. The word shi'ab is valleys. الشعب, the word شعاب is جمع شعب. الشعب is من فرد بين الجبلين. It's the little roots between mountains. Yeah. بأذناب الشعاب ويعسل, and what does it do? ويعدو عدوا فيه الضراب. يعني this dib is hungry. He goes against the wind. What is he trying to do? Why is he going against the wind? What's the head of the dib is going against the wind? It's going against the wind because the prey in which he wants to pounce on, the wind is coming from it, so he can smell it, so he knows what direction it is. If the wind comes from the prey and then comes to the dib will know where the prey is. So he wants to use its sense in order to know it. You will see it, he said, when you see this wolf, يخوت, pouncing with speed, بأذناب الشعاب, through the valleys, ويعسل, meaning ويجتهد, he's striving, في إصابة صيد, in order to get a what? In order to get a prey. Now.
فلما لواه القوت من حيث أمه دعا فأجابته نظائر نحل.
Now he says فلما لواه القوت, when he gave up, يعني لواه ما معناه أعجزه, is when he became unable. He's not able to do it. فلما لواه القوت, when he gave up from his food. He tried to run, he went against the wind, he even tried to see where the direction is. He tried it. فلما لواه, أي فلما أعجزه, أي the فلما لواه, that goes back to الذئب. We're still talking about the ذئب. فلما لواه, when he يعني made the wolf become very unable to achieve what? القوت, the طعام, the food that he wanted. من حيث أمه, the place in which it was intended. The word أمه أي قصده, and it's in the Qur'an. ولا آمين البيت الحرام, ولا آمين البيت الحرام. ما معنى آمين البيت الحرام؟ أي قاصدين البيت الحرام. So the word أمه comes from, what does it mean? It means قصده. يعني this wolf, when he gave up from the food that he was trying to hunt, the prey he was trying to get, من حيث أمه, from the place he wanted to hunt it from, دعا, it started to call now. Now he's given up. So what does he do? He sits down this wolf and he just starts making noise. He's calling on to someone. فأجابته, he got a response. From who? نظائر, similar ones like him. He's received response. فأجابته, he received response. From what? نظائر. نظائر here is أشباهه من الذئاب, similar wolves like him, who are hungry, who also are trying to look for food. Those which are نحل. And nuhal is a wolf that is basically stomach is in due to hunger. So فَلَمَّا لَوَاهُ, when he gave up the wolf, مِنْ حَيْثُ أَمَّهُ, the place in which he wanted to get its prey from, دعا, he called. فَأَجَابَتْهُ نَظَائِرُ نُحَّلُ, he received a response. فَأَجَابَتْهُ, he got a response, jawab. From what? نَظَائِرُ. نَظَائِر is a nadhir, is something similar, like it. Al-ashba' wal-nadha'ir, something similar to something. فَأَجَابَتْهُ نَظَائِرُ, wolves like him responded. نُحَّلُ, those which was responded, they are what? They are hungry like him. Now,
مهلهلة شيب الوجوه كأنها قداح بكفي ياسر تتقلقل.
مهللة شيب الوجوه كأنها. He says مهللة شيب الوجوه كأنها قداح بكفي ياسر تتقلقل. He says, again, who is he describing? The dhi'ab. He's still speaking about the wolves. So he says مهلهلة is skinny. يعني دقيقة الجسم. Its body is very fragile, little meat on it. شيب الوجوه, on its face, this dhi'ab, hair is what? شيب الوجوه, grey hair. Sheep is what? Shape. Shape is what? It's white. Why did it change? Not because of age. He's saying because of the stress in which he attained from looking for food, and the hunger caused this. يعني متغيرة الوجه من الجوع. That's what he means. كأنها is like قداح. It's like a qidah. A qidah, my brothers, is an arrow that's used for gambling. It's a qidah. It's an arrow التي تستعمل, which is used في الميسر, in gambling. كأنها قداح. It's like a arrow بكفي ياسر, which is in the hand of a yasir. A yasir comes from the word maysar, يعني the one who gambles. تتقلقل means the sound it makes, which is moving it from one position to another. That's the meaning of the words. But what does he mean? What he means is these wolves are tired. They're also huzal, very skinny. They are nuhul min al-ju'. Hunger has made them fatigued and hungry. They have become like كأنها سهام. They've become like arrows في يد مقامر يحركها. The way that they're moving, they are like an arrow which is in the hand of a person who's gambling. Are we all together, brothers? From one position to another. That's what he's saying. All you just need to know now is there's not much hikmah in what he said here. Like in the meanings is what needs to be known. Muhalhalatun, that's the first word. What does muhalhalatun mean? Daqiqatul jism, skinny. Sheebul wujuh means what? Grey hair. But what does he mean here, Lakin? The word sheeb means grey. He means mugayyaratul wujuhi. Its faces is changed from what? Stress and hunger as well. كأنها قداح. What's قداح? is السهام التي تستعمل في الميسر. Its arrows are used in what? Gambling. Al-Yasir is what? A gambler. Al-Yasir is what? A person who's gambling. يعني القامر أما المقامر. تتقلقل, what does it mean? تتقلقل means what? Moving from one, يعني صوت is a sound, تحركها واضطرابها.
أو الخشرم المبعوث حثحث دبره محابيض أرداه النسام المعسل.
He's still talking about, and he's describing what? The dhi'ab, the wolves. It's like awil khashramu. Al-khashram is two views regarding what al-khashram means. Some of the ulama say al-khashramu is jama'atu al-nahl. It's a number of what? Of bees. And some say an ant in Arabic is called what? Al-namlu, sah? Al-namlatu, sah? That's an ant. What's a bee in Arabic? Yeah? Al-nahlu. Al-khashram, one view says is jama'atul nahl. It's a group of what? Bees. Another one says it's Ra'isun Nahl, the leader of the bees. The way that these wolves are, he's saying Shanfara, Awil Khashramul Mab'uthu. It is like bees that are scattered. Mab'uth, sent all of them, muntashira. حثحث دبرها. ما معنى حثحث؟ أي أزعج. It was agitated. These bees were in there slowly making their honey, no issue. What happened? حثحث. These bees were agitated. Someone caused it to agitate. The bees became, that's why they spread. These bees, دبره. دبره means what? أي نحله. The bees. So if we take that the khashram is the ra'isul nahli, so this would mean that the wolves are in the way that they are in their running, in their full pace. These wolves, they are similar to a bee. In what way? The king or the leader is the queen. The bees, the queen, al-khashramu, al-mab'uth, which is sent. حثحث دبره, which the agitation caused the other bees to all scatter, all of them to go. Who's doing it? Who's making these bees agitated? Al-mahabid. Al-mahabid is jam'u mihbad. And a mihbad in the Arabic language is udun yujna bihi al-asal. It's a stick that's used to get the honey. So the bees are on top of the honey. This stick is used to get the honey. This will then cause the bees to all go around and go different directions. Mahabidu raddahunna. Raddahunna here means what? The stick, the mahabid, anzalahunna. The one who was looking for the honey, anzalahunna, he placed the mahabid, he put it in what? Samin mu'assalin. He placed it in what? The mu'assal, the honey. Samin talaban lil asal, because he wanted the honey. What the poet here is saying, Shanfara, is that these bees, these wolves, they are like fi hayajiha, in the way that they are what? They're agitated, they're full of energy, fighting. وَالضِّرَابِهَا, its movements and its agility is like a sirbum min al-nahli. It's like a jama'a, a number of what? Of bees, which were made to be agitated by someone who is trying to look for a what? A honey. That's all he's trying to say.
مهرتة فوه كأن شدوقها شقوق العصي كالحات وبسل.
Again, still carrying on about he's saying that these wolves, they are muharratatun. Muharratatun means what? Their mouths are big. Wasi'atul ashdaq. They have what? Very big mouths. Fuhun, their mouths are like, fuh here he means azimatul afwah. Their mouths are wasi'atul ashdaq. Their cheeks and everything is, and their mouth is out. So what's this causing? Barizatul anyab. It's causing their canines. Is that called canines? Yeah, the canines to come out, to be seen. كأن شدوقها. Shidq is the side of the cheeks. It's causing its cheeks to be like شقوق العصي, similar to what? Broken logs. Al-'isiyyi is a what? A log. Shuquq means to be broken, which is causing it to look like شقوق العصي كالحات وبسل. Kalihat means what? Abisat, their faces are scolded. وَبُسَّلُنَا, their appearance is not what's, يعني وَبُسَّل means يعني كَرِهَاتُ الْمَنظَرِ, their appearance is not good. Yeah? They don't, seeing them is not pleasant. The word karihat is in the Qur'an, and it's only come once in the Qur'an, صح? In Surah Al-Mu'minun, وَهُمْ فِيهَا كَالِحُونَ. So what does the word kalih mean? Abisat. Kalih means what? Abisat. When a person's face is like this and he's not smiling, it's the opposite of smiling. So he's trying to explain, because these hyenas, these wolves, they didn't get what they wanted, the food that they wanted. The hunger got to them. This caused their faces, their tongue and their mouth to all be out. Their mouth is just wide open. Okay? Then what is seen on their face is mandar, which is kariha, an appearance that you wouldn't like to see about them. Does that make sense? Muharratatun. Muharratatun means what? Wasi'atul ashdaq. What's a shidq? A shidq is the cheeks. Side the cheeks is called a shidq. Fuhun is what? It's azimatul afwah. Their cheeks are big and their mouth is very wasi', which is causing what? Barizatul anyab, which is causing their teeth to become apparent. Ka'annaha, their mouth, the way it's open, the way it looks, is like ka'anna shuduqaha. Their shidq, their cheeks are like shuququl isiyyi. It's like broken logs. Kalihatun abisat. The faces is very angry like this. Wabussalun, and it is also what? Kalihatun mandar. Their appearance is not blessed, it's not good. Yeah? They look very bad. Let's see if there's another call for it. So we said, muharratatun means what? Wasi'atul ashdaq, صح? The word fu is jam'u afwah. Af'al, it comes from, صح? And it means إذا اتسع فمه, when the mouth is vast. وعظومة, and it's big. That's what Lisan al-Arab says. Shuduq is the jam'u shadq. By placing a kasra in the ashdaq is what? Jam'u shidqin, which is a kasr of the sheen. Shaddaq, shidq, shadq, we said, which is the cheek, right? It's the tifatil fami min batin al-khaddaini. It's the inside part. Remember when Usama ibn Zayd, he didn't participate in the battle of Ali ibn Abi Talib and Muawiyah, صح? Ali was upset with him. Reason is because Ali and Usama grew together. They grew up together. Both of them, Zayd ibn Haritha, who the Prophet tried to take as a father, remember? And he was told, "U'uhum li aba'ihim," is the father of Usama. So Usama and Ali were very close to the Prophet ﷺ, very close. So what happened was, when the battle happened, Ali was showed. Oh, Osama grew up with Hassan al-Hussein, sorry. He grew up with Hassan al-Hussein, it's the age of Hassan al-Hussein. When Osama, he didn't participate in the battle, Ali ibn Abi Talib sent him a letter and said, I'm kind of appalled with you, you didn't support me. And he said to him, Wallahi law dakhalta, Wallahi by Allah, if you enter Shatq al-Asadi, the cheek of a lion, I'll go in it with you. Ali, you know me, I support you. Like in this issue is not a matter I can agree with you on. Why? I am the man who killed the man who said La ilaha illallah, and the Prophet said to me, Aqataltahu ba'da an qala la ilaha illallah. Did you kill him after he said La ilaha illallah? Again? You want me to kill some Muslim again? I regretted that day. I can never go back to that. So what I want from the story is the cheek It's inside. It's not the outside, it's inside. Okay? Shuquq al-'isiyyi, shuquq, it comes from the word shaqqa, is to rip up something. Al-'isiyyi is the asa, the stick. The way it looks is shuquq al-'isiyyi, the ripping up of woods and logs and stuff like that. Kalihat means what? Abisat. So what happened? Their teeth became apparent because when you scroll, your mouth opens. So the teeth is also going to now show. Bustalu. We said it's what? Their appearance is what? Karihatun shadid. The mandar is what? Karihatun mandar. The appearance is not good. Hayya.
فضج وضجت بالبراح كأنها وإياه نوح فوق علياء ثكل.
فضج. He made the dhi'b made noise to the nada'ir. Remember the first one? The first wolf that we're talking about. Who made the noise? He made noise to what? To the nada'ir. The nada'ir are those he was similar to. صح? So those we're going to call the nada'ir. صح? He said فضج يعني الصوت الجهير. ضج means when you make a big noise. صح? If I hit this is also ضج. صح? فضج, the dhi'b made noise. وضجت, and the nada'ir, they did also noise, responding. بالبراح. Barahi means what? الأرض المتسع. It's the land which is vast, التي لا زرع فيها, where there is no vegetations on it. كأنها, it is like. وإياه, it is like the dhi'b and the nada'ir. وإياه نوح, the way that they are screaming to each other and the noise that they're making. كأنها وإياه, it is like the dhi'b and the nada'ir are like نوح جمع نائحة. A naiha is a woman who wails and cries. Yeah? A naiha is a woman who cries. هي الباكية بصوت عالي. She cries with a very... Some women, they cry because it's their loved one, صح? And they cry because it means it to them. But the Arabs, what they used to do back in the days is they used to buy or they used to rent some women to cry for them. There was a service you had to pay for. Because it looks like you've got family members and you've got numbers and stuff like that, and everybody really misses this person. That's why even the Arabs, they say, the na'iha sadiqa, the one who's really crying for this person, and the one who's being paid to cry, their crying can't be the same. على كل فضج وضجت بالبراح كأنها. The dhi'b, the first dhi'b, what do we call it? Al-azallu. The azal and the na'iha and the nada'ir, they all scream to each other, all calling out each other. Bil barahi, the place that they're doing it is in an open land. Ka'annaha, it is like they're screaming and they're making their noise. Ka'annaha, it is like وَإِيَّاهُ ha Nuhun, it is like na'iha, a crying, wailing woman. Hayya فوق علياء, on top of a high place. Al-makan al-mushrif, يعني like mountain. Aliyah here is like a mountain, like a hill. Okay? Thukkalu. A thukkal is a what? We mentioned a woman who's a thakla. A thakla is a what? Faqidatul awlad, the woman who lost her children. What he's trying to say is the wolves, they all started to wail towards each other, scream towards each other. So the azal made the noise, and then the nada'ir, they responded, who are similar to all, they're all dhi'ab, right? All of them, they became screaming as though they were nawa'iha thakla, the wailing of a thakla, a woman who lost her child. قَدْ تَعَالَى نَحِيبُهُنَّ, where their crying has become very loud. That's how it became.
أيه.
وأغضى وأغدت واتسى واتست به مراميل عزاها وعزته مرمل.
وأغضى means what? أي كف عن الصياح. It's to withhold from the screaming. وأغضى means what? It's to withhold. They withheld, so the azallu stopped the crying and the screaming. وأغضت, the nadha'ir, the other wolves, that they stopped also making the screaming and the wailing. Then what happened? وَتَسَى. ما معنى وَتَسَى? It means they followed through. It's the word التأسي. لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة. التأسي means what? Follow, is اقتداء. So they followed through with each other. Okay? وَاتَّسَأَتْ بِهِ. And they followed. The azal went quiet, and the nadha'ir also became quiet, followed each other. Maramilu is jam'u murmil. It's a plural of what? It's a plural of a murmil. A murmil is what? هو الذي نفذ زاده. A murmil is the one who lost his entire provision. All of his provision is gone. Murmil is what? Is the one who lost his entire provision. What he's trying to say here is the dhi'b wa rufqatuh, the wolf and his friends that he was calling to, they found that when the first azallu called the nadha'ir, they all found from their screaming that they're all similar in situation. So remember, they're all looking for food, and all of them are without food. They struggled. So they all found that they are the same. Okay? What is it that was a common denominator? Al-ju'u, hunger. So when the azallu called to them, it's as though they informed him. They said, we also don't have anything for you. Now they became equal. They're all the same. And they were all tasting mararatul ya'si, the bitterness of what? To be forced to give up. And they realized that their screaming is not bringing them any benefit. So what did they start to do? He's saying that فَأَخَذَ يُعَزِّ الْوَاحِدُ مِنْهُمُ الْآخَرِ. One of them was calming down the other one. Don't worry, it's going to be good. The azal was saying that to them, to the nadha'ir, and the nadha'ir was saying to the azallu. And so this led to them to follow through with each other's advices, and each one to be silent and not to make any noise whatsoever. That's when they went quiet and not use more energy. Fahimtum? He talks too much, huh? He's got so much to say about Adib, like in his language is rich. He used powerful words. وَأَغْضَى, that's the first word he used, which is سَكَتَ عَنْهُ, الْكَفُّ عَنْهُ, وَصَبَرَ عَلَيْهِ, he showed patience from it. وَأَغْضَتْ, the azallu withheld, and the nadha'ir, they did it as well. وَاتَّسَأَتْ, وَاتَّسَأَ, they all follow through with each other. وَأَسَتْ, وَاتَّسَأَتْ, that's one madhab, where the hamza is not read, and it's just read as a mad. يعني التأسي, you all know what التأسي means? التأسي is to follow, that's the language it's come from. It comes from the word iktisa, which is iqtida, is to follow. مرامل عزها وعزته مرمل. مرامل is جمع مرمل, وهو الذي نفد زاده. It is what, a murmil is the one who lost his zad. مرامل عزها وعزته. عزا means what? You all know ta'ziyah, right? يعني ta'ziyah is when somebody loses their loved one. In our language, حتى ta'si أنها ta'si. We kind of Somalified it. Like in the word is what? It's an Arabic word, ta'ziyah. So when he says عزها وعزته, they gave each other solace and condolences. I know you don't have food, and I'm
Same with me. Don't worry. We're going to get it one day. It's going to come soon. We showed patience. We did our best. There's always another day. Does that make sense? Yeah.
شكى وشكى ثم رعوى بعد ورعوت وللصبر إن لم ينفع الشكو أجمل.
He said shaka wa shakat. The azal complained. And the nada'ir, they also complained about their situation. ثم رعوى, and then they withheld. يعني, same as what? Same as the word we use. وأغضى, he gave another word. It means to withhold. It means كفّ وصبر وأمسك. Same meaning. ثم رعوى, withheld. بعد, after the complaint. وَرْعَوَتْ, and the nada'ir also, they just gave up as well. And then he says, وَلِلصَّبْرِ وَلَلصَّبْرُ, patience, إِن لَمْ يَنْفَعِ الشَّكْوَى أَجْمَلُ. Patience is better than complaining when complaining doesn't benefit you. That's what he's saying. يعني الصبر أجمل من الشكوى. Patience is better than what? Complaining التي لا نفع منها. The complaining that there's no benefit in. Does that make sense? Is everyone with me? Yeah.
وفاءت بادرات وكلها على نكض مما يكاتم مجمل.
وفاء يعني ورجع. وفاءت, the azallu and the nada'ir, they all returned back. وفاءت. Azallu returned. So the word we want is fa'a, يعني رجع. And Allah even used the word fa'a in the Qur'an. حتى تفيء إلى أمر الله, صح? حتى ترجع إلى أمر الله, until they go back to what? So the word al-fay'u means what? Al-fay'u means, so why do we call the spoils that the Muslims gain without fighting? What's it called? Ghanima is بعد حرب وقتال. After fight happens, it's called ghanima. Al-fay'u is what? Huh? Without battle. So why is it called a fay'? Huh? It's without حرب, لكن لماذا استعمل لفظ الفيء لهذا النوع من الحرب؟ Why فيء؟ لأن الأصل المالي is for the Muslim. They got what was theirs. This is theirs. حقهم. They was given what they was rights. My brothers. That was why it's called al-fay'u. Are we all together? Shaka. Oh, we did that, right? Wafa'a wafa'at. Raja'a. Wafa'at. The azallu returned back. The nada'ir returned back. Badiratin, they returned back. What? Badirat. Badirat means asra'a, when you go fast, quickly. وَكُلُّهَا, all of them. كُلُّهَا, who's he referring to? The azallu and the nada'ir. عَلَى نَكَضٍ, they are what? And nakad is shidda, hardship. مِمَّا يُكَاتِمُ, that which they are concealing. مُجْمِلٌ, in terms of what? آتٍ بِصَبْرِ الْجَمِيلِ. Here what he's trying to say is أَبَتِ الْذِئَابُ, all of the wolves, they return back to إِلَى أو حَجْرَتِهَا, they return back to أوجرتها, its place of residence, its dwellings. مُسْرِعَاتٍ, fast. They scream. Now they realize there's nothing here for them. So they all run quickly. مُسْرِعَاتٍ صَابِرَاتٍ, they all return back with speed and patience. عَلَى مَا بِهَا مِنْ شِدَّةٍ, and they do all of this in the situation of theirs being al-ju'u wal-ijhad. They've taken from all of this hunger and fatigue. They become very fatigued from it. Are we all together? So the words that you need to know. Wafa'a means what? Raja'a. Badiratin means what? To go fast. وَكُلُّهَا عَلَى نَكَضٍ. What does the word نَكَضٍ mean? A shiddah, a struggle and hardship. عَلَى نَكَضٍ. يعني they all turn back على ما بها من شدة. They all return back to their houses with hardship that they've endured. The hardship here is al-ju'u wal-ijhad. يعني hunger and energy that they needed. They strived for the food, they didn't get it. So that's energy that they can't lose. And in order to get back that energy, what do they need? Food, and they don't have it. مِمَّا يُكَاتِمُ, which each one is concealing. Each one is hiding it. مُجْمِلٌ. Mujmilun means what? Patience, beautiful patience. He's trying to say beautiful, that's what the word mujmil means, jamal. But he's saying with beautiful patience. The patience that they're showing here is what? Sabrun jameel, beautiful patience. So that's what it means. Wafa'a wafa'at badiratin wa kulluha ala nakadin mimma yukatibu mujmilu. So wafa'a means raja'a. Badiratin means asra'a. Ala nakadin, nakadin means ashidda. Yeah? It means what? Ashidda. Now all of this is describing, he kind of took the spotlight from himself. Shanfara hasn't really praised himself. Now he's going to go back to praising himself. He missed it, he's going to come back to it. So he gave you all of that descriptions of the wolf and etc. He now needs to show you mahalluhu min al-i'rab. Where does he play in this i'rab? Right here.
وتشرب آثار القط الكدر بعدما سرت قربا أحناؤها تتصلصل.
He says, وَتَشْرَبُ, it drinks. Asari, asar is jam'u su'rin. Sur is when you drink something, you know what's left from your mouth. Yeah? Yani the leftovers. وَتَشْرَبُ asari. My sur, my leftovers is drunk by, who drinks it? Al-qata. Al-qata, I tried to look at it, but they name it, the Arabs, but the Shurrah, majority of them say نوع من أنواع الطيور, that's what they say. Like al-qata is a sand goose. A sand goose, that's the closest that I could find for the al-qata. A sand goose. Huh? That's the type of bird it is. وَتَشْرَبُ آثَارِي, وَتَشْرَبُ آثَارِي, my leftovers is drunk by al-qata. Al-qata is what? It's a type of bird. If you look at the sand, can you look at sand goose for us? Sand goose. Goose, yeah. We're going to learn a lot of animals in this book. Sand, the sand on the floor. Goose is in G-R. There you go, it's that bird. Yeah, is it goose, correct? وَتَشْرَبُ, it drinks آثَارِ. So this is where the fuqaha, kutub al-fiqh, they discuss the sur of the what? Hirra. The cat. Is it tahir or is it najis? Sah. The jam' of sur is what? Asar. وَتَشْرَبُ آثَارِ, my leftovers. Whatever I've drunk, whatever's left over from my mouth. Who drinks it? Al-qata, the sand goose. Al-kudru. Kudru is ghubratul al-lawn. Is ghubratul lawn. Meaning, it's the color of it. The bird, how does it look? It's got like sandy color, right? So that's what he's saying. Ba'dama sarat. It's drinking my leftovers. Ba'dama sarat. After it's traversed night. Sarat means, يعني it traveled, sarat laylan. It traversed night time. Qaraban. Qarab means when you travel the entire night. الليل بطوله, the entire night. أحشاؤها, the ahsha is the what? Is the adla', the ribs of what? Of the sandgrouse. تتصلصل, make noise. When it's what? When it's taking the water and sipping the water. What is he trying to say here? He's trying to say, listen people, Shanfara, I am faster than the qata. Me and the qata, I am faster. When it comes to what? إلى موارد الماء, the places where you drink the water from. The place where people come down and they drink water. Me and the sandgrouse, I am faster. I come way before the sandgrouse. I reach there before the sandgrouse. And any other bird. Even if they are traversing and they're traveling at night time and they're going full speed, I will still make it there before it. And I will come there before it. It will end up drinking whatever I left over. I will get there way before it. Are we all together? That's what he's trying to say. I'm a very fast man. My speed. And they said something about him, that they said he was as fast as a horse. Wallahu a'lam. This is all kalam. But they say he was a very fast runner. So here they say, وَتَشْرَبُ آثَارِ الْقَطَى الْكُدْرُ بَعْدَمَا سَرَتْ قَرَبًا أَحْشَاؤُهَا تَتَصَلْصَلُ. وَتَشْرَبُ, it drinks, آثَارِ, my leftovers, my whatever remaining from what I drank. Al-qata, the sandgrouse drinks it. Al-kudru, its color is what? يعني غبر الألوان. Its color, as you can see, it's yellowish and sandish color. صح? بعدما سرت, it drinks my leftovers. بعدما سرت, after it traveled at night. قرابا, يعني the entire night. أحشاؤها, it's يعني it makes noise. The chest of it. The word ahsha is al-adla', it's the chest. Why does it make it? Also, Jawf is correct. يعني أحشاؤها تتسلسل means it's making noise, like because it's hungry, it's very thirsty. The whole night it's been traveling. You can hear noise when it's drinking. You can hear noise from the sandgrouse because it's really thirsty and it really wants to drink. But I already came there and I've left and I'm not even there anymore, and it's drinking my leftovers. So that's all he wants you to know. I'm a fast runner. Hiya? Yeah?
هممت وهمت وابتدرنا وأستلت وشمر مني فارط متهمل.
Now he's going to explain what kind of speed he has as a person. He says هممت, يعني I intended على ورود الماء. I wanted to come to the water there. وهمت, and the qata also wanted. Me and both, he wanted to go, I wanted to go. وابتدرنا, and what happened? What? We raced towards it. We charged towards it. وأسدلت, and what did the qata do? يعني أسدلت means the word sadli. صح? Maliki, what's said about them? They pray salah with sadl, right? To put something down. What did it do? The sandgrouse, the qata, أسدلت جناحيها, it put its wings down. This is when it really wants to go into the air, glide into this. That's what it did. It wants to go fast. And when I run, what did he say? I ignite fire and the dust goes out of my legs. This is who I am. So he wanted to go to the water. I wanted to go to the water. We raced towards it. What the qata did was it let its wings down. وَشَمَّرَ مِنِّي, and I did something else. I grabbed my garment from the bottom. Shammara means يعني grabbing the bottom of the cloth, your thobe or your ma'wis, grabbing it from the bottom, or your longia, grabbing it from the bottom and pulling it up to your waist. يعني you want to spread your legs. So he said, that's what I did. وَشَمَّرَ مِنِّي, that's why the Arabs, they say شَمَّرَ سَاقَي. يعني the word like in shammara here is a representation of al-jahd wal-ijtihad. Yeah? Meaning I put my effort in as well. The qata put his effort by his wings, I did that. Minni faritun. And guess what? Farid here means it's the one, the Arabs they call farid, the first one who comes to the water. الذي يسبق إلى الماء. He goes to the water first. The farid is a noun, so it's ism fa'il. It's the one who comes to the water first and he prepares the place for the ruwad, those who are going to come. He gets, maybe he checks if there's anything to worry about. You see, you know, when people are traveling, there's a person who goes there to know where the water is. So sometimes he goes and he comes back and he tells them that the water is there, come with me. I'm a farid. هممت وهمت وابتدرنا وأزدلت وشمر مني فارط. I am the farid. And I got there first. متمهل. But what am I a farid for? The mutamahil. The mutamahil is somebody who does something ala muhla. Muhla is taking your time, يعني doing it. It's آتٍ أمره على تؤده. The one who comes to his affairs like just taking his times. وأنات لوصوله, to reach that place. أما أنا Shanfara, أنا فارط متمهل. That's not me. I am a farid. So what he's trying to say is, the way I get there before them is like they are taking their time. The bird, it was like it was taking its time and it wasn't moving fast, and it was just, when in reality, what was he doing? It was putting its wing down, and I got there fast. Are you?
فوليت عنها وهي تكبو لعقره.
لا, is it لعقره or لعقره?
لعقره.
Yeah. لعقره, that's correct.
فوليت عنها وهي تكبو لعقره يباشره منها ذقول وحوصل.
Yeah. Let's check if there's a which for it. Yeah. What طلع are you using? What copy? Yeah. فوليت عنها وهي تكبو لعقره. فوليت, he said I turned. يعني I went back. ولا في اللغة is رجع وولى ظهره, he showed his back. That's what it means. فوليت عنها يعني he's talking about after I drank. يعني back, I drank I turned my back. فوليت عنها, I turned my back from the place the water was being drunk. وهي تكبو لعقره, and the قطع, the sandbruce, her, وهي تكبو, تكبو means تسقط, it's coming down. تكبو means what? يعني تسقط, it's going what? It's going down. لعقره, the عقر is وهي تكبو لعقره. The word عقر is the place where the people come and drink from, which is the edge. It's مقام الشارب من الحوض. It's the place where the person drinks the water from. لعقره. يباشره, it's coming into contact with water. The قطع. Yeah. يباشره, he's in contact with what? With the water. منها ذقول وحوصل. These are the two words he uses. The word ذقول is الذقن, is the jaw. But here, the verb is going to be what? What's it called? The peak of it, right? So it's peak, the bottom one. Okay? وحوصلنا is what? It's the stomach of the bird. معدة الطائرة. معدة الطائر. معدة الطائر. It's the stomach. وحوصل. الحوصل جمع حوصلة. And the other view is that it's not the stomach here. It's basically the throat before it reaches. Yeah? قبل وصوله إلى المعدة. Before it reaches it. He's trying to say, after I, Shanfara, drank it, وترك القطع تحث على حافي الماء. What happened was, when I left, the qata came down, the sand goose, and it started to drink water from there. The way he was drinking was what? It went down and he put his mouth in to drink it, and its stomach, the water was touching it. Why? Because due to the excessive thirst of the bird, it was what? It put its beak in there deeply in order to drink it. Where it ended up, the water, يباشرها منها ذقول وحوصل. Its beak came into contact with the water. The beak, Jazakallah. The beak and the what? The hawsal. The hawsal is what? The stomach. Naam. Jazakallah khair. Yeah.
كأن وغاها حجرتيه وحوله أضاميم من سفر القبائل نزل.
What does it say? حجرتيه. Is it حجرتيه? No, it's حجرتين again. Yeah?
كأن وغاها حجرتيه وحوله أضاميم من سفر القبائل نزل.
Here he's still speaking about the qata. What he's saying was كأن وغاها, it's like it's screaming. يعني the sound that the waga is the sound that what? In which the qata it makes. كأن وغاها حجرتيه وحوله. حجرة is what? ناحية الحوض. حجرة is what? It's the edge of the sea, the water, or the pond, or the lake. It's the edge of it. That's called what? It's called the حجرة. وحوله أضاميم. Around it is what? أضاميم. أضاميم is what? جمع إضامة. جمع إضمامة. أضاميم is what? The plural of what? إضمامة. And إضمامة is what? Is جمع من الناس ليس لهم أصل واحد. It is a number of people who basically are what? There's no common tribe between them. We all together. It's no common tribe amongst them. They're not from the same tribe. That's what Adami means. Yeah, and all of them are from they've traveled. All of them are travelers. They meet. All of them is like they've come together. Yeah, and that's what tends to happen in these areas, right? When those places where water, this person comes from somewhere because he's thirsty and wants to drink from it. Another one. They all come together right there. كأن وغاها. The sound حجرتيه. الحجرة is ناحية الحوض. وحوله around it. أضاميم. أضاميم is what? جمع إضمامة, which is جمع من الناس ليس لهم أصل واحد. لكن جمعهم, what brought them together? السفرة. أما سفر. When you're a traveler and you're a traveler and you combine the prayer, or you shorten the prayer, sorry. You lead Isha, how many rak'ah? 2 rak'ah. What do you say? Atimmu at the end, when you do your 2 rak'ah. You say in the microphone what? In the salah, before you say salams. What do you say? After everything you say, after the salams. You say, Atimmu salatakum fa'inna qawmun sufrun. Sufrun yani musafirun. That's what you say. Carry on your prayer, we are people who are combining. So here, they are jama'ahum sufru. What is it that brought them together? Traveling. There's nothing else that brings them together. As-safru, sufru, jama'atul musafirina. That's what it means. Nuzzalu means what? They all came down lil-istiraha. يعني نزلوا lil-istiraha. They all came down to relax. Yani what he's trying to say is the sound that comes from these birds, the sand goose, whilst في جانب الحوض, while it's at the edge of the sea and around close to it, is the sound لغض جماعات من مسافري قبائل شتى وقت نزول للاستسقاء. They're similar to the way that the birds come and they're drinking, the noise that they're making. They're very similar to what? They're very similar to when a different race of different tribes, they all come down to drink water and everyone is busy with drinking their water. That's the noise and the sound they were making. Now,
توافين من شتى إليه فضمها كما ضم أذواد الأصاريم منهل.
توافينا means a أتوا, they came. صح? توافينا means what? They came. Yeah? توافينا means they came. It can also be اجتمعنا, they all came together. وتوافدنا, they all came together. What he's basically trying to say here is these qata, these different sangruses, they all came together on this water. What is it that brought them together? منهل الماء, يعني ورود الماء. This place that they want to drink the water from is the only thing that brought them together. Just like a number of different camels can come together. Before he mentioned humans, now he's mentioning camels. توافينا, يعني they came من شتى. شتى means what? متفرقة, different. فضمها أي جمعهم. What brought them together is what? كما ضم أذواد. أذواد is what? أذواد is جمع ذود. ذود is basically the number which is between 3 to 10 of camels. The nuq, if it's 3 to 10, this is called what? Adwad. It's a number of so if we from the numbers of 3 to the number of 10, this is called dawd. Here he means كما ضم أذواد. أذواد is what? جماعة من النوق. A number of نوق يعني ما فوق 3 إلى 10, from 3 to 9 to 3 to 10. الأصاريم. أصاريم is what? جماعة. Okay, it means a number. جماعة. منهل means what? الغدير. It's مورد للشرب. It's a place to come down to drink. Let me repeat that again. توافينا, it means they've come. من شتى يعني من أماكن متفرقة. They come from different places. إليه, for this water. فضمها, the thing that has brought them together for this water is كما ضم, similar to that which brought together. أذواد. أذواد is what? ذود. It comes from the word ذود. And that is ما فوق 3 إلى 10 من النوق. الأصاريم means what? الجماعة. أصاريم is جمع أصارم. And أصارم is what? أصاريم is جمع أصارم. And the جمع of أصارم is what? سر. So it's a جمع of a جمع. سر بالكسر. It's a جماعة. أصارم just means جماعة, number, congregation. منهل means what? مورد للشرب. It's the place you come to drink. It's the place you come to drink.
فعبت غشاشا ثم مرت كأنها مع الصبح ركب من أحاضة مجفل.
He said فعبت. عبت in the Arabic language is drinking the water without breathing. It is شرب الماء من دون تنفس. It's to drink water without breathing. While قرقر is drinking it fast. Drinking it fast, that's what it is. Are we all together, brothers? فعبت غشاشا. غشاشا means what? It can be little or it can be al-ajala. It can be fast. Both meanings in Arabic, it means, like in here, he means ajala, Shanfara. Yani they drank the water without breathing fast. ثم مرت كأنها مع الصبح ركب من أحاضة مجفل أما مجفل. الركب is a what? الركب is أصحاب الإبل في سفر. The rakb are the people who owns the camel. They're called the rakb. Meaning they're the ones who are mounting on the camel. But it has to be because he used the word rakbun, it's plural. So he's talking about the riders of the camel. Those who are on the camel or فعبت غشاشا ثم مرت كأنها مع الصبح. Just take the words and we take the overall meaning. مع الصبح, صبح is morning. ركب a number, the riders. ركب is أصحاب الإبل في سفر. من أحاضة. أحاضة is a قبيلة من ذي الكلاع. From حمير. كلاع is said, كلاع is said, كلاع, all those words are said. It's a قبيلة من حمير. وقيل, they said that أحاضة is not the qabil's name, it's the name of the place. أحاضة is what? It's not the qabil's name, but it's the name of the place. قيل وقيل, it's all said. فعبت غشاشا ثم مرت كأنها مع الصبح ركب من أحاضة مجفل. مجفل is what? It's when you hasten to run away. It's when you المسرع في الفرار. It's a person who really speeds up when they're trying to run away. What he's trying to say here is Shanfara أصابت القطع. The sand goose, they have taken a portion of the water. Then they have returned back to what? They've returned back to where they came from. مسرعة, with speed. The which speed? إسراع قافلة من أحاضة, just like a caravan who came from Uhada, where they have been mixed with what? A state of fear and concern. They're worried. So they're like, let's go. We drank water, right? Everyone, let's go. He's saying that's how they were. They drank their water and they didn't want to stay down for too long. Again, I repeat, the meaning of the bait is what? The qata, it took a portion of its water that it wanted. And it took it fast and quickly. Then it went back to its places, the nests and the places that they were at. Musri'atan, with speed. The same isra', the speed of a what? Rakbun, a caravan or riders who are from Uhada, from Himyar. How they do, خالطها الخوف والفزع, where in their hearts and their chest is what? Fear, and they're terrified, so they don't want to stay too long, they're going to run away. That's how the birds were drinking. نعم.
وآلف وجه الأرض عند افتراشها بأهدأ تنبيه سناسن طحل.
Is it تنبيه or is it تنبيه?
تنبيه.
Yeah?
تنبيه. وآلف وجه الأرض عند افتراشها بأهدأ تنبيه سناسن طحل.
So here he says وآلفوا. What does it mean وآلفوا? He says أعتادوا, my norms. Ali Shanfara, me Shanfara, أعتادوا. My norms is, you know what my norms is? وجه الأرض, when it comes to this earth, عند افتراشها, when it comes to sleeping, when it comes to going to sleep, وآلفوا أعتادوا, it's become my norms. عادتي, صارت عادتي. My norms is what? When it comes to this earth, عند افتراشها, when it comes to sleeping on it, بأهدأ, my shoulders. أهدأ here, he means his mankib. My shoulder. The reason why he chose ahda'a is because it's when the shoulder has not got much meat on it. It's what? Mankib laysa li'azmin, where the bone on it, laysa li'azmihi hajmun, there isn't a cushion or anything on it. That's what he's trying to say. He's saying, Shanfara, it's normal for me. When it comes to this earth, عند افتراشها بأهدأ تنبيه السلاسل قحل. يعني I take this land as a firash, as a bed. He gets his arm like this and he says, I sleep on this land, wherever I find it. Shanfara is tired now, wherever Shanfara is standing, he just falls down, and I sleep. I put my hand under my forearm. So the word he uses what? وَآلَفُ. The word أَعْتَادُ. This is normal for me. It's who I am. It's my norms. Nothing new. وَجْهَ الْأَرْضِ. When it comes to this earth. عِنْدَ افْتِرَاشِهَا. When it comes to sleeping on it. Iftirashiha here means اتخاذها فراشا. Taking a what? A bed. Firash is a bed, right? Taking it as a bed. فَأَهْدَأَ here he means it's a mankib, shoulder. لَيْسَ لِعَظْمِهِ لَحْمٌ. There's no meat on it. تُنْبِيهِ, lifting it. تُنْبِيهِ تَرْفَعُ. It's lifting it up. What's lifting it up? سَنَاسِلُ. Sanasil means what? عِظَامُ الظَّهْرِ. What is lifting it is the bones. Those bones which are what? قُحَّلُ. Yabisat, dry. Me, Shanfara, Anistu bil ardi. My companion has become the earth. إِذِ اتَّخَذْتُهَا فِرَاشًا. I've taken it as a what? A place to sleep. And what do I use? Wherever is uplifted, my bones, I use that a little bit as a pillow to lift my head up. I do that for it. So that my body is not, and my face is not touching the floor. I use that bone that sticks out. Dry bone like him. I use that. That means we're going to have to do something. We haven't finished the kitab. We reached 43. We should have finished it. But that's tahurun, inshallah. What we can do is, before we do the class for the muqidha, is it fine if we can just do maybe an hour before the muqidha, this class? And then every day that we do the muqidha, an hour and a half, what do? We read this kitab, and then we go back to the muqidha. In the beginning, 2 hours, we could do this. I think we just need 1 or 2 sessions. We should finish the kitab, inshallah ta'ala. Inshallah ta'ala.
الحمد لله رب العالمين له الحمد الحسن والثناء الجميل وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له يقول الحق وهو يهدي السبيل وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه والتابعين لهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين أما بعد. We're taking Laamiyah al-Arab by Shanfara. We took وآلف وجه الأرض عند افتراشها بأهدأ تنبيه تناسل قحل. We took that where he mentions Shanfara. He says وآلف وجه الأرض عند افتراشها. يعني وآلف, he means أي وأعتاد. I've become used to now. وجه الأرض, the surface of this earth. يعني باطن الأرض is the qabr. وجه الأرض means the surface of the earth. عند افتراشها. When I want to sleep, I've become used to sleeping on the floor. بأهدأ, he means his shoulders. He's talking about his shoulder, where he has no meat. بأهدأ is the mankib ليس لعظمه حجم. تنبيه, which lifts him up. سناسل, again, sanasil is basically the dhahar, the backbone of his. قحل, dry. Yani what he's trying to say is, I have become used to this earth. I have taken it as my bed. And my back, that's where it lies on. Now, we spoke about it in more details last session. Today we're going to start from line 43, inshallah ta'ala. It's going to be recited for us by Sheikh Muhammad Gabeer. أسأل الله يحفظه فليتفضل مشكورا مأجورا.
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. اللهم اغفر لنا ولوالدينا ولشيخنا وللمسلمين أجمعين. أما بعد، فيقول الناظم: وأعدل منحوضا كأن فصوصه كعاب دحاها لاعب فهي مثل.
Here he says وأعدل منحوصا كأن فصوصه. وأعدل, I sleep on. وأعدل here he means I use as a pillow. منحوصا, my forearm. منحوص is the forearm here. When he's sleeping, he said, I sleep on my forearm. That's what he's saying. فصوصه, the fusus is the mafasil, the joints. صح? Fusus is the mafasil. When you want to say one joint, then you say fas in Arabic language. صح? وأعدل, I sleep on منحوس on the my forearm. كأن فصوصه, it is as though the joints are كعاب, they're like an ankle. كعب is the ankle, right? It's like an ankle. يعني subhanallah, he's trying to say it's very dry, very hard. My pillow isn't a soft pillow. First of all, I sleep on the floor. He already told you. وَآلَفُ وَجْهَ الْأَرْضِ عِنْدَ افْتِرَاشِهَا. He already told you I sleep on the floor. So that's my bed. My back, that's where it comes in contact. As for my head now, the pillow that he sleeps on is what? He says, وَأَعْدِلُ مَنْحُوصًا كَأَنَّ فُصُوصَهُ كِعَابٌ. Ka'ab is that? It's the jam'u ka'ab, and it means the ankle. Dahaha. This is what the ayah in the Qur'an means. وَالْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ Dahaha. It means basataha. Dahaha, it means I spread it. يعني I throw it. It's in spreading. لاعب فهي مثل. مثل is جمع ماثل, and وهو القائم المنتصب. It is the مثل, it basically means يعني ماثل, and a ماثل is what? When something is poking up. He's trying to say the meat on my forearm is basically small and it's little. What is poking out is my meat, my bones. So he's basically trying to say my forearm has no meat on it. I'm not a man who spends eating time. Also, the issue with me is I don't enjoy this joy of sleeping on a pillow and mashallah how comfortable it is. I don't have that stuff. I'm a man who lives in that lifestyle.
فإن تبتئس بالشنفرة أم قسطل.
So some of the nusakh says qastali with a sin, and some say qas with a sad. Qastali. So
فإن تبتئس بالشنفرة أم قسطل لما ارتبطت بالشنفرة قبل أطول.
He's saying فإن تبتئس, if you are saddened, if you are heartbroken, يعني the word تبتئس means when you see something as evil, bad. فإن تبتئس, if you have become sad and hurt by بالشنفرة أم قسطل. ومقسطل here, he means the ghubar, he means the dust, and he means the ghubar. And the word qastal, actually just the word by itself, qastal, the word qastal alone means dust. But when he mentioned it as qastalin, the Arabs, the poet, used qastalin as harb, fighting, and even they use it as for sometimes al-maniyya, death. قسطلي. So he's saying فإن تبتئس من شنفرة قسطل. قسطل يعني if fight يعني wars, or he's also referring to death. He's talking to death saying death. Some of the word قسطل can be used there. لكن here is بعيد استعماله للمنية. For him to be using it for death, it seems like he's using it for what? Harb. Like you do find Tarafat ibn al-Abd and Antara using it for maniyya, death. فإن تبتئس بالشنفرة قسطل. قسطل here, he means al-harbu, fighting. If you have become saddened, war, if you have been saddened by the absence of me not being there, لما اغتبطت بالشنفرة قبل أطول. لما اغتبطت means أي فرحت. You have become غبطة is what? غبطة is what? الفرح, joyful. You have been joyful a lot of times. بالشنفرة. Basically, remember when we mentioned the beginning of his poetry, when he spoke to his family, his mother, the people he was with, and he said, أقيموا بني صدور مطيكم فإني إلى قوم سواكم لا أميل. And he's telling them that I'm coming for you guys. I'm going to fight you guys. So he used to fight with them back in the days. Any war they went into, he used to be there with them. So he's saying to them, oh, fight. If you're saddened for my firaq, me not being there with you, then you have been happy so many times before in the past where I was with you, where you enjoyed my company, where I helped you war, bring success and booty. So anyways, he's trying to praise himself as a brave man, a man who when he went into those fights, he brought joy and happiness to the people, and he brought success and booties. But now that I'm gone, the war is sad because there's nothing happening. I was a one-man soldier basically. Shanfara is inna fil bayani la sihra. This guy is up there when it comes to eloquency.
طريد جنايات تياسرن لحمه عقيرته لأيها حم أول.
Here he's saying طريد. طريد is مطرود. It's a person who is al-manfiyu. A mutarad is a person who has been exiled. That's what it is. You just have to know the keywords and what he means by it. And if you find the Qur'an use it or hadith use it, you can use it as a shahid. طريد جنايات تياسرن لحمه عقيرته لأيها حم أول. He said طريد. الطريد means المطارد. It's a person who's exiled. جنايات, you know what it means, crimes, right? كتب الفقه we learn what جناية, right? جناية is the crimes that people commit. And the word جناية comes أي ما يجره الإنسان على نفسه. The word جناية comes from what? ما يجره الإنسان على الناس من مكروه وعلى نفسه. A جناية basically means wherever the person has dragged towards another person. The harm that somebody has dragged to another person. That's where the word jinayah comes from, right? And also yourself. طريد جنايات. I'm exiled because of crimes. تياسرنا لحمه. تياسرنا means تقاسمنا لحمه. Okay? تقاسمنا means what? To divide. And that's what he means. تياسرنا means تقاسمنا. لحمه, his meat. I'll explain what he means by it. عقيرته, let's just take word for word. عقيرته here, he means, عقيرة is many meanings it can have. عقيرة can mean الرجل الشريف. It can be an honorable man. عقيرته أي الرجل الشريف. It can be. Or it can be نفسه, himself. He's talking about himself. But of course that means he's praising himself. He's calling himself an honorable man. Also the word عقيرته is used as a lahm, the meat. لأيها حم أول. حم means أي قدر. حم means what? قدر, that has been destined أول first. What he's saying here is, now that you've learned all the keywords, what Shanfara is basically trying to say I have committed many crimes and it's because of that I've been exiled. That's what he's trying to say. Meaning I've committed many crimes to many different tribes. I've attacked so many different peoples. I've opened too many fronts on myself. And all of these people that I have killed their members from them, they are hastening, competing one another to kill me. To the extent that they are basically throwing lots. They're throwing lots, right? Drawing lots of who is going to be first to kill Shanfara. Taridun, I'm an exiled man. Jinayatin, crimes have stacked for me. Tayasarna ay taqasamna, they're all dividing. One is saying, Wallah, I'm taking his head off. The other one says, Wallah, his arms are gone. Wallah, his legs are gone. Part of my body has become selected and chosen by different people. Aqiratu li ayyiha humma awwalu. And all of them are saying, I am going to be, taqasamna here means they divided the meat between themselves. Or it can also mean they drew lots. They all drew lots on who is going to kill him first. So there's gambling that's going on, and a competition amongst themselves who's going to take out Shanfara. Hayya.
تنام إذا ما نام يقضى عيونها حثاثا إلى مكروهه تتغلغل.
He's saying tabitu. Al-mabitu means what? it's sleep at night. Mas'ala fiqhiyya is connected to it, where the Prophet ﷺ, where he said, إِذَا استيقظ أحدكم من نومه. Another wording of the hadith mentions إِذَا بَاتَ أحدكم, if one of you sleeps at night. فَلَا يَضَعْ يَدَاهُ فِي الْإِنَاءِ. Do not place both of your hands or one of your hands into the utensil. فَإِنَّهُ لَا يَدْرِي أَيْنَ بَاتَتْ يَدُهُ. Because you don't know where your hand has been. So the Imam Ahmed took from this what? Yeah, specifically for night. That the washing can only be done for the night. If you have a qaylula daytime, you can put it inside the utensil. So the word tabitu means the night sleep. Okay? Some of them said فَإِنَّ أَحَدَكُمْ لَا يَدْرِي أَيْنَ بَاتَتْ يَدُهُ خَرَجَ مَخْرَجَ الْغَالِبِ. Because not everybody gets the opportunity to sleep what? Daytime. Some people are busy, so they only sleep at nighttime. Sah? So the hadith mentioned night sleep because of the general sleep it is. Like وَرَبَائِبُكُمُ الَّتِي فِي حُجُورِكُمْ. صح؟ خرج مخرج الغالب. صح؟ قول علي and the others is weak. Anyways, تبيت إذا ما نام يقضى عيونها. تبيت, they sleep at night, sleeping at night. That's what تبيت means. إذا نام يقضى عيونها. يعني these people, they don't go to sleep at night. They're awake. That's what he's trying to say. يعني they're all striving to get me, come for me. So they are في غاية اليقظة. At night time when it's إذا ما نام يقضى عيونها, their eyes are what? شديد اليقظة. They're awake. حثاثا سراعا, quick they pound. إلى مكروه يتغلغل. مكروه here he means أي قتله, killing me. يعني إلى قتله تتغلغل means what? أي تتسرع. They hasten and they jump to the opportunity. Allah wala halay, Shanfara was found. Well, everyone jumps and they're not sleeping. They're not even sleeping, because Ashabul Jinayat, the people who I committed these crimes from, they are striving at tamakkunu minni. They want to catch me. So he's trying to say tabitu إذا ما نام يقضى عيونها. At night when people should be sleeping, what are they doing? إذا ما نام يقضى عيونها. Their eyes are what? Their eyes are awake. يعني they're just the whole night يتربصوا بي. They're looking for me, spying on me, trying to see, has Shanfara gone by in here? That's what they're doing. But what does he mean tabitu إذا ما نام يقضى عيونها? He's trying to say that when they go to sleep, their eyes are actually awake. Their eyes are just awake, يعني looking for me and trying to find me, and they are planning just to kill me, take me out. And he committed he killed a lot of people, right?
Tabitu goes back to Jinayat.
أصحاب الجنايات. He said تبيت أي أصحاب الجنايات يبيتون, they sleep. إذا ما نام يقضى عيونها. نعم.
السلام عليكم. وإلف هموم ما تزال تعوده عيادا كحم الربع أو هي أثقل.
He says وإلف هموم. وإلف هموم is يعني معتاد. معتاد. Ilf means when something becomes normal for you now. And I mentioned it to you before when he said يعني وآلف وجه الأرض. وآلف يعني, what does he mean? أعتادوا. Here he uses it again. He says وإلف يعني معتاد. It's normal for me. هموم. يعني he's trying to say sadness remains with me. أنا and me and him, sadness and هموم, we become, I'm used to it now. وإلف هموم ما تزال تعوده. What he's trying to say, عيادا, he's trying to say sadness has become normal for me. ما تزال, ما is نفي, تزال معنى النفي, نفي إثبات. The قاعدة is أي تزال تزال تعوده عيادا. He's trying to say that sadness keeps coming to me all the time. ترد علي مرة بعد مرة. It comes to me one time after time. Sadness keeps coming to me. So I've become normal to that. It's like for me, كحم الربع. حم الربع, the Arabs refer to حم الربع as a headache that keeps coming. It's like a migraine. It goes, a few days later, again it comes again. حم الربع, that's what they call it. 2 days you don't have it, you're good. Again, you feel this heavy drilling in your head. حم الربع is, humma is what? Qando. What's a qando in English? Flu. Fever. It's a fever that comes. الربع like it means it comes يعني تأتي يوما وتخفى يومين. It comes one day وتختفي يومين, and 2 days is hidden. ثم ترد يوم الثالث أو الرابع وهكذا. So it comes, goes. You think it got better, and then it brings you down again. It comes and it brings you down. That's what they call حم الربع. He's trying to say sadness and me, that's how it is. If he leaves me 1 or 2, 3 days, it comes back again. It's not leaving me. So he's saying I've become used to calamities. I'm a man who's used to calamities. And he doesn't leave me. And I have no knowledge of except that. وَهِيَ أَثْقَلُ. And he's saying, oh, rather هِيَ أَثْقَلُ, أي أشد. Yeah, what does he mean? It's, oh, here أثقل. He says it's even worse than that fever that comes and goes. The calamities I go through, which is true. Yani one of the hardest thing a person can be afflicted with, brothers, is lack of safety and hunger. And remember, he mentioned that. Like in terms of food, he doesn't have. In terms of fear, he's got 2 things to be scared of: the wolves and even though he's friends with them, but they also can get out of line and do something to him, so he has to protect himself from them. And also the humans that he's harmed and that he knows that are coming out for him. So that's what Allah Tabarak Ta'ala mentions to the people of Quraysh when he says to them, لِإِلَافِ قُرَيْشِ إِلَافِهِمْ رِحْلَةَ الشِّتَاءِ وَالصَّيْفِ فَلْيَعْبُدُوا رَبَّ هَذَا الْبَيْتِ الَّذِي أَطْعَمَهُم مِّن جُوعٍ وَآمَنَهُم مِّن خَوْفٍ. These 2 qualities, Allah is telling them, worship me because I've given you these 2. Also, ضرب الله مثلا قرية كانت آمنة مطمئنة يأتيها رزقها رغدا من كل مكان فكفرت بأنعم الله فأذاقها الله لباس الجوع والخوف بما كانوا يصنعون. They had safety, they had food. If you have those 2, من أصبح منكم آمنا في سربه معافا في جسده عنده قوت يومه فكأنما حيزت لهم الدنيا بحذافيرها, the Prophet said. صح? So he, of course, sadness won't leave him because those 2 things are very problematic. Hunger is a problem, and fear is a very bad thing. Yeah?
إذا وردت أصدرتها ثم إنها تثوب فتأتي من تحيت ومن علو.
He's saying إذا وردت, when it comes. He's talking about what? The masa'ib, the calamities, the sadness, the pain. إذا وردت, when it comes. When the sadness occurs, he's saying أصدرتها, I divert it. أصدرتها أي صرفتها, I divert it. I have a mechanism in my head and mind where the calamities come my way. أصدرتها, he's saying I divert it. ثم إنها, verily then, تثوب means what? ترجع إلي مرة أخرى, it comes back to me again. فتأتي من تحيت, so then it comes to me the second time. من تحيت, the تصغير of تحت, تصغير تحت, it comes from me from the bottom. ومن علو is what? أي فوق. صح? So he's saying that it comes from all direction, but I'm just here bouncing it away. Just won't get out of this way. I'm the one that's making it through. That's what he's saying. So إذا وردت, when the sadness and the distress and the masa'ib, the calamities occur, أصدرتها أي صرفتها. ثم إنها تثوب يعني ترجع إلي فتأتي من تحيت ومن علو. فتأتي, it comes to me من تحيت is what? تصغير تحت. ومن علو is فوق, above. هيا.
فإما تريني كابنة الرمل ضاحيا على رقة أحفى ولا أتنعل.
He's saying فإما تريني يعني you will see me, you will know me. كابنة الرمل, like the woman of the desert. ابنة الرمل is a desert woman. ضاحيا, the sun when it's apparent. ضاحيا basically means when the sun is out there and is glazing onto the earth. على رقبة أحفى ولا أتنعل, meaning that's يعني the word ابنة الرمل, that's what it means generally. It means the woman of the desert. صح, ابنة الرمل. Who's known as ابنة الرمل? لكن the woman of the desert. The Arabs call the snake.
I thought it was maybe referring to women of the desert, a widowed woman.
No, he's talking about snakes. They call the snakes ابنة الرمل. He's saying فإما تريني, you will see me كابنة الرمل, I am like me, I'm similar to ابنة الرمل, which is الحية, which is the snake. ضاحيا, where the sun hits it. In the يعني الفلوات, you know, the open land. The snake has got very strong skin, right? So when it goes on the surface, the heat is hitting the What does the snake do? Snake lives on the surface of the ground, so it just goes, it makes it and goes inside the earth. That's what it does. فإما تريني, you will see me كابنة الرمل, I'm like a snake. ضاحيا, the sun is apparent on, meaning يصيبني حر الشمس, يعني the heat of the sun is hitting me. على رقبة, رقبة, it's basically meatless. صح? It basically means is the ضد of الغلظة. على هزال وضعف في الجسم. That's what the word رقبة means. أحفى, I am shoeless. ولا أتنعل, and I don't even wear shoes. What he's trying to say is, if you see me in that open land where the sun is ضاحية, the sun is apparent and it's showing, if you see me, I'm like al-hayya, I'm like the snake. I'm walking just like the snake has got his stomach on the ground and the heat, yeah? You will find me with no shoes on. I'm walking barefooted. This guy's a real man, isn't it? Shanfara is a real, صح? It's not a soft guy. هيا.
فإني لمولى الصبر أجتاب بزه على مثل قلب السمع والحزم أنعل.
فإني I لمولى الصبر. ما معنى لمولى الصبر? I and صبر حليف. We're like allegiance, we got agreement, friends. حلف the Arabs used to have. صح? The Arabs have what? مولى الحلف, مولى العتاقة. صح, those types of مولس. مولى الحلف, you read in كتب الحديث, فلان مولى لبني فلان. صح. Sometimes it's مولى العتاقة. Malik hated when Zuhri said, Imam Malik hated when Zuhri said about him that Malik, when he said his nasab, he said مولى لبني تيم. And he said, Wallahi lasna mawaliya li bani Taymin. Who said that? Malik ibn Anas. Wallahi, we are not mawaliya li bani Taymin. We're not. Wa innama nahnu wa bani Taymin. We are the people of Bani Taym. We had a hilf. So he didn't want it to be assumed that Malik, somehow his family went through slavery. None of them went through slavery. So mawla here means that meaning of hilf. Halif. It basically means when a tribe comes to another tribe and says, listen, we share the blood money, we support each other. But when Islam came, Islam abolished all of that. It doesn't exist. Does that make sense? So here I'm trying to say, me and Patience have that contract and friendship. You find us together. We support each other. Me and Patience. I help Patience when Patience can't make it through hardship, and Patience sometimes helps me make it. We're there for each other. فإني لمولى الصبر أجتاب بزه. ما معنى أجتاب؟ ألبسه. I wear. Bazzahu here means al-thawb. The Arabs call ajtabu means albasu, I wear. Bazzahu means al-thawb, or the garment. على مثل قلب السمع بكسر السين. السمع is the ولد الذئب من الضبع. The ولد الذئب, the child of the what? الذئب is what, brother? Hyena, right? هذا what's الضبع then? hyena, صح. الضبع is a hyena. جزاك الله خيرا. الضبع is a hyena, and the wolf, the child they have, is called a simma. سمع, yeah. فإني لمولى الصبر أجتاب بزه على مثل قلب السمع والحزم أفعل. حزم, it basically means الضبط it's to basically control yourself. What does that mean in English? Somebody is restrained. That's the word I was looking for. والاحتياط, and when you take vigilance, you're vigilant over things. What's happening? Basically, what he's trying to say, me and patience are basically two allies. Okay, we don't separate from each other. And I wear it, the clothing of it, يعني, like the heart of a person who's قوي جريء. يعني ألبس لبوسه. I wear his clothing. The clothing of what? Patience. I wear it. And I wear it. So the clothes you wear on the body, right? He's trying to say, when I wear it, but I'm wearing it ala qalbin, my heart is qawi, is very strong, and is very jari. I'm ready to go a pound, like the heart of a dhib. But he chose a simah. So he's trying to show you, he doesn't want you to say dhib to you, because if you say dhib, then the force of a dhib is a wolf. He wants to say there's true powerful animals that came together. The child they give birth to is a what? A hyena and a wolf. Their child is very strong because it's got the power of the hyena and also the wolf. So this is me. That's it. على مثل قلب السمع والحزم أفعل. والحزم أفعل here he means that I am not, even though I am strong and I'm brave and I'm tough and patience, I take it with me. But another thing I also have, which is I take my precautions. I'm ready. I don't just do things hastily. والحزم أفعل. يعني I restrain myself. I see the chance. I look at the situation. If I have to wait 2-3 days in order to go forward and do that, I can do that. I'm able to. I take my preparation with me. Naam.
Speaking in answer to the previous one.
Yes, yeah. فإني لمولى الصبر. He's trying to say, because he spoke about in the previous one that he was فإما تريني كابنة الرمل ضاحيا, that the heat and the hot sun, I'm still patient. It's because the humum and all of this has come, I'm patient. You won't look at me and see me say, oh my life, I'm Shanfara. I don't do that.
أحسن الله عليكم. وأعدم أحيانا وأغنى وإنما ينال الغنى ذو البعدة المتبذل.
He says وأعدم. Yeah, وأعدم is when you don't, Adam is when you don't have something, right? Adam means something that doesn't exist. أعدم يعني أفتقر, I don't have. أحيانا, sometimes I don't have things. وأغنى, sometimes I get what I want. Sometimes I'm rich, I got something. Sometimes I don't have anything. وإنما ينال الغنى ذو البعدة المتبذل. He's saying ذو البعدة means ذو الهمة والحزم, the person who has high aspiration. Yeah? What does he mean? ذو البعدة, a person who's what? ذو الهمة والحزم, he's got a high aspiration. صح? المتبذل. Al-Mutabadhil means the one who does his own actions. He doesn't delegate it to other people. يعني الذي يتولى أعماله أعماله بنفسه. He's the one who takes over his own actions. He doesn't delegate to other people and say, please, can you do this for me? He's saying, وَأُعْدِمُ أَحْيَانًا. Sometimes I'm faqir. فَلَا يَسْتَذِلُّ. I don't become humiliated because of that. Just because I'm in need, no one's going to find Shanfara in a state of humility and try to say, oh, one day, do you know what I did? I gave this cup of water to Shanfara. No. Or I gave him food. What did he say? وَأَسْتَفُّ تُرْبَ الْأَرْضِ. Rather than me asking you for food, I'll grab the earth and I'll eat that sand. That's what I do. I won't ask you for food. And also he says, وَأَغْنَى. And sometimes I become rich. They say, hey, when you become rich, what happens? فَلَا أَبْطُرُ. I don't show batar, arrogance and all. I don't do that. I realize where I came from. But when I'm hungry now, I don't become humiliated just because of it. So, وَإِنَّمَا, wallahi, this is non-Muslim, but he realized something. He said, وَإِنَّمَا يَنَالُ الْغِنَى. Self-sufficientness is achieved by who? ذُو الْبُعْدَةِ الْمُتَبَذِّلُ. It is achieved by who? ذُو الْبُعْدَةِ. صاحب الهمة العالية. Someone who has high aspiration. ذُو الرَّأْيِ, has full of, is smart, clever, is uses his mind, and he does his own actions. صح? That person's going to get somewhere. Does that make sense? So there are some good qualities that you learn from them. The issue of resilience, strength, etc. Now,
فلا جزع من خلة متكشف ولا مرح تحت الغنى أتخيل.
He says فلا جزع. And he's still talking about the masa'ib. He's saying فلا جزع. جزع means what? القلق والخوف والهلع. I'm not like, scared. No, that's not me. لخلة. خلة here he means الفقر. I am not scared of poverty. متكشف. متكشف means what? المظهر للحاجة. One who shows needs. No, that's not me. ولا مرح. So فلا جزع. I am not scared. الجزع means what? القلق والخوف والهلع. I'm not. That's not me. لخلة متكشف. Because of poverty that has shown what? للحاجة. ولا مرح. I am also not a مرح. مرح is a متكبر. ولا تمشي في الأرض مرحا. مرح means what? What does it mean? Hey, what's the shahid for it? There you go. You got Shanfara. That's the benefit it has, right? Shanfara said it. See, there's a difference between في النحو shahid and a مثال. جاء زيد. That's a مثال. That's not a shahid. صح? These poetries are like in what? Shawahid. You use them as an evidence to explain the ayah's meaning in the Arabic language. صح? Somebody asked you, وَلَا تَمْشِ فِي الْأَرْضِ مَرَحًا إِنَّكَ لَن تَخْرِقَ الْأَرْضَ وَلَن تَبْلُغَ الْجِبَالَ طُولًا. You say فَلَا جَزِعٌ لِخِلَّةٍ مُتَكَشِّفٍ وَلَا مَرِحٌ. مرح, he said it. تحت الغنى أتخيله. المرح is المتكبر. تحت الغنى أتخيله. تحت الغنى. And I am not someone who's arrogant. تحت الغنى, under richness. أتخيله. where I أعجب بنفسي. Where I'm fascinated with myself. That's not me. Meaning, he's trying to say, if calamity causes me to become poor, he's still talking about calamities. يعني إذا أصابتني فاقة, I am afflicted with poverty. I am not a person. فلم أقلق. I don't get قلق ولا الخوف. I don't get that. What about if I get blessing like him? If I get blessing now, لم أبطر. I don't show batar. Why? Why don't I not do that? Because I am used to both of them. I know them. People who do that, they haven't seen richness. I've seen it. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt for it. He said, I've got it. I've seen it. I was once rich. I had something. I lived with my family. Everything. But I'm also what? I know poverty. When it comes and hunger. So, لِاعْتِيَادِ النَّعِيمَةِ. Because he's been telling you before, I'm used to all of that hardship and struggling, but I'm also used to richness. So I'm a person who's muhadhabun, mujarribun. I'm a person who's disciplined. I'm a person who's experienced. That's what he's saying. فلا جزع لخلة متكشف ولا مريح تحت الغنى أتخيل.
ولا تزدهي الأجهال حلمي ولا أرى سؤولا بأعقاب الأقاويل أنمل.
He said ولا تزدهي. تزدهي means احتقار, when you belittle something, صح؟ استخفاف. ولا تزدهي, belittle, احتقار, استخفاف, صح؟ ولا تزدهي الأجهال حلمي ولا أرى. He's saying ولا تزدهي. I'm also not one person who is belittled by the ignorant ones. The ignorant ones don't belittle me. Based on my حلمي, my forbearance. هي الأجهال is جمع جاهل, he means. And he means here السفيه الطائش. He means the dim-witted fool. ولا تزدهي الأجهال, the fool will not belittle me due to my حلمي, because of my حلم. حلم means my forbearance. I'm so like, I turn a blind eye to things. And then I turn a blind eye. يعني the word الحلم, it means الأنات وضبط النفس. صح? It's one of the صفات عباد الرحمن, صح? الحلم, forbearance. يعني they have أنات وضبط النفس. That's what they have, right? ورجاحة العقل. They look at the bigger picture. They look at the consequences this can lead to. The opposite to that is what? الأجهال, which is الطيش. Okay, السفيه. He says ولا تزدهي الأجهال حلمي. I am not belittled by the fools because of my forbearance. ولا أرى here he means I am not known to be. ولا أرى he means I am not known to be. سؤولا, someone who asks a lot. بأعقاب الأقاويل أنمل. أعقاب is جمعه عقب. عقب means after something. Is after something. And الأقاويل is جمعه أقوال, صح? I am not someone. أقاويل أنمل. The word أنمل, it means النميمة. النميمة, what the talebearer. What he's trying to say is, first of all, he's affirmed for himself that he's a person who's got forbearance. I'm a man who's halim. I have sifatul hilmi. If you want to see, but because I've got hilm, I'm halim first of all. Sah? Halim in English is forbearance. It's also meek. A person who's meek, right? M-E-E-K. I'm meek. I'm also just, my forbearance is hasif. Hasif basically means prudent. And it's not just taish. I know when I need to, and I know when I need to respond. I have that in me. So a dim-witted one or a fool will not think of me. I know how to deal with the fools, basically. And I show forbearance to the people who deserve it. That's what he means. Another quality he mentions about him. وَلَا أُرَى سَؤُولًا بِعَقَابِ الْأَقَاوِيلُ أُنْمِلُ. I'm also not known as a Shanfara, a man who يتتبع أخبار الناس. I don't ask about people's news and their affairs. That's not me. I leave that for the women, he's saying. That's what he's saying. I'm not one who does that. يعني gossiping, backbiting. ولا أرى سؤولا بعقاب الأقاويل. I don't ask about people's akhbar, their stories and their lifestyle. So do what? Unmilu, so that I can tell bearer and say, oh, you guys, this and that. I don't do that. Because a person who is nammam, what does he do? He causes two people to what? Al-adawata wal-baghdha bayna an-nas. He brings animosity and hate between the people. I'm not like that. I'm a man who's busy with his staying with hyenas and wolves and these are traits you can see, brothers and sisters. It's very masculine. But a guy who's talking about people's lives and affairs and gossiping and taking the story from this person and saying, did you hear what so and so said about you? And is this a quality of what Shanfara sees as a man? It's not. Yeah? Actually, it's not the trait of any Muslim. رجالا ولا نساء. Like رجالا ولا نساء, men or women. No one should be like that, huh?
وليلة نحس يصطلي القوس ربها وأقطعه اللاتي بها يتنبل.
وليلة نحس. He's telling us about a night now. He wants to describe the night, and he says وليلة نحس, a day where النحس. النحس basically means البرد الشديد, when it's very cold. وليلة نحس, where is it in the Qur'an? في يوم نحس مستمر. في يوم نحس means a يوم من برد شديد. The word نحس means what? البرد الشديد, when it's very very cold. النحس, that's what it means. يصطلي means is when somebody wants to warm himself up. يسخن. That's what the word يصطلي means, is to warm yourself up. A day when it's very cold. يصطلي القوس. What does it mean? ربها, the owner of the arrows. It's a very cold day. And that cold day, يصطلي, the person wants to warm himself up because it's very cold. يصطلي means what? يسخن. The person wants to warm himself up. Al-Qawsa, you know what a qaws is, right? The bow, right? ربها, the owner of that bow here. وأقطعها التي بها يتنبل. What he does is ربها أي صاحبها. The word رب is used as a صاحب. وأقطعه جمع قطع, bits. And here he means the saham, the arrows. Meaning what he's trying to say is يتنبلون means النبل is basically what does it translate for you? Nabl? Nabl is basically اتخاذ النبل منها للرمي, where the person takes it as something to shoot with, arrow to shoot it with. That's word for word. Let's give you what he meant by it. What he's trying to say is a night where it's very very cold, and the owner of a bow that night, because it's so cold, it will force him to break his arrows and also break his bow, throw it inside the fire so that the fire can ignite. And what's it called? It can ignite even more. That's why he's doing it. So that night is even the guy who's got an arrow, and that's your weapon, brother. You don't throw your weapon inside to a fire. But because it's so cold, he doesn't care. He has to survive for the moment. Do you understand? The description here is very, very powerful. وَلَيْلَةِ نَحْسٍ يَصْطَلِي الْقَوْسَ رَبُّهَا وَأَقْطُعَهُ اللَّاتِي بِهَا يَتَنَبَّلُ. The arrow that he used to يَتَنَبَّلُ, he used to throw as a shishmo, attacking or directing it at someone or an animal. He used to use it for that. This was arrow's job, and the qaws was to place it inside and then shoot it. But what happened? He's in a state of coldness, and it's very cold. That doesn't matter tomorrow and the day after. He now has to survive. So that he's trying to tell you شدة البرد.
دعست على غطش وبغش وصحبتي سعار وإرزير ووجر وأفكل.
So now he goes into big words. So let's just go through those words quickly. دعست, what does it mean? I sirtu, I traversed. But دعست doesn't just mean when you traverse or you go sirtu. It means sirtu بقوة. It's when you traverse with what? Strength and power. على غطش. The word غطش means ظلام, darkness, صح? What does the word غطش mean? It's pitch dark. The word بغش means what? I just want you to learn each word, and then we learn معنى الإجمالي, the overall meaning of what he's trying to say. دعست. The word دعست means سرت بقوة. Is when you traverse with strength, with power. على غطشنا. غطش means الظلام, the darkness. وَبَغْشِنَّ Baghshin means when the rain comes down, matar khafif. You know, there's little sprinkles that come. It's not full rain, but it's just a sprinkle of rain. وَصُحْبَتِي My companions are su'arun. Su'ar is shiddatul ju'. But the word su'ar actually means har, heat. Sah? Well, why is he saying when somebody is hungry, they start burning inside? He's chosen to not use the word ju'. He's chosen to use the word su'ar because that's how you feel when you're hungry. That's balagh, quwwatul balagha. He took that word and borrowed it from it. So he doesn't want you to just think hunger. He wants you to understand the way that hunger is reached, the level it's reached. And it's what? It's burning inside. It's famished. The person is really hungry. وَإِرْزِيزٌ Irzizna, it means تَكَمُّشْ الْجِلْدُ مِنَ الْبَرْدِ. It basically means when the person starts going, shivering. Is it shivering? It means when you shiver. Shivering. وَإِرْزِيزٌ وَوَجْرٌ. And wajrun means, يعني wajr in Arabic language means الخشية والخوف is when you're scared. وأفقلنا. So, sorry, irziz basically means when the person's jaw moves. Is that still shivering? The trembling of the chin. But then afkulu is when the person starts shivering. And he's using those two different wordings in order to tell you the level. Sometimes you shiver a little bit, right? But it's not really that cold. But here it's reached a point when his lips are moving at his jaw. Yani, what's he trying to say here then? He's saying, Mashaytu ila a'dai. I, Shanfara, I went to my enemies. And the way I went to my enemies is my legs with strength. I wasn't like tiptoeing, and I was walking with power, with strength. That's what he's saying to him. The night was dark. There was a little sprinkle rain. It's raining a little bit. That's what he's trying to say. And I was extremely hungry. The hunger was burning me inside. And it was very cold where my jaw was moving. Meaning, subhanallah, hunger, you feel cold. But when you eat, you calm down, right? The heat, hunger brings about coldness, right? So that's where the laws of the Arabs ask, what is one thing that makes you cold and hot? Hunger makes you hot. It's burning inside, right? It's a heat. But you're cold from outside because of the hunger, right? Also, I'm scared of, I'm in an unknown territory. I'm scared. Now.
فأيمت نسوانا وأيتمت إلدة وعدت كما أبدأت والليل أليل.
He said فأيمت means I made some women يعني widowed. I widowed them. أيمت means يعني قتلت أزواجهن. I made some women widows. فأيمت نسوانا يعني some women I killed their husbands. That's what فأيمت means. وأيتمتنا means I made إلدة means I made some kids orphans. But يعني I killed their fathers. إلدة is al-wildan, the children. وعدت, and I came back at night. Remember that night he told you I was going. I was hungry. I was walking with strength and everything. That night when I went, I killed some men. When I killed some men, I made those wives widows. And I made those children what? Orphans. And وعدت, I came back. كما بدأت, like I started when I left. وَاللَّيْلُ أَلْيَلُ, and the darkness was still dark, pitch dark. I did this all in one night. He's trying to say, I won't take too long. I know what I'm doing. I did this all in one night. I killed from them their men, and I made their women widows, made their children orphans. I came back fast, and the darkness was still there. No one knew. By the time they realized, he's going to tell you, they're going to think I was a jinn. He's going to say it in his... Like, who did this to us? Who could have done this? They don't. I'm fast. So this is not praiseworthy to talk about killing people and stuff like that. But we just want the eloquency from him. That's it. So, I don't want brothers go on Instagram and start mentioning these lines of poetry. فأصبح عني الولدان. Yes.
أحسن عليكم. وأصبح عني بالغميصاء جالسا فريقان مسؤول وآخر يسأل.
فأصبح عني بالغميصاء. غميصاء is basically a place, basically in not far from Mecca. Okay, so about 85 kilometers تقريبا. فأصبح عني بالغميصاء جالسا. They're the people he killed. They were أهل غميصاء. He's saying the people of Ghumaysa, where I killed them suddenly, جالس فأصبح عني, they remained sitting. فريقان, two parties. يعني when I did what I did, I killed them, then ran away, did my thing, came back to my place, like nothing happened, basically. When I came, they on the other hand, they got up. فأصبح عني بالغميصاء جالسا. Those people الغميصاء, they remained what? جالسا, sitting down. فريقان, and they broke into two groups within themselves. مسؤول وآخر يسأل. One who's asking the question and one who's being asked the question. That's how they became. Meaning they started talking amongst themselves, he's trying to say. What were they saying to themselves?
فقالوا لقد هرت بليل كلابنا فقلنا أذئب عس أم عس فرعل.
أم عس فرعل. He said فقالوا لقد هرت. فقالوا, they said, they were talking amongst themselves. So he's narrating us to the story of what happened. فقالوا, they said amongst themselves, لقد هرت, barked. The word هرت أي نبحت is the barking of the dogs. لقد هرت بليل كلابنا. Last night, tonight. So because he said فأصبح عني, he's saying لقد هرت بليل, the dogs were barking tonight. كلابنا. فقلنا, we said, أذئب عس. Was it a was it a wolf, right? أذئب. Was it a wolf? عس. ما معنى عس? It means طاف ليلا. That came at night. Was it a wolf that came at night? Asa means a يبحث عن فريسه, and he's looking for his prey. Was it a wolf that was looking for his prey? Am asa فرعل, or was it a hyena that came? صح. فرعل is actually the child of the hyena. These were the questions they were asking. They couldn't even imagine this was a human being that did this. Speed and the way I did it, the agility. All they could think about was it a hyena or a wolf? In other words, the question, remember he broke the two parties into two. He said that فقالوا, the questioners said, يعني قال الفريق السائل, the group that were asking the questions, they said لقد نبحت كلابنا, basically our dogs were barking في الليل, in the night. فيا ترى ماذا وقعت? What do you guys think happened? The مسؤول, those who were asked the questions, they responded and they said لعل ذئبا طاف. Maybe it was a wolf that came in our house, was looking for something to eat, or maybe it was a فرعل, which is ولد الضب, ولد الضبع, the child of the hyena, who came close to our house. That's why the dogs barked.
فلم تك إلا نبأة ثم هومت فقلنا قطات ريع أم ريع أجدل.
فلم يك إلا نبأة. It was not. فلم يك, it wasn't. إلا نبأة. نبأة means the sound that's either low in pitch, volume, نبأة, or it's something that one time, that's it, one noise. So nab'a can be one of two. Either the sound was very low, which is not what I don't think that's what Shanfara means, or it means something that was said once. That's what it seems like. Because remember, they all heard the barking of the dog, so it can't be something that was low. صح? So here he means فَلَمْ يَكُ إِلَّا نَبْأَةٌ, it was a barking that happened once. ثُمَّ هَوَّمَتْ, then after that, هَوَّمَتْ. هومت معناه, it means النوم الخفيف. It's like a simple sleep or a light sleep. فقلنا, we said, قطات الريعة. قطات is a نوع من الطير. The Arabs mention it a lot. قطات is a type of what? It's a type of a bird. ريعة means فزع. Or it was a qatat, that bird qatat that came close to the dogs, that scared them and they barked once and they went back to sleep. Okay? Amri'a ajdalu. Or ri'a, which is faza', which is panic, ajdalu. Or it was a hawk. Ajdal is a hawk. And qatat is another type of bird. I don't know what type of bird. I always hear in poetries. Anyway, it's a naw' min anwa' al-tuyur. It's a type from the types of birds. Qatatu ri'in, ri'a. All you need to know is ri'a. Ri'a means what? It means faza'a. Amri'a ajdalu. Or the panic and the fear of a ajdalu. Ajdalu is a saqr. The word ajdalu is dhu'ira. Dhu'ira means what? When you got terrified or scared of something. Oh. So now they're still explaining why the dogs barked. They said when the sound happened, we thought the reason it happened was maybe it's because of a qatat that came or a hawk that scared the dog. Maybe that's what it was. This was so fast. They were comparing me to a wolf and a hyena and a hawk and that's what I was so fast. I came, the dog only barked once, killed so many people, I left. That's what I am, he's trying to say, Shanfara. That's the kind of man I am. I'm a smooth killer, yeah? FBI files.
فإن يك من جن لأبرح طارقا وإن يك إنسا ما كه الإنس تفعل.
So when they saw what happened, so they thought, okay, the dogs. Now they saw what happened. The men on the ground, blood, head here, chopped people. The way I did it was so fast and quick. فإن يك من جن, if it was from the jinn, من جن لأبرح, then wallahi it's caused, abrahu means what? A shad wa a'zam. If this was a jinn that did this, wallahi it's worse. It will cause a lot of harm. La abrahu. Yeah? It means ashad wa a'zam was greater. Tariqan, remember that. A-tariq is something that comes at night.
قال قل أعوذ بكلمات الله التامة من شر ما خلق وذرى وبرأ ومن شر ما ينزل من السماء ومن شر ما يعرج فيها ومن شر فتن الليل والنهار ومن شر كل طارق إلا طارقا يطرق بخير يا رحمن.
That's what it means, the Prophet, when he said that, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Tariq, he means what? Nighttime, the one who comes, al-qadimu bil-layl. That's what tariq is, right? That's what tariq means. لَأَبَرَحُ طَارِقًا. So they're saying, فَإِن يَكُ مِن جِنٍ, if what came was a jinn, لَأَبَرَحُ طَارِقًا, wallahi, it's going to, it caused a lot of harm. طَارِقًا الْقَادِمُ بِاللَّيْلِ. وَإِن يَكُ إِنسًا, if it was a human, مَا كَهَا. مَا كَهَا here means مَا هَكَذَا, he's trying to say. ما كها, it means ما هكذا الإنس تفعل. Wallah, this is not what an ins can do. When they looked at it, they will say, if this is a jinn that came, wallah, it caused a lot of harm. But if this is a human being, then wallah, this is not something a human being can do. This is not in the human's capability to do it. Shanfara, he's trying to say, when I do damage, I do damage.
ويوما من الشعرى يذوب لوابه أفاعيه في رمضائه تتململ.
وَيَوْمٍ مِّنَ الشِّعْرَى. شِعْرَى, it's نجم, it's a star. يطلع في شدة الحر. Basically it means يوم حره شديد. يعني أيام الحر. It's a day in the year where they call it, the Arabs, they call it يوم الشعرى. Does the ayah in the Qur'an say? وأنه رب الشعرى. شعرى, what does it mean? الحر الشديد, when the heat is what? It's excessive. It's a day, they believe, where the sun is very hot. يذوب لبابه. What happens? The saliva just rolls from the person. أفاعيه. أفاعي is basically a حية خبيثة. It's a snake which is filthy. في رمضائه is where the word Ramadan comes from. Ramda means what? The pebbles on the earth when the sun hits it and it's burning. You can't touch it. تتململ. Tossing and turning. Tossing and what? تتململ means, it means أي تتقلب. It's tossed. What he's trying to say is, there is a day, يوم الشعرى, the day of heat, that hot day here, even that filthy snake cannot even maneuver on it, on the ground, so he keeps turning around. It's so hot for even the snake. Me, it's like a normal day in the park.
نصبت له وجهي ولكن دونه ولا ستر إلا للتحمي مرعب.
He's saying, let's take word for word. نصبت يعني أقمت, I make. له وجهي, my face, I make it for them. ها. ولكن دونه. The word kin, it means الستر. There's no cover. يعني something that protects a person from the heat and or the coldness. ولكن دونه ولا ستر, and a cover as well. ولا ستر, there is no covering thing إلا except الأدحمي. الأدحمي, it's basically a garment that is attributed to Adham, and it's bulayda fil Yemen. It's a small little beled, not even a big one. It's bulayda, يعني تصغير بلد. It's a small neighborhood in Yemen. The color that it generally has is like it's red, but it has يعني yellow lines in it. مرعبل is ripped. So when something is what? It's ripped. المخرق, المقطع, المرقق. Yes, he's trying to say that day where it's very hot, كشفت وجهي, I show my face. Normally they cover their faces, their mouth. I show my face. Why do I do that? Because I'm not scared. Let them know Shanfara is out and about. But it's very hot. People only do it because of the heat. I don't even do it because of the heat. I want my enemies to see me. And I'm wearing a very simple cloth. I'm not even wearing an armor. What am I wearing? I'm wearing a Yemeni garment. Al-Adhami, that's what I'm wearing. And it's not even strong and thick, or I've got 2-3 layers on. It's ripped hata. So for me, they can throw an arrow at me or pierce my body. I'm not scared. Right, yeah. Right. Which one? Which other one? Okay.
نصبت له وجهي ولكن دونه ولا ستر إلا الأتحمي المرعبل وضاف إذا هبت له الريح طيرت لبائد عن أعطافه ما ترجل.
He's saying وضاف means long hair. إذا هبت له الريح طيرت. إذا هبت له الريح, when the wind blows on it, طيرت, it flies in the air. Long hair, where the wind blows on it, the hair goes up. لبائدة, The word laba'id is jam'u labida. And a labida is the hair when it sticks together and just becomes like, he's trying to say ma tarakama. Anything that's stuck together, they become compounded. It's called a what? It's called a labida. وَلَصَقَ بَعْضَهُ بِبَعْضٍ. When he's trying to say my hair, because I live in that, I sweat. When I sweat, due to the sweat, I ain't got shampoo. I have no conditioners. 2 in 1. So my hair gets stuck together. Yeah. The normal hair, where when the wind would come on it, what will happen? The hair would go up in the air. Mine can't. Become hard. Yeah. وضاف. First of all, I had a lot of hair. إذا هبت له الريح. When the wind comes and blows it, طيرت, it flies. لبائدة. But it's what? شعر المتراكب. It's hair which is compounded. Yeah. عن أعطافه. أعطاف is basically between the shoulders. أعطاف here he means الجوانب, the sides. Here he means بين كتفيه, between his 2 shoulders. ما ترجل. I don't comb it. وقتي أنكم قريب ما بهيسته. I haven't got time to comb this hair. I'm thinking about a hyena and a wolf and my friends here, spending time with them. Like he's saying I'm a lion. Lions don't comb their hair. But this is not good. In Islam, you comb your hair and you keep yourself hygiene.
بعيد بمس الدهن والفلي عهده له عبس عاف من الغسل محول.
He said بعيد, long time ago. بمس الدهن, long time ago was when I placed a perfume on myself. الدهن, أما الدهن here, it means الطيب, perfume. That was a long time. بعيد بمس الدهن. Also what it could mean is بعيد بمس. Long time ago was when I touched it with what? Oil as well. الدهن can be what? Oil. Still talking about his hair. والفلي عهده له عبس عاف من الغسل محول. والفلي means what? The Arabs, what they used to do is they used to sit down and they used to take out their hairs, any fleas. That action is called al-fali. صح? Al-fali, that's a process. It's basically a طريقة عن البحث to look for al-qumlu, أما al-qumli. صح? He's saying ahduhu, the time that it was done, long time ago. No one's done that. له عبس. Al-abasuna means it basically ما يبأس من الأوساخ is when the dirt becomes dry on you. Or the scalp he's talking about here, because he's talking about the scalp. What's he talking about here? He's talking about the scalp right now, صح? Yeah, the hair. So we're going to understand it as the al-abas here, it means ما يبس من الأوساخ على الشعر. The hair, my scalp, he said the dirt has become stuck to it. عاف من الغسل محول. عاف means يعني طال, يعني وقت طويل. من الغسل, washing. A long time ago, since I washed. محولنا is basically the word that حول comes from, right? محول is what? حول. And حول is what? حال عليه الحول. حول means what? حال عليه عام. نعم.
وخرق كظهر الترس قفر قطعته بعاملتين ظهره ليس يعمل.
Here he's saying وخرق ورب خرق, he's saying the word خرق is الصحراء الواسعة, the vast what? The vast deserts where there's no mountains, there's no trees, there's just an open land. وخرق الصحراء الواسعة التي ليس فيها ما يصد الريح من جبل أو شجر. It's an open land. خرق, the reason they use it is because it's a Sahara where it's qafu. The heat is just hitting you. There's no shade you can find. There's the wind can just keep pushing you. And you guys in the UK, mashallah, is different. But the UAE, for example, Saudi Arabia, countries like that, when you drive on motorways, because it's open land, first of all, the billboards say, be careful, a camel might cross the road. That was different. And one time, actually, the camel made us stand there for like at least half an hour. They just walked and standing. So that's welcome to the real land, Allah barik. But also you can feel this if you got those small cars. That's why I don't like small cars in those countries. You can, when a car goes by you, another one goes. First you get bullied. It's not nice. I hate it. The way they bully you is not nice. When you have those small cars in the UK, because I come from the UK, so I'm thinking about petrol and everything. Little did I know, petrol over there is like less than water. So even when you have big SUV cars like GMC and cars like that, you can still feel the wind. If it's mountains is not there, the wind will move the car, right? He's saying وَخَرْقٍ وَرُبَّ خَرْقٍ يعني رُبَّ صحراء خالية كظهر الترس. A turs in Arabic language is basically what you use as a shield. A turs is a shield. صح. كظهر, and the ظهر means the back, right? كظهر الترسي. The word turs, what is it? What do you call it? أحكام التترس, صح. في كتب الجهاد, right? كتاب الإنجاد في أحكام الجهاد by ابن مناصف القرطبي. أحكام التترس. تترس means what? Like the issue of أنهلك وفينا الصالحون, are we going to be destroyed and amongst us are righteous people? قال نعم إذا كثر الخبث. The Prophet said yes, if the evil becomes a lot, صح. ثم يبعثون يوم القيامة بنياتهم, صح. يخسف بأولهم وآخرهم وفيهم أسواقهم ومن ليس منهم. And عائشة are they going to be destroyed, the beginning and the last and all of them, and their markets, وفيهم أسواقهم ومن ليس منهم, and there's people that are not with them. The Prophet, he said, يهلك بأولهم وآخرهم وفيهم أسواقهم ومن ليس منهم ثم يبعثون على نياتهم. They will be resurrected with a niyah. So some of the ulama, they talk about this mas'ala في كتب الجهاد. Whereas can you destroy a place knowing that women and children are there? Because we know we can't touch women and children, صح? Or do you know that there are Muslims there? There are other Muslims there. But in order to get to the enemy, there are Muslims that are in front of them there. And they're going to be a casualty. Can you? It's called أحكام التترس. تترس. Spoken about in books of fiqh, right? So a turs in Somali is gashan. It's like it's a shield. صح? But here what he means is, and he intends by this, كظهر الترسي, he means the shield is meant to be, what is it meant to be? It's strong first of all, and it's flat. Because the arrow is not meant to, it's meant to slide it off sideways, صح? Sideways, that's what the arrow is meant to do, the arrows or anything that's shot at you. So he's trying to say that the desert here is like كظهر الترسي. It's like the shield that you're using, the back of it, or the actual shield. It's similar. شبه هذه الصحراء. He's making a similarity between them two. Both of them have nothing on it. Both of them are flat, they have nothing on it. It's like كظهر الترسي. قفر, the word qafr is al-ardu al-khaliya. You just have to know that. Qafrin is a land which is khaliya. Laysa fiha nabat. Laysa fiha, there is no shajarun, wala jabalun, wala nabat. And nothing. No flowers, no nothing. It's flat land. It's not even hilly. No, it's flat. That's what it is. That's what qafrin means. قطعته, he says ورب, it is possible, it happens. Sahra, which is khaliya. قفر مستوية, flat, no one's guided through it. You look forward, you cannot see the end of it. You look backwards, nothing. Shanfara, you wouldn't even know what direction you're at. I just keep moving in that land. I get guided because I've studied this place. And how do I do it? قطعته بعاملتين. ما معنى بعاملتين? He means أي رجلين. I do it with my two legs. عاملتين here means my two legs. ظهره ليس يعمل. ليس ظهره ليس يعمل. Basically there is a sahru. He's talking about the wedge of هذه الصحراء. No flowers, nothing grows on it.
وألحقت أولاه بأخراه موفيا على قنة أقعي مرارا وأمثل.
فألحقت أولاه بأخراه موفيا. فألحقت أولاه بأخراه. ما معنى ألحقت؟ يعني ألحقنا بهم ذريتهم وما ألتناهم من عملهم من شيء. ألحقنا means what? It's when one thing comes after the other. فألحقت أولاه بأخراه. I made the first of it catch up with the next one. What does he mean by that? He's trying to say, I made the first part of the desert where it starts, and the last of it, I made it one. I brought it together. I was trying to say, I was too fast. يعني, I made يعني, فألحقت أولاه. I made the beginning and the last come together. يعني, the speed I cut it, that's what he's trying to say. موفيا. The word موفيا means what? مشرفا. What does مشرفا mean? It means climbing. يعني this is my حال. يعني إعراب, this is حال موفيا. يعني حال كوني أصعد. I am climbing على قنة. قنة is a what? جبل. The pinnacle of a mountain. أقعي مرارا وأمثل. What do I do? He's trying to talk about how much. أقعد is when there's a toilet downstairs, right, in the masjid. What do you do with some of them you sit on normal, and the other one, what do you do? Yeah? Squat is not, it can be many different forms of squat. The Arabs have a precision in the word qu'ud here. Not just sitting. It's not. The Arabs have different types of sitting. Each position has a name for it. Are we all together? Ala kullin, he's saying, I sit like when I go to the toilet. Wa amthulu, and I also do what? I stand up. Aqifu uraqibu al-makan. He's trying to say, I cut this distance with speed, and no one else can do it except me. None of the other sa'alik that exists. Sa'alik are basically those who live in the jungle and steal and kill and rob and survive like that. They're called sa'alik. My other sa'alik guys out there, they got nothing on me basically. I'm fast in speed. I bring everything together. I also climb mountains. I come down from the mountain. But because it's so tiring sometimes, yes, I am not denying he's saying I have to slightly sit down, but he says I don't sit on the floor. That's for weak guys. Qawi, I'm strong. So what do? I sit with the tip of my leg, toes. That's how I sit. And I go a little bit down, just a little bit. Shanfara, just pause for a little bit. I say that to myself. And then I get up, stand up, and I look around. This guy's, he's on steroids. I don't know what he's smoking. Yeah? He's a mujrim. Yeah?
ترود الأراوي الصحم حولي كأنها عذاري عليهن الملاء المذيل.
He says ترود يعني ترود is when something comes. Wurud is also used, right? We say about the hadith, the Qur'an, we say أسباب النزول, and we say about the hadith أسباب الورود. Why has this hadith come? ترود أي تقبل وتدبر. ترود الأراوي. الأراوي is wild sheep. واحدة, and the singular is الأروية. Okay? Basically it's the female of the ibex. We spoke about the ibex, right? It's the female one of the ibex. Tarudul arawi, the wild sheep or the female ibex comes. يعني ترود الأراوي الصحم. صحم is جمع صحماء. And صحماء basically means وهي ما خالط سوادها صفرة. It's basically something which is darkness is kind of mixed with yellow. Adara is basically the woman who is a virgin. صح؟ تفوت فؤادك الأيام الفتى وتنحت جسمك الساعات رحتا وتدعوك المنون دعاء صدق أراك تحب عرسا ذات خدر أبت طلاقها الأكياس بتا. نعم عذارة أمر غير سيزي. I remember. العذارة is الفتيات الأبكار, is women who are young virgins. الملاء is a garment. المذيل, it means الطويل السابغ, it's long and it covers. He's saying, remember he told you he climbs mountains. He sits down a little bit, then he gets up again, and then he looks around. He says, I maneuver with speed and agility. While I'm in that state, تذهب إناث الوعول, the female ibex, they come in front of me on the top of the mountain. اطمأنت, in a state of tranquility. كأنها, they are like, he's comparing them to فتيات الأبكار, virgins, young virgin girls, who are walking with what? To distract me. وقد أرسلنا, and those women who are virgins, it's like they have sent down أطراف أثوابهن خلفهن, that they've let their garments go backwards from behind them. Shanfara here is trying to say, like the animals are used to me. I'm living in this, and we've become like a relationship between a man and a woman. Friends. The beauty of these animals attracts the amazement, like the ibex is talking about, and he describes her to this woman. Hiya.
ويركضن بالآصال حولي كأنني من العصم أدفى ينتحي الكيح أعقل.
He says ويركضن, they sitting بالآصال. آصال is basically جمع أصيل, and أصيل is العشي, is the evening. صح? حولي, they sit in the evening, حولي, around me. كأنني, he's talking about the ibex. كأنني is like I am من العصم. عصم means what? جمع أعصم. And a جمع أعصم is the plural of the ibex. It's like I'm part of the ibex family. أدفى, long horns. That's what the ibex has. It's got long horns, right? ينتحي, leaning on الكيح, the side of the mountain. أعقل. And the word أعقل means الممتنع. The word عقل actually comes from what? That which is المنع. It comes from the word المنع. He's saying basically the إناث الوعول, which are basically the female ibexes, when the sun sets, the evening, they come to my protection. They come to me. مطمئنة, safe. Like I'm a member of the family. That's how they trust me. They believe in me. قد آوى سفح الجبل. They come to what? The side of the mountain. And they have taken that place as a form of fortress. Meaning, not only am I a fast runner, but I'm also considered to be a member of this family. The last two lines, not much benefit in terms of what he's trying to say. So this brings us to the end of the book Laamiyah al-Arab by Shanfara, which we have finished. Walillahi alhamdu wal minna. Anything I've said that was wrong or incorrect is from me and shaitan, and Allah and His Messenger are both free from it. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.